Section 00 of the Arabian Nights Entertainments Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tim Gregory. The Arabian Nights Entertainments Volume 1 by Anonymous. Translated by Dr. Jonathan Scott, Section 00. The Publisher's Preface. This, the Aladdin edition of the Arabian Nights Entertainments, forms the first 4 volumes of a proposed series of reprints of the standard works of fiction which have appeared in the English language. It is our intention to publish the series in an artistic way, well illustrating a text typographically as perfect as possible. The text in all cases will be carefully chosen from approved editions. The series is intended for those who appreciate well-printed and illustrated books, or who are in want of a handy and handsome edition of such works to place upon their bookshelves. The exact origin of the tales, which appear in the Arabic as The 1001 Nights, is unknown. The Caliph Harun al-Rashid, who figures in so lifelike a manner in many of the stories, was a contemporary of the Emperor Charlemagne, and there is internal evidence that the collection was made in the Arabic language about the end of the 10th century. They undoubtedly convey a picturesque impression of the manners, sentiments, and customs of Eastern medieval life. The stories were translated from the Arabic by M. Galland, and first found their way into English in 1704, when they were retranslated from M. Galland's French text, and at once became exceedingly popular. This process of double translation had great disadvantages. It induced Dr. Jonathan Scott, Oriental professor, to publish in 1811 a new edition, revised and corrected from the Arabic. It is upon this text that the present edition is formed. It will be found free from that grossness which is unavoidable in a strictly literal translation of the original into English, and which has rendered the splendid translations of Sir R. Burton and Mr. J. Payne quite unsuitable as the basis of a popular edition, though at the same time stamping the works as the 2 most perfect editions for the students. The scholarly translation of Lane, by the too strict an adherence to Oriental forms of expression and somewhat pedantic rendering of the spelling of proper names, is found to be tedious to a very large number of readers, attracted by the rich imagination, romance, and humor of these tales. End of Section 00. Recording by Tim Gregory, Seattle, Washington.
Section 1 of the Arabian Nights Entertainments Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lizzie Driver. The Arabian Nights Entertainments Volume 1 by Anonymous. Translated by Dr. Jonathan Scott. Section 1. The Arabian Nights Entertainments. The chronicles of the Sassanians, ancient kings of Persia, who extended their empire into the Indies, over all the adjacent islands, and a great way beyond the Ganges as far as China, acquaint us that there was formerly a king of that potent family, who was regarded as the most excellent prince of his time. He was as much beloved by his subjects for his wisdom and prudence, as he was dreaded by his neighbours on account of his valour and well-disciplined troops. He had 2 sons, the elder, Shahryar, the worthy heir of his father, and endowed with all his virtues; the younger, Schahzaman, a prince of equal merit. After a long and glorious reign, this king died, and Shahryar mounted his throne. Schahzaman, being excluded from all share in the government by the laws of the empire, and obliged to live a private life, was so far from envying the happiness of his brother, that he made it his whole business to please him, and in this succeeded without much difficulty. Shahryar, who had naturally a great affection for the prince his brother, gave him the kingdom of Great Tartary. Schahzaman went immediately and took possession of it, and fixed the seat of his government at Samarcand, the metropolis of the country. After they had been separated 10 years, Shahryar, being very desirous of seeing his brother, resolved to send an ambassador to invite him to his court. He made choice of his prime vizier for the embassy, and sent him to Tartary, with a retinue answerable to his dignity. The vizier proceeded with all possible expedition to Samarcand. When he came near to the city, Shaw Zummaun was informed of his approach, and went to meet him, attended by the principal lords of his court, who, to show the greater honour to the sultan's minister, appeared in magnificent apparel. The king of Tartary received the ambassador with the greatest demonstrations of joy, and immediately asked him concerning the welfare of the sultan his brother. The vizier, having acquainted him that he was in health, informed him of the purpose of his embassy. Shaw Zummaun was much affected, and answered, "Sage vizier, the sultan my brother does me too much honour. Nothing could be more agreeable to me, for I as ardently long to see him as he does to see me. Time has not diminished my friendship more than his. My kingdom is in peace, and I want no more than 10 days to get myself ready to return with you. There is therefore no necessity for your entering the city for so short a period. I pray you to pitch your tents here, and I will order everything necessary to be provided for yourself and your attendants." The vizier readily complied, and as soon as the king returned to the city, he sent him a prodigious quantity of provisions of all sorts, with presents of great value. In the meanwhile Shaw Zummaun prepared for his journey, gave orders about his most important affairs, appointed a council to govern in his absence, and named a minister, of whose wisdom he had sufficient experience, and in whom he had entire confidence to be their president. At the end of 10 days, his equipage being ready, he took leave of the queen his wife, and went out of town in the evening with his retinue. He pitched his royal pavilion near the vizier's tent, and conversed with him till midnight. Wishing once more to see the queen, whom he ardently loved, he returned alone to his palace, and went directly to her majesty's apartments. But she, not expecting his return, had taken one of the meanest officers of her household to her bed. The king entered without noise, and pleased himself to think how he would surprise his wife, who he thought loved him with reciprocal tenderness. But how great was his astonishment, when, by the light of the flambeau, he beheld a man in her arms! He stood immovable for some time, not knowing how to believe his own eyes, but finding there was no room for doubt, "How," said he to himself, "I am scarcely out of my palace, and but just under the walls of Samarcand, and dare they put such an outrage upon me? Perfidious wretches! Your crime shall not go unpunished. As a king, I am bound to punish wickedness committed in my dominions, and, as an enraged husband, I must sacrifice you to my just resentment." The unfortunate prince, giving way to his rage, then drew his scimitar, and approaching the bed killed them both with one blow, their sleep into death, and afterwards taking them up, he threw them out of a window into the ditch that surrounded the palace. Having thus avenged himself, he returned to his pavilion without saying one word of what had happened, gave orders that the tents should be struck, and everything made ready for his journey. All was speedily prepared, and before day he began his march, with kettle drums and other instruments of music, that filled everyone with joy, excepting the king. He was so much afflicted by the disloyalty of his wife, that he was seized with extreme melancholy, which preyed upon his spirits during the whole of his journey. When he drew near the capital of the Indies, the sultan, Shahryar, and all his court came out to meet him. The princes were overjoyed to see one another, and having alighted, after mutual embraces and other marks of affection and respect, remounted, and entered the city amidst the acclamations of the people. The sultan conducted his brother to the palace provided for him, which had a communication with his own by a garden. It was so much more the magnificent as it was set apart as a banqueting house for public entertainments, and other diversions of the court, and its splendour had been lately augmented by new furniture. Shahryar immediately left the king of Tartary, that he might give him time to bathe and to change his apparel. As soon as he had done, he returned to him again, and they sat down together on a sofa or alcove. The courtiers out of respect kept at a distance, and the two princes entertained one another suitably to their friendship, their consanguinity, and their long separation. The time of supper being come, they ate together, after which they renewed their conversation, which continued till Shahryar, perceiving that it was very late, left his brother to repose. The unfortunate Shah-Zummaun retired to his bed, though the conversation of his brother had suspended his grief for some time. It returned again with increased violence, so that, instead of taking his necessary rest, he tormented himself with the bitterest reflections. All the circumstances of his wife's disloyalty presented themselves afresh to his imagination, in so lively a manner that he was like one distracted. Not being able to sleep, he arose, and abandoned himself to the most afflicting thoughts, which made such an impression upon his countenance, as it was impossible for the sultan not to observe. "What," said he, "can be the matter with the king of Tartary, that he is so melancholy? Has he had any cause to complain by his reception? No, surely. I have received him as a brother whom I love, so that I can charge myself with no omission in that respect. Perhaps it grieves him to be at such a distance from his dominions, or from the queen his wife. If that be the case, I must forthwith give him the presents I designed for him, that he may return to Samarcand." Accordingly, the next day Shahryar sent him part of those presents, being the greatest rarities and the richest things that the Indies could afford. At the same time he endeavoured to divert his brother every day by new objects of pleasure and the most splendid entertainments. But these, instead of affording him ease, only increased his sorrow. One day Shahryar, having appointed a great hunting match, about 2 days' journey from his capital, in a place that abounded with deer, Shah-Zummaun besought him to excuse his attendance, for his health would not allow him to bear him company. The sultan, unwilling to put any constraint upon him, left him at his liberty, and went a hunting with his nobles. The king of Tartary, being thus left alone, shut himself up in his apartment, and sat down at a window that looked into the garden. That delicious place, and that sweet harmony of an infinite number of birds, which chose it for their retreat, must certainly have diverted him, had he been capable of taking pleasure in anything. But being perpetually tormented with the fatal remembrance of his queen's infamous conduct, his eyes were not so much fixed upon the garden, as lifted up to heaven to bewail his misfortune. While he was thus absorbed in grief, a circumstance occurred which attracted the whole of his attention. A secret gate of the sultan's palace suddenly opened, and there came out of it 20 women, in the midst of whom walked the sultaness, who was easily distinguished from the rest by her majestic air. This princess, thinking that the king of Tartary was gone a hunting with his brother the sultan, came with her retinue near the window of his apartment, for the prince had so placed himself that he could see all that passed in the garden without being perceived himself. He observed that the persons who accompanied the sultaness threw off their veils and long robes, that they might be more at their ease. But he was greatly surprised to find that 10 of them were black men, and that each of these took his mistress. The sultaness on her part was not long without her gallant. She clapped her hands and called, "Masoud, Masoud!" and immediately a black descended from a tree, and ran towards her with great speed. Modesty will not allow, nor is it necessary, to relate what passed between the blacks and the ladies. It is sufficient to say that Shaw zummaun saw enough to convince him that his brother was as much to be pitied as himself. This amorous company continued together till midnight, and having bathed together in a great piece of water, which was one of the chief ornaments of the garden, they dressed themselves, and re-entered the palace by the secret door, all except Masoud, who climbed up his tree, and got over the garden wall as he had come in. These things having passed in the king of Tartary's sight, filled him with a multitude of reflections. "How little reason had I," said he, "to think that none was so unfortunate as myself! It is surely the unavoidable fate of all husbands, since even the sultan my brother, who is sovereign of so many dominions, and the greatest prince of the earth, could not escape. Such being the case, what a fool am I to kill myself with grief! I am resolved that the remembrance of a misfortune so common shall never more disturb my peace." From that moment he forbore afflicting himself. He called for his supper, ate with a better appetite than he had done since his leaving Samarcand, and listened, with some degree of pleasure, to the agreeable concert of vocal and instrumental music that was appointed to entertain him while at table. He continued after this very cheerful, and when he was informed that the sultan was returning, went to meet him, and paid him his compliments with great gaiety. Shahryar at first took no notice of this alteration. He politely expostulated with him for not bearing him company, and without giving him time to reply, entertained him with an account of the great number of deer and other game they had killed, and the pleasure he had received in the chase. Shaw zummaun heard him with attention, and being now relieved from the melancholy which had before depressed his spirits and clouded his talents, took up the conversation in his turn, and spoke 1,000 agreeable and pleasant things to the sultan. Shahryar, who expected to have found him in the same state as he had left him, was overjoyed to see him so cheerful. "Dear brother," said he, "I return thanks to heaven for the happy change it has wrought in you during my absence. I am indeed extremely rejoiced, but I have a request to make to you, and conjure you not to deny me." "I can refuse you nothing," replied the king of Tartary. "You may command Shaw zummaun as you please. Speak, I am impatient to know what you desire of me." "Ever since you came to my court," resumed Shahryar, "I have found you immersed in a deep melancholy, and I have in vain attempted to remove it by different diversions. I imagined it might be occasioned by the distance from your dominions, or that love might have a great share in it, and that the queen of Samarcand, who no doubt is an accomplished beauty, might be the cause. I do not know whether I am mistaken in my conjecture, but I must own that it was for this very reason I would not importune you upon the subject, for fear of making you uneasy. But without myself contributing anything towards effecting the change, I find on my return that your mind is entirely delivered from the black vapour which disturbed it. Pray do me the favour to tell me why you were so melancholy, and wherefore you are no longer so." The king of Tartary continued for some time, as if he had been meditating, and contriving what he should answer, but at last replied, "You are my sultan and master, but excuse me, I beseech you, from answering your question." "No, dear brother," said the sultan, "you must answer me. I will take no denial." Shaw zummaun, not being able to withstand these pressing entreaties, replied, "Well then, brother, I will satisfy you, since you command me." And having told him the story of the queen of Samarcand's treachery, "This," said he, "was the cause of my grief. Judge whether I had not sufficient reason for my depression." "Oh, my brother," said the sultan, in a tone which showed what interest he took in the king of Tartary's affliction, "what a horrible event do you tell me! I commend you for punishing the traitors who offered you such an outrage. None can blame you for what you have done. It was just, and for my part, had the case been mine, I should scarcely have been so moderate. I could not have satisfied myself with the life of one woman. I should have sacrificed 1,000 to my fury. I now cease to wonder at your melancholy. The cause was too afflicting and too mortifying not to overwhelm you. O heaven, what a strange adventure! Nor do I believe the like ever befell any man but yourself. But I must bless God, who has comforted you. And since I doubt not but your consolation is well grounded, be so good as to inform me what it is, and conceal nothing from me. Shaw-zummaun was not so easily prevailed upon in this point as he had been in the other, on his brother's account, but being obliged to yield to his pressing instances, answered, "I must obey you then, since your command is absolute. Yet I am afraid that my obedience will occasion your trouble to be greater than my own. But you must blame yourself, since you force me to reveal what I should otherwise have buried in eternal oblivion." "What you say," answered Shier-ear, "serves only to increase my curiosity. Discover the secret, whatever it be." The king of Tartary, being no longer able to refuse, related to him the particulars of the blacks in disguise, of the ungoverned passion of the sultaness and her ladies, nor did he forget Masoud. After having been witness to these infamous actions, he continued, "I believed all women to be naturally lewd, and that they could not resist their inclination. Being of this opinion, it seemed to me to be in men an unaccountable weakness to place any confidence in their fidelity. This reflection brought me on many others, and in short, I thought the best thing I could do was to make myself easy. It cost me some pains indeed, but at last I grew reconciled, and if you will take my advice, you will follow my example." Though the advice was good, the sultan could not approve of it, but fell into a rage. "What!" said he, "is the sultaness of the Indies capable of prostituting herself in so base a manner? No, brother, I cannot believe what you state, unless I beheld it with my own eyes. Yours must needs have deceived you. The matter is so important that I must be satisfied of it myself." "Dear brother," answered Shaw-zummaun, "that you may, without much difficulty. Appoint another hunting match, and when we are out of town with your court and mine, we will rest under our tents, and at night let you and I return unattended to my apartments. I am certain the next day you will see a repetition of the scene." The sultan approved the stratagem, immediately appointed another hunting match, and that same day the tents were pitched at the place appointed. The next day the two princes set out with all their retinue. They arrived at the place of encampment, and stayed there till night. Shahryar then called his grand vizier, and without acquainting him with his design, commanded him during his absence to suffer no person to quit the camp on any presence whatever. As soon as he had given this order, the king of Grand Tartary and he took horse, passed through the camp incognito, returned to the city, and went to Shah-zummaun's apartment. They had scarcely placed themselves in the window whence the king of Tartary had beheld the scene of the disguised blacks, when the secret gate opened, and the sultaness and her ladies entered the garden with the blacks. And she, having called to Masoud, the sultan saw more than enough fully to convince him of his dishonour and misfortune. "O heavens!" he exclaimed, "what indignity! What horror! Can the wife of a sovereign be capable of such infamous conduct? After this, let no prince boast of being perfectly happy. Alas, my brother!" continued he, embracing the king of Tartary, "let us both renounce the world. Honour is banished out of it. If it flatter us one day, it betrays us the next. Let us abandon our dominions, and go into foreign countries, where we may lead an obscure life, and conceal our misfortunes." Shaw-zummaun did not at all approve of this plan, but did not think fit to contradict Shahryar in the heat of his passion. "Dear brother," he replied, "your will shall be mine. I am ready to follow you whithersoever you please. But promise me that you will return, if we meet with any one more unhappy than ourselves." "To this I agree," said the sultan, "but doubt much whether we shall." "I am not of your opinion in this," replied the king of Tartary. "I fancy our journey will be but short." Having thus resolved, they went secretly out of the palace. They travelled as long as daylight continued, and lay the first night under trees. They arose about break of day, went on till they came to a fine meadow on the seashore, that was besprinkled with large trees. They sat down under one of them to rest and refresh themselves, and the chief subject of their conversation was the infidelity of their wives. They had not rested long before they heard a frightful noise from the sea, and a terrible cry which filled them with fear. The sea then opened, and there arose something like a great black column, which reached almost to the clouds. This redoubled their terror, made them rise with haste, and climb up into a tree and hide themselves. They had scarcely got up, when, looking to the place from whence the noise proceeded, and where the sea had opened, they observed that the black column advanced, winding about towards the shore, cleaving the water before it. They could not at first think what this could mean, but in a little time they found that it was one of those malignant genies that are mortal enemies to mankind, and are always doing them mischief. He was black and frightful, had the shape of a giant of a prodigious stature, and carried on his head a large glass box, fastened with 4 locks of fine steel. He entered the meadow with his burden, which he laid down just at the foot of the tree where the 2 princes were concealed, who gave themselves over as lost. The genie sat down by his box, and opening it with 4 keys that he had at his girdle, there came out a lady magnificently apparelled, of a majestic stature and perfect beauty. The monster made her sit down by him, and eyeing her with an amorous look, said, "Lady, nay, most accomplished of all ladies who are admired for their beauty, my charming mistress, who I carried off on your wedding day, and have loved so constantly ever since, let me sleep a few moments by you, for I find myself so very drowsy that I come to this place to take a little rest." Having spoken thus, he laid down his huge head upon the lady's knees, and stretching out his legs, which reached as far as the sea, he fell asleep presently, and snored so loud that he made the shores echo. The lady, happening at this time to look up, saw the 2 princes in the tree, and made a sign to them with her hand to come down without making any noise. Their fear was extreme when they found themselves discovered, and they prayed the lady, by other signs, to excuse them. But she, after having laid the monster's head softly on the ground, rose up and spoke to them with a low but eager voice, to come down to her. She would take no denial. They informed her by signs that they were afraid of the genie, and would fain have been excused. Upon which she ordered them to come down, and threatened, if they did not make haste, to awaken the genie, and cause him to put them to death. These words so much intimidated the princes, that they began to descend with all possible precaution, lest they should awaken the genie. When they had come down, the lady took them by the hand, and going a little farther with them under the trees, made them a very urgent proposal. At first they rejected it, but she obliged them to comply by her threats. Having obtained what she desired, she perceived that each of them had a ring on his finger, which she demanded. As soon as she had received them, she pulled out a string of other rings, which she showed the princes, and asked them if they knew what those jewels meant. "No," said they. "We hope you will be pleased to inform us." "These are," she replied, "the rings of all the men to whom I have granted my favours. There are 80, which I keep as memorials of them, and I asked for yours to make up the 100. So that I have 100 gallants already, notwithstanding the vigilance of this wicked genie, who never leaves me. He may lock me up in this glass box and hide me in the bottom of the sea, but I find methods to elude his vigilance. You may see this, that when a woman has formed a project, there is no husband or lover that can prevent her from putting it in execution. Men had better not put their wives under such restraint, as it only serves to teach them cunning." Having spoken thus to them, she put their rings on the same string with the rest, and sitting down by the monster, as before, laid his head upon her lap, and made a sign to the princes to depart. They returned immediately the way they had come, and when they were out of sight of the lady and the genie, Shahryar said to Shaw-zummaun, "Well, brother, what do you think of this adventure? Have not the genie a very faithful mistress? And do you not agree that there is no wickedness equal to that of women?" "Yes, brother," answered the king of Great Tartary, "and you must also agree that the monster is more unfortunate and more to be pitied than ourselves. Therefore, since we have found what we sought for, let us return to our dominions, and let not this hinder us from marrying. For my part, I know a method by which to preserve the fidelity of my wife inviolable. I will say no more at present, but you will hear of it in a little time, and I am sure you will follow my example." The sultan agreed with his brother, and continuing their journey, they arrived in the camp the third night after their departure. The news of the sultan's return being spread, the courtiers came betimes in the morning before his pavilion to wait his pleasure. He ordered them to enter, received them with a more pleasant air than he had formerly done, and gave each of them a present. After which he told them he would go no farther, ordered them to take horse, and return with expedition to his palace. As soon as he arrived, he proceeded to the sultaness's apartment, commanded her to be bound before him, and delivered to his grand vizier, with an order to strangle her, which was accordingly executed by that minister, without inquiring into her crime. The enraged prince did not stop here, but cut off the heads of all the sultaness's ladies with his own hand. After this rigorous punishment, being persuaded that no woman was chaste, he resolved, in order to prevent the disloyalty of such as he should afterwards marry, to wed one every night, and have her strangled next morning. Having imposed this cruel law upon himself, he swore that he would put it into force immediately after the departure of the king of Tartary, who shortly took leave of him, and being laden with magnificent presents, set forward on his journey. Shaw-zummaun having departed, Shahryar ordered his grand vizier to bring him the daughter of one of his generals. The vizier obeyed. The sultan lay with her, and putting her next morning into his hands again, in order to have her strangled, commanded him to provide him another the next night. Whatever reluctance the vizier might feel to put such orders in execution, as he owed blind obedience to the sultan his master, he was forced to submit. He brought then him the daughter of a subaltern, whom he also put to death the next day. After her he brought a citizen's daughter, and, in a word, there was every day a maid married and a wife murdered. The rumour of this unparalleled barbarity occasioned a general consternation in the city, where there was nothing but crying and lamenting. Here a father in tears, and inconsolable for the loss of his daughter, and there tender mothers dreading lest their daughter should share the same fate, filling the air with cries of distress and apprehension. So that, instead of the commendation and blessings which the Sultan had hitherto received from his subjects, their mouths were now filled with imprecations. The Grand Vizier, who, as has already been observed, was the unwilling executioner of this horrid course of injustice, had two daughters, the elder called Scheherazade, and the younger Dinarzade. The latter was highly accomplished, but the former possessed courage, wit, and penetration, infinitely above her sex. She had read much, and had so admirable a memory, that she never forgot anything she had read. She had successfully applied herself to philosophy, medicine, history, and the liberal arts, and her poetry excelled the compositions of the best writers of her time. Besides this, she was a perfect beauty, and all her accomplishments were crowned by solid virtue. The vizier loved this daughter, so worthy of his affection. One day, as they were conversing together, she said to him, "Father, I have one favour to beg of you, and most humbly pray you to grant it." "I will not refuse," answered he, "provided it be just and reasonable." "For the justice of it," resumed she, "there can be no question, and you may judge of this by the motive which obliges me to make the request. I wish to stop that barbarity which the Sultan exercises upon the families of this city. I would dispel those painful apprehensions which so many mothers feel of losing their daughters in such a fatal manner." "Your design, daughter," replied the vizier, "is very commendable, but the evil you would remedy seems to me incurable. How do you propose to effect your purpose?" "Father," said Scheherazade, "since by your means the Sultan makes every day a new marriage, I conjure you, by the tender affection you bear me, to procure me the honour of his bed." The vizier could not hear this without horror. "O heaven!" he replied in a passion, "have you lost your senses, daughter, that you make such a dangerous request? You know the Sultan has sworn that he will never lie above one night with the same woman, and to command her to be killed the next morning. Would you then have me propose you to him? Consider well to what your indiscreet zeal will expose you." "Yes, dear father," replied the virtuous daughter, "I know the risk I run, but that does not alarm me. If I perish, my death will be glorious, and if I succeed, I shall do my country an important service." "No, no," said the vizier. "Whatever you may offer to induce me to let you throw yourself into such imminent danger, do not imagine that I will ever consent. When the Sultan shall command me to strike my poniard into your heart, alas, I must obey. And what an employment will that be for a father! Ah, if you do not dread death, at least cherish some fears of afflicting me with the mortal grief of imbuing my hands in your blood." "Once more, father," replied Scheherazade, "grant me the favour I solicit." "Your stubbornness," resumed the vizier, "will rouse my anger. Why will you run headlong to your ruin? They who do not foresee the end of a dangerous enterprise can never conduct it to a happy issue. I am afraid the same thing will happen to you as befell the ass, which was well off, but could not remain so." "What misfortune befell the ass?" demanded Scheherazade. "I will tell you," replied the vizier, "if you will hear me." Section 2.
Section 2 of the Arabian Nights Entertainments, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Siegel. The Arabian Nights Entertainments, Volume 1, by Anonymous. Translated by Dr. Jonathan Scott. Section 2. The Ass, the Ox, and the Laborer. A very wealthy merchant possessed several country houses, where he kept a large number of cattle of every kind. He retired with his wife and family to one of these estates, in order to improve it under his own direction. He had the gift of understanding the language of beasts, but with this condition, that he should not, on pain of death, interpret it to anyone else. And this hindered him from communicating to others what he learned by means of this faculty. He kept in the same stall an ox and an ass. One day, as he sat near them, and was amusing himself in looking at his children who were playing about him, he heard the ox say to the ass, "Sprightly! Oh, how happy do I think you, when I consider the ease you enjoy, and the little labour that is required of you. You are carefully rubbed down and washed, you have well-dressed corn, and fresh clean water. Your greatest business is to carry the merchant, our master, when he has any little journey to make, and were it not for that, you would be perfectly idle. I am treated in a very different manner, and my condition is as deplorable as yours is fortunate. Daylight no sooner appears than I am fastened to a plough, and made to work till night, which so fatigues me, that sometimes my strength entirely fails. Besides, the labourer who is always behind me beats me continually. By drawing the plough, my tail is all flayed, and in short, after having laboured from morning to night, when I am brought in, they give me nothing to eat but sorry dry beans, not so much as cleansed from dirt, or other food equally bad, and to heighten my misery, when I have filled my belly with such ordinary stuff, I am forced to lie all night in my own dung, so that you see I have reason to envy your lot." The ass did not interrupt the ox, but when he had concluded, answered, "They that call you a foolish beast do not lie. You are too simple. You suffer them to conduct you whither they please, and show no manner of resolution. In the meantime, what advantage do you reap from all the indignities you suffer? You kill yourself for the ease, pleasure, and profit of those who give you no thanks for your service. But they would not treat you so, if you had as much courage as strength. When they come to fasten you to the stall, why do you not resist? Why do you not gore them with your horns, and show that you are angry by striking your foot against the ground? And in short, why do you not frighten them by bellowing aloud? Nature has furnished you with means to command respect, but you do not use them. They bring you sorry beans and bad straw. Eat none of them, only smell and then leave them. If you follow my advice, you will soon experience a change, for which you will thank me." The ox took the ass's advice in very good part, and owned he was much obliged to him. "Dear Sprightly," added he, "I will not fail to do as you direct, and you shall see how I will acquit myself." Here ended their conversation, of which the merchant lost not a word. Early the next morning the labourer went for the ox. He fastened him to the plough, and conducted him to his usual work. The ox, who had not forgotten the ass's counsel, was very troublesome and untowardly all that day, and in the evening, when the labourer brought him back to the stall and began to fasten him, the malicious beast, instead of presenting his head willingly as he used to do, was restive and drew back bellowing, and then made at the labourer as if he would have gored him with his horns. In a word, he did all that the ass advised him. The day following, the labourer came as usual, to take the ox to his labour, but finding the stall full of beans, the straw that he had put in the night before not touched, and the ox lying on the ground with his legs stretched out, and panting in a strange manner, he believed him to be unwell, pitied him, and thinking that it was not proper to take him to work, went immediately and acquainted his master with his condition. The merchant, perceiving that the ox had followed all the mischievous advice of the ass, determined to punish the latter, and accordingly ordered the labourer to go and put him in the ox's place, and to be sure to work him hard. The labourer did as he was desired. The ass was forced to draw the plough all that day, which fatigued him so much the more, as he was not accustomed to that kind of labour. Besides, he had been so soundly beaten that he could scarcely stand when he came back. Meanwhile the ox was mightily pleased. He ate up all that was in his stall, and rested himself the whole day. He rejoiced that he had followed the ass's advice, blessed him 1,000 times for the kindness he had done him, and did not fail to express his obligations when the ass had returned. The ass made no reply, so vexed was he at the ill treatment he had received, but he said within himself, "It is by my own imprudence that I have brought this misfortune upon myself. I lived happily, everything smiled upon me. I had all that I could wish, and it is my own fault that I am brought to this miserable condition, and if I cannot contrive some way to get out of it, I am certainly undone." As he spoke, his strength was so much exhausted that he fell down in his stall, as if he had been half dead. Here the Grand Vizier himself to Scheherazade, and said, "Daughter, you act just like this ass. You will expose yourself to destruction by your erroneous policy. Take my advice. Remain quiet, and do not seek to hasten your death." "Father," replied Scheherazade, "the example you have set before me will not induce me to change my resolution. I will never cease importuning you until you present me to the Sultan as his bride." The vizier, perceiving that she persisted in her demand, replied, "Alas! Then, since you will continue obstinate, I shall be obliged to treat you in the same manner as the merchant whom I before referred to treated his wife a short time after." The merchant, understanding that the ass was in a lamentable condition, was desirous of knowing what passed between him and the ox. Therefore, after supper, he went out by moonlight and sat down by them, his wife bearing him company. After his arrival, he heard the ass say to the ox, "Comrade, tell me, I pray you, what you intend to do tomorrow when the laborer brings you meat." "What will I do?" replied the ox. "I will continue to act as you taught me. I will draw back from him and threaten him with my horns, as I did yesterday. I will feign myself ill and at the point of death." "Beware of that," replied the ass. "It will ruin you, for as I came home this evening, I heard the merchant, our master, say something that makes me tremble for you." "Alas! What did you hear?" demanded the ox. "As you love me, withhold nothing from me, my dear Sprightly." "Our master," replied the ass, "addressed himself thus to the laborer. Since the ox does not eat and is not able to work, I would have him killed tomorrow, and we will give his flesh as an alms to the poor for God's sake. As for the skin, that will be of use to us, and I would have you give it to the courier to dress. Therefore, be sure to send for the butcher." "This is what I had to tell you," said the ass. "The interest I feel in your preservation and my friendship for you obliged me to make it known to you and to give you new advice. As soon as they bring you your bran and straw, rise up and eat heartily. Our master will by this think that you are recovered, and no doubt will recall his orders for killing you. But if you act otherwise, you will certainly be slaughtered." This discourse had the effect which the ass designed. The ox was greatly alarmed and bellowed for fear. The merchant, who heard the conversation very attentively, fell into a loud fit of laughter. His wife was greatly surprised, and asked, "Pray, husband, tell me what you laugh at so heartily that I may laugh with you." "Wife," replied he, "you must content yourself with hearing me laugh." "No," returned she, "I will know the reason." "I cannot afford you that satisfaction," he, "and can only inform you that I laugh at what our ass just now said to the ox. The rest is a secret, which I am not allowed to reveal." "What," demanded she, "hinders you from revealing the secret?" "If I tell it you," replied he, "I shall forfeit my life." "You only jeer me," cried his wife. "What would you have me believe cannot be true? If you do not directly satisfy me as to what you laugh at, and tell me what the ox and the ass said to one another, I swear by heaven that you and I shall never bed together again." Having spoken thus, she went into the house, and seating herself in a corner, cried there all night. Her husband lay alone, and finding next morning that she continued in the same humour, told her she was very foolish to afflict herself in that manner, that the thing was not worth so much, that it concerned her very little to know, while it was of the utmost consequence to him to keep the secret. "Therefore," continued he, "I conjure you to think no more of it." "I shall still think so much of it," replied she, "as never to forbear weeping till you have satisfied my curiosity." "But I tell you very seriously," answered he, "that it will cost me my life if I yield to your indiscreet solicitations." "Let what will happen," said she, "I do insist upon it." "I perceive," resumed the merchant, "that it is impossible to bring you to reason, and since I foresee that you will occasion your own death by your obstinacy, I will call in your children, that they may see you before you die." Accordingly he called for them, and sent for her father and mother, and other relations. When they were come and had heard the reason of their being summoned, they did all they could to convince her that she was in the wrong, but to no purpose. She told them she would rather die than yield that point to her husband. Her father and mother spoke to her by herself, and told her that what she desired to know was of no importance to her, but they could produce no effect upon her, either by their authority or by entreaties. When her children saw that nothing would prevail to draw her out of that sullen temper, they wept bitterly. The merchant himself was half frantic, and almost ready to risk his own life to save that of his wife, whom he sincerely loved. The merchant had 50 hens and 1 cock, with a dog that gave good heed to all that passed. While the merchant was considering what he had best do, he saw his dog run towards the cock as he was treading a hen, and heard him say to him, "Cock, I am sure heaven will not let you live long. Are you not ashamed to add thus today?" The cock, standing up on tiptoe, answered fiercely, "And why not today as well as other days?" "If you do not know," replied the dog, "then I will tell you that this day our master is in great perplexity. His wife would have him reveal a secret which is of such a nature that the disclosure would cost him his life. Things are come to that pass that it is to be feared he will scarcely have resolution enough to resist his wife's obstinacy. For he loves her, and is affected by the tears she continually sheds. We are all alarmed at this situation, while you only insult our melancholy, and have the impudence to divert yourself with your hens." The cock answered the dog's reproof thus: "What, has our master so little sense? He has but one wife, and cannot govern her, and though I have 50, I make them all do what I please. Let him use his reason. He will soon find a way to rid himself of this trouble." "How?" demanded the dog. "What would you have him do?" "Let him go into the room where his wife is," resumed the cock, "lock the door, and take a stick and thrash her well, and I will answer for it, that will bring her to her senses, and make her forbear to importune him to discover what he ought not to reveal." The merchant had no sooner heard what the cock said than he took up a stick, went to his wife, whom he found still crying, and shutting the door, belaboured her so soundly that she cried out, "Enough, husband, enough! Forbear, and I will never ask the question more." Upon this, perceiving that she repented of her impertinent curiosity, he desisted, and opening the door, her friends came in, were glad to find her cured of her obstinacy, and complimented her husband upon this happy expedient to bring his wife to reason. "Daughter," added the Grand Vizier, "you deserve to be treated as the merchant treated his wife."
"Father," replied Scheherazade, "I beg that you would not take it ill that I persist in my opinion. I am nothing moved by the story of this woman. I could relate many to persuade you that you ought not to oppose my design. Besides, pardon me for declaring that your opposition is in vain, for if your paternal affection should hinder you from granting my request, I will go and offer myself to the Sultan." In short, the father, being overcome by the resolution of his daughter, yielded to her importunity, and though he was much grieved that he could not divert her from so fatal a resolution, he went instantly to acquaint the Sultan that next night he would bring him Scheherazade. The Sultan was much surprised at the sacrifice which the Grand Vizier proposed to make.
"How could you," said he, "resolve to bring me your own daughter?" "Sir," answered the Vizier, "it is her own offer. The sad destiny that awaits her could not intimidate her. She prefers the honour of being your Majesty's wife for one night to her life." "But do not act under a mistake, Vizier," said the Sultan. "Tomorrow, when I place Scheherazade in your hands, I expect you will put her to death, and if you fail, I swear that your own life shall answer." "Sir," rejoined the Vizier, "my heart without doubt will be full of grief to execute your commands, but it is to no purpose for nature to murmur. Though I am her father, I will answer for the fidelity of my hand to obey your order." Shahryar accepted his minister's offer, and told him he might bring his daughter when he pleased. The Grand Vizier went with the intelligence to Scheherazade, who received it with as much joy as if it had been the most agreeable information she could have received. She thanked her father for having so greatly obliged her, and perceiving that he was overwhelmed with grief, told him for his consolation that she hoped he would never repent of having married her to the Sultan, and that, on the contrary, he should have reason to rejoice at his compliance all his days. Her business now was to adorn herself to appear before the Sultan. But before she went, she took her sister Dinarzade apart, and said to her, "My dear sister, I have need of your assistance in a matter of great importance, and must pray you not to deny it me. My father is going to conduct me to the Sultan. Do not let this alarm you, but hear me with patience. As soon as I am in his presence, I will pray him to allow you to lie in the bride chamber, that I may enjoy your company this one night more. If I obtain that favour, as I hope to do, remember to awake me tomorrow an hour before day, and to address me in these or some such words. My sister, if you be not asleep, I pray you that till daybreak, which will be very shortly, you will relate to me one of the entertaining stories of which you have read so many. I will immediately tell you one, and I hope by this means to deliver the city from the consternation it is under at present." Dinarzade answered that she would with pleasure act as she required her. The Grand Vizier conducted Scheherazade to the palace, and retired after having introduced her into the Sultan's apartment. As soon as the Sultan was left alone with her, he ordered her to uncover her face. He found her so beautiful that he was perfectly charmed, but perceiving her to be in tears, demanded the reason.
Sir, answered Scheherazade, I have a sister who loves me tenderly, and I could wish that she might be allowed to pass the night in this chamber, that I might see her, and once more bid her adieu. Will you be pleased to allow me the consolation of giving her this last testimony of my affection?
Shahryar having consented, Dinarzade was sent for, who came with all possible expedition. An hour before day, Dinarzade failed not to do as her sister had ordered.
My dear sister, cried she, if you be not asleep, I pray that until daybreak, which will be very shortly, you will tell me one of those pleasant stories you have read. Alas! This may perhaps be the last time I shall enjoy that pleasure.
Scheherazade, instead of answering her sister, addressed herself to the Sultan.
Sir, will your Majesty be pleased to allow me to afford my sister this satisfaction?
With all my heart, replied the Sultan. Scheherazade then bade her sister attend, and afterwards, addressing herself to Shahryar, proceeded as follows. End of Section 2. Recording by Paul Siegel of Maynard, Massachusetts.
Section 3 of the Arabian Nights Entertainments Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tim Gregory. The Arabian Nights Entertainments Volume 1 by Anonymous. Translated by Dr. Jonathan Scott. Section 3. The Merchant and the Genie. There was formerly a merchant who possessed much property in lands, goods, and money, and had a great number of clerks, factors, and slaves. He was obliged from time to time to visit his correspondents on business. And one day, being under the necessity of going a long journey on an affair of importance, he took horse, and carried with him a wallet containing biscuits and dates, because he had a great desert to pass over, where he could procure no sorts of provisions. He arrived without any incident at the end of his journey, and having dispatched his affairs, took horse again in order to return home. The 4th day of his journey, he was so much incommoded by the heat of the sun, that the reflection of that heat from the earth, that he turned out of the road to refresh himself under some trees. He found at the root of a large tree a fountain of very clear running water. Having alighted, he tied his horse to a branch, and sitting down by the fountain, took some biscuits and dates out of his wallet. As he ate his dates, he threw the shells carelessly in different directions. When he had finished his repast, being a good Mussulman, he washed his hands, face, and feet, and said his prayers. Before he had finished, and while he was yet on his knees, he saw a genie, white with age, and of monstrous bulk, advancing toward him with a scimitar in his hand. The genie spoke to him in a terrible voice. "Rise, that I may kill thee with this scimitar, as thou hast killed my son," and accompanied these words with a frightful cry. The merchant, being as much alarmed at the hideous shape of the monster as at his threatening language, answered him, trembling, "Alas, my good lord, of what crime can I be guilty toward you, that you should take away my life?" "I will," replied the genie, "kill thee as thou hast killed my son." "Heavens!" exclaimed the merchant, "how could I kill your son? I never knew, and never saw him." "Did you not sit down when you came hither?" demanded the genie. "Did you not take dates out of your wallet? And as you ate them, did you not throw the shells about in different directions?" "I did all that you say," answered the merchant. "I cannot deny it." "If it be so," resumed the genie, "I tell thee that thou hast killed my son. And in this manner, when thou wert throwing the shells about, my son was passing by, and thou didst throw one into his eye, which killed him. Therefore I must kill thee." "Oh, my lord!" "Pardon me," cried the merchant. "No pardon," exclaimed the genie. "No mercy. Is it not just to kill him that has killed another?" "I agree that it is," replied the merchant, "but certainly I never killed your son, and if I have, it was unknown to me, and I did it innocently. I beg you, therefore, to pardon me, and suffer me to live." "No, no," returned the genie, persisting in his resolution. "I must kill thee, since thou hast killed my son." Then, taking the merchant by the arm, he threw him with his face on the ground and lifted up his scimitar to cut off his head. The merchant, with tears, protested he was innocent, bewailed his wife and children, and supplicated the genie in the most moving expressions. The genie, with his scimitar still lifted up, had the patience to hear his unfortunate victims to the end of his lamentations, but he would not relent. "All this whining," said the monster, "is to no purpose. Though you should shed tears of blood, they would not hinder me from killing thee as thou hast killed my son." "What!" exclaimed the merchant, "can nothing prevail with you? Will you absolutely take away the life of a poor innocent?" "Yes," replied the genie, "I am resolved." As soon as she had spoken these words, perceiving it was day, and knowing that the Sultan rose early in the morning to say his prayers and hold his council, Scheherazade discontinued her story. "Dear sister," said Dinarzade, "what a wonderful story this is!" "The remainder of it," replied Scheherazade, "is more surprising, and you will be of this opinion, if the Sultan will but permit me to live over this day, and allow me to proceed with the relation of the ensuing night." Shahryar, who had listened to Scheherazade with much interest, said to himself, "I will wait till tomorrow, for I can at any time put her to death when she has concluded her story." Having thus resolved not to put Scheherazade to death that day, he rose and went to his prayers, and to attend his council. During this time the Grand Vizier was in utmost distress. Instead of sleeping, he spent the night in sighs and groans, bewailing the lot of his daughter, of whom he believed he should himself shortly be the executioner. As, with this melancholy prospect before him, he dreaded to meet the Sultan, he was agreeably surprised when he found the prince enter the council chamber without giving him the fatal orders he expected. The Sultan, according to his custom, spent the day in regulating his affairs, and when the night had closed in, retired with Scheherazade. The next morning before day, Dinarzade failed not to call to her sister, "My dear sister, if you be not asleep, I pray you till daybreak, which is very near, to go on with the story you began last night." The Sultan, without waiting for Scheherazade to ask his permission, bade her proceed with the story of the genie and the merchant, upon which Scheherazade continued her relation as follows. F.N. In the original work, Scheherazade continually breaks off to ask the Sultan to spare her life for another day, that she may finish the story she is relating. As these interruptions considerably interfere with the continued interest of the stories, it has been deemed advisable to omit them. When the merchant saw that the genie was going to cut off his head, he cried aloud to him, "For heaven's sake, hold your hand! Allow me one word! Have the goodness to grant me some respite, to bid my wife and children adieu, to divest my estate among them by will, that they may not go to law after my death. When I have done this, I will come back and submit to whatever you shall please to command." "But," said the genie, "if I grant you the time you ask, I doubt you will never return." "If you will believe my oath," answered the merchant, "I swear by all that is sacred, that I will come and meet you here without fail." "What time do you require, then?" demanded the genie. "I ask a year," said the merchant. "I cannot, in less, settle my affairs, and prepare myself to die without regret. But I promise you that this day, 12 months, I will return under these trees, to put myself into your hands." "Do you take heaven to be witness to this promise?" said the genie. "I do," answered the merchant, "and you may rely upon my oath." Upon this the genie left him near the fountain, and disappeared. The merchant, being recovered from his terror, mounted his horse, and proceeded on his journey, glad on the one hand that he escaped so great a danger, but grieved on the other when he reflected on his fatal oath. When he reached home, his wife and children received him with all the demonstrations of perfect joy. But he, instead of returning their caresses, wept so bitterly that his family apprehended something calamitous had befallen him. His wife inquired the reason of his excessive grief and tears. "We are all overjoyed," said she, "at your return, but you alarm us by your lamentations. Pray tell us the cause of your sorrow." "Alas," replied the husband, "I have but a year to live." He then related what had passed betwixt him and the genie, and informed her that he had given him his oath to return at the end of the year, to receive death from his hands. When they heard this afflicting intelligence, they all began to lament in the most distressing manner. His wife uttered the most piteous cries, beat her face, and tore her hair. The children, all in tears, made the house resound with their groans, and the father, not being able to resist the impulse of nature, mingled his tears with theirs, so that, in a word, they exhibited the most affecting spectacle possible. On the following morning the merchant applied himself to put his affairs in order, and first of all to pay his debts. He made presents to his friends, gave liberal alms to the poor, set his slaves of both sexes at liberty, divided his property among his children, appointed guardians for that such of them as were not of age, and after restoring to his wife all that was due her by their marriage contract, he gave her in addition as much as the law would allow him. At last the year expired, and he was obliged to depart. He put his burial clothes in his wallet, but when he came to bid his wife and children adieu, their grief surpassed description. They could not reconcile their minds to the separation, but resolved to go and die with him. When, however, it became necessary for him to tear himself from these dear objects, he addressed them in the following terms: "My dear wife and children, I obey the will of heaven in quitting you. Follow my example, submit with fortitude to this necessity, and consider that it is the destiny of man to die." Having thus spoke, he went out of the hearing of the cries of his family, and pursuing his journey, arrived on the day appointed at the place where he had promised to meet the genie. He alighted, and seating himself down by the fountain, waited the coming of the genie with all the sorrow imaginable. Whilst he languished under this painful expectation, an old man, leading a hind, appeared and drew near him. After they had saluted one another, the old man said to him, "Brother, may I ask why you are come into this desert place, which is possessed solely by evil spirits, and where consequently you cannot be safe? From the beautiful trees which are seen here, one might indeed suppose the place inhabited, but it is in reality a wilderness, where it can be dangerous to remain long." The merchant satisfied his curiosity, and related to him the adventure which obliged him to be there. The old man listened with astonishment, and when he had done, exclaimed, "This is the most surprising thing in the world, and you are bound by the most inviolable oath. However, I will be the witness of your interview with the genie." He then seated himself by the merchant, and they entered into conversation. "But I see day," said Scheherazade, "and must leave off. Yet the best of the story is to come." The Sultan, resolving to hear the end of it, suffered her to live that day also. The next morning Dinarzade made the same request to her sister as before. "My dear sister," said she, "if you be not asleep, tell me one of the pleasant stories that you have read." But the Sultan, wishing to learn what followed betwixt the merchant and the genie, bade her proceed with that, which she did as follows. "Sir, while the merchant and the old man who led the hind were conversing, they saw another old man coming towards them, followed by 2 black dogs, and after they had saluted one another, he asked them what they did in that place. The old man with the hind told him the adventure of the merchant and genie, with all that had passed between them, particularly the merchant's oath. He added that it was the day agreed on, and that he was resolved to stay and see the issue. The second old man, thinking it was also worth his curiosity, resolved to do the same, and took his seat beside them. They had scarcely begun to converse together when there arrived a third old man leading a mule. He addressed himself to the 2 former, and asked why the merchant who sat with them looked so melancholy. They told him the reason, which appeared to him so extraordinary that he also resolved to witness the result. For that purpose sat down with them. In a short time they perceived a thick vapor, like a cloud of dust raised by a whirlwind, advancing toward them. When it had come to them, it suddenly vanished, and the genie appeared, who, without saluting them, went to the merchant with a drawn scimitar, taking him by the arm, said, "Get thee up, that I may kill thee as thou didst my son." The merchant and the 3 old men began to lament and fill the air with their cries. When the old man who led the hind saw the genie lay hold of the merchant and about to kill him, he threw himself at the feet of the monster, and kissing them said, "Prince of genies, I most humbly request you to suspend your anger and do me the favor to hear me. I will tell you the history of my life, and of the hind you see, and if you think it more wonderful and surprising than the adventure of the merchant, I hope you will pardon the unfortunate man a third of his offense." The genie took some time to deliberate on this proposal, but answered at last, "Well then, I agree." End of Section 3. Recording by Tim Gregory, Seattle, Washington. Section 4 of the Arabian Nights Entertainments, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tim Gregory. The Arabian Nights Entertainments, Volume 1, by Anonymous, translated by Dr. Jonathan Scott, Section 4. The Story of the First Old Man and the Hind. I shall begin my story then. Listen to me, I pray you, with attention. This hind you see is my cousin. Nay, what is more, my wife. She was only 12 years of age when I married her, so that I may justly say, she ought to regard me equally as her father, her kinsman, and her husband. We lived together 20 years without any children. Her barrenness did not affect any change in my love. I still treated her with much kindness and affection. My desire of having children only induced me to purchase a slave, by whom I had a son, who was extremely promising. My wife, being jealous, cherished a hatred for both mother and child, but concealed her aversion so well that I knew nothing of it till it was too late. Meantime, my son grew up, and was 10 years old, when I was obliged to undertake a long journey. Before I went, I recommended to my wife, of whom I had no mistrust, the slave and her son, and prayed her to take care of them during my absence, which was to be for a whole year. She, however, employed that time to satisfy her hatred. She applied herself to magic, and when she had learnt enough of that diabolical art to execute her horrible design, the wretch carried my son to a desolate place, where, by her enchantments, she changed him into a calf, and gave him to my farmer to fatten, pretending she had bought him. Her enmity did not stop at this abominable action, but she likewise changed the slave into a cow, and gave her also to my farmer. At my return I inquired for the mother and child. "Your slave," said she, "is dead, and as for your son, I know not what is become of him. I have not seen him this 2 months." I was afflicted at the death of the slave, but as she informed me my son had only disappeared, I was in hopes he would shortly return. However, 8 months passed, and I heard nothing of him. When the festival of the great Bayram was to be celebrated, I sent my farmer for one of the fattest cows to sacrifice. He accordingly sent me one, and the cow which was brought before me proved to be my slave, the unfortunate mother of my son. I bound her, but as I was going to sacrifice her, she bellowed piteously, and I could perceive tears streaming from her eyes. This seemed to me very extraordinary, and finding myself moved with compassion, I could not find in my heart to give her a blow, but ordered my farmer to get me another. My wife, who was present, was enraged at my tenderness, and resisting an order which disappointed her malice, she cried out, "What are you doing, husband? Sacrifice that cow. Your farmer has not a finer nor one fitter for the festival." Out of deference to my wife, I came again to the cow, and combating my compassion, which suspended the sacrifice, was going to give her the fatal blow, when the victim, redoubling her tears and bellowing, disarmed me a second time. I then put the mallet into the farmer's hands, and desired him to take it and sacrifice her himself, for her tears and bellowing pierced my heart. The farmer, less compassionate than myself, sacrificed her. But when he flayed her, he found her to be nothing except bones, though she seemed very fat. "Take her yourself," said I to him. "Dispose of her in alms or any way you please. And if you have a very fat calf, bring it me in her stead." I did not inquire what he did with the cow, but soon after he had taken her away, he had returned with the fat calf. Though I knew not the calf was my son, yet I could not forbear being moved at the sight of him. On his part, as soon as he beheld me, he made so great an effort to come near me that he broke his cord. He threw himself at my feet, with his head against the ground, as if he meant to excite my compassion, conjuring me not to be so cruel as to take his life, and did as much as was possible for him to signify that he was my son. I was more surprised and affected with this action than with the tears of the cow. I felt a tender pity, which interested me on this behalf, or rather, nature did its duty. "Go," said I to the farmer, "carry home that calf, take great care of him, and bring me another in his stead immediately." As soon as my wife heard me give this order, she exclaimed, "What are you about, husband? Take my advice, sacrifice no other calf but that." "Wife," I replied, "I will not sacrifice him. I will spare him, and pray do not you oppose me." The wicked woman had no regard to my wishes. She hated my son too much to consent that I should save him. I tied the poor creature, and taking up the fatal knife, was going to plunge it into my son's throat, when, turning his eyes bathed with tears in a languishing manner towards me, he affected me so much that I had not strength to kill him. I let the knife fall, and told my wife positively that I would have another calf to sacrifice, and not that. She used all her endeavors to persuade me to change my resolution, but I continued firm, and pacified her a little by promising that I would sacrifice him against the Bairam of the following year. The next morning my farmer desired to speak to me alone. "I come," said he, "to communicate to you a piece of intelligence, for which I hope you will return me thanks. I have a daughter that has some skill in magic. Yesterday, as I carried back the calf which you would not sacrifice, I perceived she laughed when she saw him, and in a moment after fell a-weeping. I asked her why she acted two such opposite parts at one and the same time. 'Rather,' replied she, 'the calf you bring back is our landlord's son. I laughed for joy to see him still alive, and wept at the remembrance of the sacrifice that was made the other day of his mother, who was changed into a cow. These two metamorphoses were made by the enchantments of our master's wife, who hated both the mother and the son.' 'This is what my daughter told me,' said the farmer, 'and I come to acquaint you with it.' I leave you to judge how much I was surprised. I went immediately to my farmer, to speak to his daughter myself. As soon as I arrived, I went forthwith to the stall where my son was kept. He could not return my embraces, but received them in such a manner as fully satisfied me he was my son. The farmer's daughter came to us. 'My good maid,' said I, 'can you restore my son to his former shape?' 'Yes,' she replied, 'I can.' 'Ah,' said I, 'if you do, I will make you mistress of all my fortune.' She answered me, smiling, 'You are our master, and I well know what I owe to you, but I cannot restore your son to his former shape except on two conditions. The first is, that you give him to me for my husband, and the second, that you allow me to punish the person who changed him into a calf." "As to the first," I replied, "I agree with all my heart. Nay, I promise you more, a considerable fortune for yourself, independently of what I design for my son. In a word, you shall see how I will reward the great service I expect from you. As to what relates to my wife, I also agree. A person who has been capable of committing such a criminal action justly deserves to be punished. I leave her to your disposal, only I must pray you not to take her life." "I am going, then," answered she, "to treat her as she treated your son." "To this I consent," said I, "provided you first of all restore to me my son." The damsel then took a vessel full of water, pronounced over it words that I did not understand, and addressing herself to the calf, "O calf, if thou wast created by the Almighty and sovereign Master of the world, such as thou appearest at this time, continue in that form. But if thou be a man, and art changed into a calf by enchantment, return to thy natural shape, by the permission of the sovereign Creator." As she spoke, she threw water upon him, and in an instant he recovered his natural form. "My son! My dear son!" cried I, immediately embracing him with such a transport of joy that I knew not what I was doing. "It is heaven that has sent us this young maid, to remove the horrible charm by which you were enchanted, and to avenge the injury done to you and your mother. I doubt not but in acknowledgment you will make your deliverer your wife, as I have promised." He joyfully consented, but before they married, she changed my wife into a hind, and this is she whom you see here. I desired she might have this shape, rather than another less agreeable, that we might see her in the family without honor. Since that time my son has become a widower, and gone to travel. It being now several years since I heard of him, I am come abroad to inquire after him, and not being willing to trust anybody with my wife till I should return home, I thought fit to take her everywhere with me. This is the history of myself and this hind. Is it not one of the most wonderful and surprising?" "I admit it is," said the genie, "and on that account forgive the merchant 1/3 of his crime." When the first old man had finished his story, the second, who led 2 black dogs, addressed the genie, and said, "I am going to tell you what happened to me, and these 2 black dogs you see by me. I am certain you will say that my story is yet more surprising than that which you have just heard, but when I have done this, I hope you will be pleased to pardon the merchant another 1/3 of his offence." "I will," replied the genie, "provided your story surpass that of the hind." Then the second old man began in this manner. End of section 4. Recording by Tim Gregory. www.tarjama.com.
Section 5 of The Arabian Nights Entertainments, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ted Nugent. The Arabian Nights Entertainments, Volume 1, by Anonymous, translated by Dr. John Nathan Scott. Section 5. The Story of the Second Old Man and the 2 Black Dogs. Great Prince of Genies, you must know that we are 3 brothers, the 2 black dogs and myself. Our father, when he died, left each of us 1,000 sequins. With that sum, we all became merchants. A little time after we had opened shop, my eldest brother, one of these 2 dogs, resolved to travel and trade in foreign countries. With this view, he sold his estate and bought goods suited to the trade intended to follow. He went away, and was absent a whole year. At the expiration of this time, a poor man who I thought has come to ask alms, presented himself before me in my shop. I said to him, "God help you." He returned my salutation and continued, "Is it possible you do not know me?" Upon this, I looked at him narrowly and recognized him. "Ah, brother," cried I, embracing him, "how could I know you in this condition?" I made him come into my house and asked him concerning his health and the success of his travels. "Do not ask me that question," said he. "When you see me, you see all. It would only renew my grief to relate to you the particulars of the misfortunes I have experienced since I left you, which have reduced me to my present condition." I immediately shut up my shop, and taking him to a bath, gave him the best clothes I had. Finding on examining my books that I had doubled my stock, that is to say, that I was worth 2,000 sequins, I gave him one half. "With that," said I, "brother, you may make up your loss." He joyfully accepted the present, and, having repaired these fortunes, we lived together as before. Some time after, my second brother, who is the elder of these two dogs, would also sell his estate. His elder brother and myself did all we could to divert him from his purpose, but without effect. He disposed of it, and with the money bought such goods as were suitable to the trade which he designed to follow. He joined a caravan and departed. At the end of the year, he returned in the same condition as my other brother. Having myself, by this time, gained another 1,000 sequins, I made him a present of them. With this sum, he furnished the shop and continued his trade. Some time after, one of my brothers came to me to propose that I should join them in a trading voyage. I immediately declined. "You have traveled," said I, "and what have you gained by it? Who can assure me that I shall be more successful than you have been?" It was in vain that they urged upon me all the considerations they thought likely to gain me over to their design, for I constantly refused. But after having resisted their solicitations 5 whole years, they importuned me so much that at last they overcame my resolution. When, however, the time arrived that we were to make preparation for our voyage, to buy the goods necessary to the undertaking, I found they had spent all, and had not 1 dirham left of the 1,000 sequins I had given to each of them. I did not, on this account, upbraid them. On the contrary, my stock being still 6,000 sequins, I shared the half of it with them, telling them, "My brothers, we must venture these 3,000 sequins, and hide the rest in some secure place, that in case our voyage be not more successful than yours was formerly, we may have wherewith to assist us, and to enable us to follow our ancient way of living." I gave each of them 1,000 sequins, and, keeping as much for myself, I buried the other 3,000 in a corner of my house. We purchased goods, and, having embarked them on board the vessel, which we freighted betwixt us, we put to sea with a favorable wind. After 2 months' sail, we arrived happily at port, where we landed, and had a very good market for our goods. I, especially, sold mine so well that I gained 10 to 1. With the produce, we bought commodities of that country to carry back with us for sale. When we were ready to embark on our return, I met on the seashore a lady, handsome enough, but poorly clad. She walked up to me gracefully, kissed my hand, besought me with the greatest earnestness imaginable to marry her, and take her along with me. I made some difficulty to agree to this proposal, but she urged so many things to persuade me that I ought not to object to her on account of her poverty, and that I should have all the reason in the world to be satisfied with her conduct, that at last I yielded. I ordered proper apparel to be made for her, and after having married her, According to form, I took her on board, and we set sail. I found my wife possessed so many good qualities that my love to her every day increased. In the meantime, my two brothers, who had not managed their affairs as successfully as I had mine, envied my prosperity and suffered their feelings to carry them so far that they conspired against my life, and one night, when my wife and I were asleep, threw us both into the sea. My wife proved to be a fairy, and, by consequence, a genie, so that she could not be drowned. But for me, it is certain I must have perished without her help. I had scarcely fallen into the water when she took me up and carried me to an island. When day appeared, she said to me, "You see, husband, that by saving your life, I have not rewarded the will for your kindness to me. You must know that I am a fairy, and being upon the seashore when you were going to embark, I felt a strong desire to have you for my husband. I had a mind to try your goodness, and presented myself before you in disguise. You have dealt generously by me, and I am glad of an opportunity of returning my acknowledgment. But I am incensed against your brothers, and nothing will satisfy me but their lives." I listened to this discourse with admiration. I thanked the fairy the best way I could for the great kindness she has done me. "But, madam," said I, "as for my brothers, I beg you to pardon them. Whatever cause of resentment they have given me, I am not cruel enough to desire their death." I then informed her what I had done for them, but this increased her indignation, and she exclaimed, "I must immediately pursue those ungrateful traitors, and take speedy vengeance on them. I will destroy their vessel, and sink them into the bottom of the sea." "My good lady," replied I, "for heaven's sake forbear. Moderate your anger. Consider that they are my brothers, and that we ought to return good for evil." I pacified her by these words, and as soon as I had concluded, she transported me in a moment from the island to the roof of my own house, which was terraced, and instantly disappeared. I descended, opened the doors, and dug up the 3,000 sequins I had formerly secreted. I went afterward to my shop, which I also opened, and was complimented by the merchants, my neighbors, upon my return. When I went back to my house, I perceived there 2 black dogs, which came up to me in a very submissive manner. I could not divine the meaning of this circumstance, which greatly astonished me. But the fairy, who immediately appeared, said, "Husband, be not surprised to see these dogs. They are your brothers." I was troubled at this declaration, and asked her by what power they were so transformed. "I did it," said she, "or at least authorized one of my sisters to do it, who at the same time sunk their ship. You have lost the goods you had on board, but I will compensate you another way. As to your 2 brothers, I have condemned them to remain 5 years in that ship. Their perfidiousness too well deserves such a penance." Having thus spoken, and told me where I might hear of her, she disappeared. The 5 years being now nearly expired, I am travelling in quest of her, and as I passed this way, I met this merchant and the good old man who led the hide, and sat down by them. This is my history. O Prince of Genies, do not you think it very extraordinary? "I own it is," replied the genie, "and on that account I remit the merchant the 1/3 of the crime which he has committed against me." As soon as the second old man has finished, the third began his story. After repeating the request of the 2 former, that the genie would pardon the merchant the other third of his crime, provided what they should relate surpassed in singularity of incidents the narratives he had already heard, The genie made him the same promise as he had given the others. The third old man related his story to the genie, and it exceeded the two former stories so much in the variety of wonderful adventures that the genie was astonished, and no sooner heard the conclusion than he said to the old man, "I remit the other third of the merchant's crime on account of your story. He is greatly obliged to all of you for having delivered him out of his danger by what you have related, for to this he owes his life." Having spoken thus, he disappeared, to the great contentment of the company. The merchant failed not to make due acknowledgment to his deliverers. They rejoiced to see him out of danger, and, bidding him adieu, each of them proceeded on his way. The merchant returned to his wife and children, and passed the rest of his days with them in peace. End of section 5. Section 6 of the Arabian Nights Entertainments, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ted Nugent. The Arabian Nights Entertainments, Volume 1, by Anonymous, translated by Dr. John Nathan Scott. Section 6. The Story of the Fisherman. There was an aged fisherman who was so poor that he could scarcely as much as would maintain himself, his wife, and 3 children. He went every day to fish betimes in the morning, and imposed it as a law upon himself not to cast his nets above 4 times a day. He went one morning by the moonlight, and coming to the seaside, undressed himself, and cast in his nets. As he drew them towards the shore, he found them very heavy, and thought he had a good draught of fish, at which he rejoiced. But in a moment after, perceiving that instead of fish, his nets contained nothing but the carcass of an ass, he was much vexed. When the fisherman had mended his nets, which the carcass of the ass had broken in several places, he threw them in a second time, and when he drew them, found a great deal of resistance, which made him think he had taken abundance of fish. But he found nothing except a basket full of gravel and slime, which grieved him extremely. "O fortune," cried he, with a lamentable tone, "be not angry with me, nor persecute a wretch who prays thee to spare him. I came hither from my house to seek for my livelihood, and thou pronouncest against me a sentence of death. I have no other trade but this to subsist by, and notwithstanding all my care, I can scarcely provide what is absolutely necessary for my family. But I am to blame to complain of thee. Thou takest pleasure to persecute honest people, and to leave great men in obscurity, while thou showest favour to the wicked, and advancest those who have no virtue to recommend them." Having finished this complaint, he fretfully threw away the basket, and, washing his nets from the slime, cast them the 3rd time, but brought up nothing except stones, shells, and mud. No language can express his disappointment. He was almost distracted. However, when day began to appear, he did not forget to say his prayers, like a good Mussulman, and he added to them this petition: Lord, thou knowest that I cast my nets only 4 times a day. I have already drawn them 3 times without the least reward for my labor. I am only to cast them once more. I pray thee to render the sea favorable to me, as thou didst to Moses. The fisherman, having finished this prayer, cast his nets the 4th time, and when he thought it was proper, drew them as formerly, with great difficulty. But instead the fish found nothing in them but a vessel of yellow copper, which from its weight seemed not to be empty, and he observed that it was shut up and sealed with lead, having the impression of a seal upon it. This turn of fortune rejoiced him. I will sell it, said he, to the founder, and with the money buy a measure of corn. He examined the vessel on all sides, and shook it to try if its contents made any noise, but heard nothing. This circumstance, with the impression of the seal upon the leaden cover, made him think it enclosed something precious. To try this, he took a knife and opened it with very little labor. He turned the mouth downward, but nothing came out, which surprised him extremely. He placed it before him, but while he viewed it attentively, there came out a very thick smoke, which obliged him to retire 2 or 3 paces back. The smoke ascended to the clouds, and extending itself along the sea and upon the shore, formed a great mist, which we may well imagine filled the fisherman with astonishment. When the smoke was all out of the vessel, it reunited and became a solid body, of which was formed a genie, twice as high as the greatest of giants. At the sight of a monster of such an unwieldy bulk, the fisherman would fain have fled, but was so frightened that he could not move. Solomon, cried the genie immediately, Solomon, the great prophet, pardon, pardon. I will never more oppose your will. I will obey all your commands. When the fisherman heard these words of the genie, he recovered his courage and said to him, Thou proud spirit, what is this you say? It is above 800 years since the prophet Solomon died, and we are now at the end of time. Tell me your story, and how you came to be shut up in this vessel. The genie, turning to the fisherman with a fierce look, said, Thou must speak to me with more respect. Thou art a presumptuous fellow to call me the proud spirit. Very well, said the fisherman. Shall I speak to you more civilly, and call you the owl of good luck? I say, answered the genie, speak to me more respectfully, or I will kill thee. Ah, replied the fisherman, why would you kill me? Did I not just now set you at liberty? And have you already forgotten my services? Yes, I remember it, said the genie, but that shall not save thy life. I have only one favor to grant thee." "And what is that?" asked the fisherman. "It is," answered the genie, "to give thee thy choice in what manner thou wouldst have me put thee to death." "But wherein have I offended you?" demanded the fisherman. "Is that your reward for the service I have rendered you?" "I cannot treat thee otherwise," said the genie, "and that thou mayst know the reason, hearken to my story. I am one of those rebellious spirits that oppose the will of heaven. Nearly all other genies owed Solomon, the great prophet, and yielded to his authority. Shahryar and I were the only two that would never be guilty of a mean submission, and to avenge himself, that great monarch sent us off, the son of Barakia, his chief minister, to apprehend me. That was accordingly done. Asaph seized my person and brought me by force before his master's throne. Solomon, the son of David, commanded me to acknowledge his power and to submit to his commands. I bravely refused, and told him that I would rather expose myself to his resentment than swear fealty as he required. To punish me, he shut me up in this copper vessel, and that I might not break my prison, he himself stamps upon this leaden cover his seal with the great name of God engraver upon it. He then gave the vessel to one of the genies who had submitted, with orders to throw me into the sea, which, to my sorrow, were executed. During the first 100 years of my imprisonment, I swore that if anyone should deliver me before the expiration of that period, I would make him rich even after his death. But that century ran out, and nobody did me that good office. During the second, I made an oath that I would open all the treasures of the earth to anyone that might set me at liberty, but with no better success. In the third, I promised to make my deliverer a potent monarch, to be always near him in spirit, and to grant him every day 3 requests, of what nature soever they might be. But this century passed as well as the 2 former, and I continued in prison. At last, being angry, or rather mad, to find myself a prisoner so long, I swore that if afterwards anyone should deliver me, I would kill him without mercy, and grant him no other favor but to choose the manner of his death. And therefore, since thou hast delivered me today, I give thee that choice." This discourse afflicted the fisherman extremely. "I am very unfortunate," cried he, "to come hither to do such a kindness to one that is so ungrateful. I beg you to consider your injustice, and revoke such an unreasonable oath. Pardon me, and heaven will pardon you. If you grant me my life, heaven will protect you from all attempts against your own." "No, thy death is resolved on," said the genie. "Only choose in what manner you will die." The fisherman, perceiving the genie to be resolute, was extremely grieved, not so much for himself as on account of his 3 children, and bewailed the misery they must be reduced by his death. He endeavoured still to appease the genie, and said, "Alas, be pleased to take pity on me, in consideration of the service I have done you." "I have told thee already," replied the genie. "It is for that very reason I must kill thee." "That is strange," said the fisherman. "Are you resolved to reward good with evil? The proverb says that he who does good to one who deserves it not is always ill rewarded. I must confess I thought it was false, for certainly there can be nothing more contrary to reason or the laws of society. Nevertheless, I find now by cruel experience that it is but too true." "Do not lose time," interrupted the genie. "All thy reasoning shall not divert me from my purpose. Make haste, and tell me what kind of death thou preferest." Necessity is the mother of invention. The fisherman bethought himself of a stratagem. "Since I must die then," said he to the genie, "I submit to the will of heaven. But before I choose the manner of my death, I conjure you, by the great name which was engraved upon the seal of the prophet Solomon, the son of David, to answer me truly the question I am going to ask you." The genie, finding himself obliged to a positive answer by this adjuration, trembled, and replied to the fisherman, "Ask what thou wilt, but make haste." The fisherman then said to him, "I wish to know if you were actually in this vessel. Dare you swear it by the name of the great God?" "Yes," replied the genie, "I do swear by that great name that I was." "In good faith," answered the fisherman, "I cannot believe you. The vessel is not capable of holding one of your size. And how should it be possible that your whole body should lie in it?" "I swear to thee, notwithstanding," replied the genie, "that I was there just as you see me here. Is it possible that thou canst not believe me after the solemn oath that I have taken?" "Truly not I," said the fisherman, "nor will I believe you, unless you go into the vessel again." Upon which the body of the genie dissolved and changed itself into smoke, extending as before upon the sea shore. And at last, being collected, it began to re-enter the vessel, which it continued to do by a slow and equal motion, till no part remained out, when immediately a voice came forth, which said to the fisherman, "Well now, incredulous fellow, I am in the vessel. Do not you believe me now?" The fisherman, instead of answering the genie, took the cover of lead, and having speedily replaced it on the vessel, "Genie," cried he, Now it is your turn to beg my favor, and to choose which way I shall put you to death. But not so. It is better that I should throw you into the sea, whence I took you, and then I will build a house upon the shore, where I will reside, and give notice to all fishermen who come to throw in their nets, to beware of such a wicked genie as thou art, who hast made an oath to kill him that shall set thee at liberty. The genie, enraged at these expressions, struggled to set himself at liberty, but it was impossible, for the impression of Solomon's seal prevented him. Perceiving that the fisherman had got the advantage of him, for he thought fit to dissemble his anger, "Fisherman," said he, "take heed you do not what you threaten, for what I spoke to you was only by the way of jest." "O genie," replied the fisherman, "thou who wast but a moment ago the greatest of all genies, and now art the least of them, thy crafty discourse will signify nothing. To the sea thou shalt return. If thou hast been there already so long as thou hast told me, thou mayst very well stay there till the day of judgment. I begged of thee, in God's name, not to take away my life, and thou didst reject my prayers. I am obliged to treat thee in the same manner." The genie omitted nothing that he thought likely to prevail with the fisherman. "Open the vessel," said he. "Give me my liberty, and I promise to satisfy thee to thy own content." "Thou art a traitor," replied the fisherman. "I should deserve to lose my life if I was such a fool as to trust thee. Thou wilt not fail to treat me in the same manner as a certain Grecian king treated the physician Douban. It is a story I have a mind to tell thee, therefore listen to it. End of section 6.
Section 7 of the Arabian Nights Entertainments, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tim Gregory. The Arabian Nights Entertainments, Volume 1, by Anonymous. Translated by Dr. Jonathan Scott. Section 7. The story of the Grecian king and the physician Douban. There was in the country of Yunnan, or Greece, a king who was leprous, and his physicians had in vain endeavored his cure, when a very able physician named Douban arrived at his court. This physician had learnt the theory of his profession in Greek, Persian, Turkish, Arabic, Latin, Syriac, and Hebrew books. He was an experienced natural philosopher, and fully understood the good and bad qualities of plants and drugs. As soon as he was informed of the king's distemper, and understood that his physicians had given him over, he found means to present himself before him. "I know," said he, after the usual ceremonials, "that your Majesty's physicians have not been able to heal you of the leprosy. But if you will accept my service, I will engage to cure you without potions or external applications." The king listened to what he said and answered, "If you be able to perform what you promise, I will enrich you and your posterity. Do you assure me that you will cure my leprosy without potion or applying any external medicine?" "Yes, sire," replied the physician. "I promise myself success, through God's assistance, and tomorrow, with your majesty's permission, I will make the trial." The physician returned to his quarters, made a hollow mace, and at the handle he put in his drugs. He also made a ball in such a manner as suited his purpose, with which next morning he presented himself before the king, and falling down at his feet, kissed the ground. The physician Douban rose up, and after a profound reverence, said to the king he judged it meet that his majesty should take horse, and go to the place where he used to play at the mall. The king did so, and when he arrived there, the physician came to him with the mace, and said, "Exercise yourself with this mace, and strike the ball until you find your hands and body perspire. When the medicine I have put up in the handle of the mace is heated with your hand, it will penetrate your whole body, and as soon as you perspire you may leave off the exercise, for then the medicine will have had its effect. Immediately on your return to your palace, go into the bath, and cause yourself to be well washed and rubbed, then retire to bed, and when you rise tomorrow you will find yourself cured." The king took the mace and struck the ball, which was returned by his officers who played with him. He played so long that his hands and his whole body were in a sweat, and then the medicine shut up in the handle of the mace had its operation, as the physician had said. Upon this the king left off play, returned to his palace, entered the bath, and observed very exactly his physician had prescribed to him. The next morning when he arose, he perceived with equal wonder and joy that his leprosy was cured, and his body as clean as if it had never been affected. As soon as he was dressed, he came into the hall of audience, where he ascended his throne and showed himself to his courtiers, who, eager to know the success of the new medicine, came thither betimes, and when they saw the king perfectly cured, expressed great joy. The physician Douban, entering the hall, bowed himself before the throne, with his face to the ground. The king, perceiving him, made him sit down by his side, and presented him to the assembly, and gave him all the commendation he deserved. His majesty did not stop there, but as he treated all his court that day, made him eat at his table, alone with him. The Grecian king was not satisfied with having admitted the physician Douban to his table, but caused him to be clad in a rich robe, ordered him 2,000 pieces of gold, and thinking he could never sufficiently acknowledge his obligations to him, continued every day to load him with new favors. But this king had a vizier, who was avaricious, envious, and naturally capable of every kind of mischief. He could not behold without envy the presents that were given to the physician, whose other merits had already begun to make him jealous, and therefore resolved to lessen him in the king's esteem. To effect this, he went to the king, and told him in private that he had some information of the greatest consequence to communicate. The king having asked what it was, "Sire," said he, "it is highly dangerous for a monarch to confide in a man whose fidelity he has never tried. Though you heap favors upon the physician Douban, your majesty does not know that he is a traitor, sent by your enemies to take away your life." "From whom," demanded the king, "have you the suggestion which you dare pronounce? Consider to whom you are speaking, and that you are advancing what I shall not easily believe." "Sire," replied the vizier, "I am well informed of what I have had the honor to reveal to your majesty. Therefore do not rest in dangerous security. If your majesty be asleep, be pleased to awake, for I once more repeat that the physician Douban left his native country, and came to settle himself at your court, for the sole purpose of executing the horrible design which I have intimated." "No, no, vizier," interrupted the king. "I am certain that this physician, whom you suspect to be a villain and a traitor, is one of the best and most virtuous of men. You know by what medicine, or rather by what miracle, He cured me of my leprosy. If he had had a design upon my life, why did he save me then? He needed only to have left me to my disease. I could not have escaped it, as life was fast decaying. Forbear then to fill me with unjust suspicions. Instead of listening to you, I tell you that from this day forward I will give that great man a pension of 1,000 pieces of gold per month for his life. Nay, though I were to share with him all my riches and dominions, I should never pay him sufficiently for what he has done. I perceive it to be his virtue that raises your envy. But do not think I will be unjustly prejudiced against him. I remember too well what a vizier said to King Sinbad, his master, to prevent his putting to death the prince, his son. What the Grecian king said about King Sinbad raised the vizier's curiosity, who said, I pray your majesty to pardon me, if I have the boldness to ask what the vizier of King Sinbad said to his master to divert him from putting the prince, his son, to death. The Grecian king had the condescension to satisfy him. That vizier, said he, after having represented to King Sinbad that he ought to beware, lest on the accusation of a mother-in-law he should commit an action of which he might afterwards repent, told him this story. End of Section 7. Recording by Tim Gregory, Seattle, Washington.
Section 8 of the Arabian Nights Entertainment, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Gesine. The Arabian Nights Entertainments, Volume 1, by Anonymous, translated by Dr. Jonathan Scott. Section 8. The Story of the Husband and the Parrot. A certain man had a beautiful wife, whom he loved so dearly that he could scarcely allow her to be out of his sight. One day, some urgent affairs obliging him to go from home, he went to a place where all sorts of birds were sold, and bought a parrot, which not only spoke well, but could also give an account of everything that was done in its presence. He brought it in a cage to his house, desired his wife to put it in his chamber, and to take care of it during his absence, and then departed. On his return, he questioned the parrot concerning what had passed while he was from home, and the bird told him such things as gave him occasion to upbraid his wife. She concluded some of her slaves had betrayed her, but all of them swore they had been faithful, and agreed that the parrot must have been the telltale. Upon this, the wife began to devise how she might remove her husband's jealousy, and at the same time revenge herself on the parrot. Her husband being gone another journey, she commanded a slave in the night time to turn a hand-mill under the parrot's cage. She ordered another to sprinkle water, in resemblance of rain, over the cage, and a third to move a looking-glass backward and forward against a candle, before the parrot. The slaves spent a great part of the night in doing what their mistress desired them, and acquitted themselves with much skill. Next night the husband returned, and examined the parrot again about what had passed during his absence. The bird answered, "Good master, the lightning, thunder, and rain so much disturbed me all night that I cannot tell how much I suffered." The husband, who knew that there had been neither thunder, lightning, nor rain in the night, fancied that the parrot, not having spoken truth in this, might also have lied in the other relation, upon which he took it out of the cage, and threw it with so much force to the ground that he killed it. Yet afterwards he understood from his neighbours that the poor parrot had not deceived him in what it had stated in his wife's base conduct, made him repent that he had killed it. When the Grecian king had finished the story of the parrot, he added, "And you, vizier, because of the hatred you bear to the physician Douban, who never did you any injury, you would have cut him off, but I will beware, lest I should repent as the husband did after killing his parrot. The mischievous vizier was too desirous of effecting the ruin of the physician Douban to stop here. "Sir," said he, "the death of the parrot was but a trifle, and I believe his master did not mourn for him long. But why should your fear of wronging an innocent man hinder your putting this physician to death? Is it not sufficient justification that he is accused of a design against your life? When the business in question is to secure the life of a king, bare suspicion ought to pass for certainty, and it is better to sacrifice the innocent than to spare the guilty. But, sir, this is not a doubtful case. The physician Douban has certainly a mind to assassinate you. It is not envy which makes me his enemy, it is only my zeal, with my concern I have for preserving your Majesty's life, that makes me give you my advice in a matter of this importance. If the accusation be false, I deserve to be punished in the same manner as a vizier formerly was." "What had the vizier done," demands the Grecian king, "to deserve punishment?" "I will inform your Majesty," said the vizier, "if you will be pleased to hear me." End of section 8. The Story of the Husband and the Parrot. Recorded by Gesine in March 2007.
Section 9 of The Arabian Nights Entertainments, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chris Tierney. The Arabian Nights Entertainments, Volume 1, by Anonymous, translated by Dr. Jonathan Scott. Section 9. The Story of the Vizier That Was Punished. There was a king who had a son that loved hunting. He allowed him to pursue that diversion often, but gave orders to his grand vizier always to attend him. One hunting day, the huntsman having roused a deer, the prince, who thought the vizier followed him, pursued the game so far, and with so much earnestness, that he separated himself from the company. Perceiving he had lost his way, he stopped, and endeavored to return to the vizier, but not knowing the country, he wandered farther. Whilst he was thus riding about, he met on his way a handsome lady, who wept bitterly. He stopped his horse, and inquired who she was, how she came to be alone in that place, and what she wanted. "I am," replied she, "the daughter of an Indian king. As I was taking the air on horseback in the country, I grew sleepy, and fell from my horse, who is run away, and I know not what is become of him." The young prince, taking compassion on her, requested her to get up behind him, which she willingly did. As they were passing by the ruins of a house, the lady expressed a desire to alight. The prince stopped, and having put her down, dismounted himself, and went near the building, leading his horse after him. But you may judge how much he was surprised when he heard the pretended lady utter these words, "Be glad, my children, I bring you a young man for your repast," and other voices which answered immediately, "Where is he? For we are very hungry." The prince heard enough to convince him of his danger. He perceived that the lady, who called herself the daughter of an Indian king, was one of those savage demons called ghouls, who live in desolated places, and employ 1,000 wiles to surprise passengers, whom they afterwards devour. The prince instantly remounted his horse, and luckily escaped. The pretended princess appeared that very moment, and perceiving she had missed her prey, exclaimed, "Fear nothing, prince. Who are you? Whom do you seek?" "I have lost my way," replied he, "and am endeavoring to find it." "If you have lost your way," said she, "recommend yourself to God. He will deliver you out of your perplexity." After the counterfeit Indian princess had bidden the young prince recommend himself to God, he could not believe she spoke sincerely, but thought herself sure of him, and therefore lifting up his hands to heaven, said, "Almighty Lord, cast thine eyes upon me, and deliver me from this enemy." After this prayer, the Ghul entered the ruins again, and the prince rode off with all possible haste. He happily found his way, and arrived safe at the court of his father, to whom he gave a particular account of the danger he had been in through the vizier's neglect. Upon which the king, being incensed against that minister, ordered him to be immediately strangled. "Sir," continued the Grecian king's vizier, "to return to the physician Douban, if you do not take care, the confidence you put in him will be fatal to you. I am very well assured that he is a spy sent by your enemies to attempt your majesty's life. He has cured you, you will say, but alas, who can assure you of that? He has perhaps cured you only in appearance, and not radically. Who knows but the medicine he has given you may, in time, have pernicious effects?" The Grecian king was not able to discover the wicked design of his vizier, nor had he firmness enough to persist in his first opinion. This discourse staggered him. "Vizier," said he, "thou art in the right. He may be come on purpose to take away my life, which he may easily do by the smell of his drugs." When the vizier found the king in such a temper as he wished, "Sir," said he, "the surest and speediest method you can take to secure your life is to send immediately for the physician Douban, and order his head to be struck off." "In truth," said the king, "I believe that is the way we must take to frustrate his design." When he had spoken thus, he called for one of his officers, and ordered him to go for the physician, who, knowing nothing of the king's purpose, came to the palace in haste. "Knowest thou," said the king when he saw him, "why I sent for thee?" "No, sir," answered he. "I wait till your majesty be pleased to inform me." "I sent for thee," replied the king, "to rid myself of thee by taking away thy life." No man can express the surprise of the physician when he heard the sentence of death pronounced against him. "Sir," said he, "why would your majesty take my life? What crime have I committed?" "I am informed," replied the king, "that you came to my court only to attempt my life, but to prevent you I will be sure of yours. Give the blow," said he to the executioner who was present, "and deliver me from a perfidious wretch, who came hither on purpose to assassinate me." When the physician heard this cruel order, he readily judged that the honors and presents he had received from the king had procured him enemies, and that the weak prince was imposed on. He repented that he had cured him of his leprosy, but it was now too late. "Is it thus," asked the physician, "that you reward me for curing you?" The king would not hearken to him, but a second time ordered the executioner to strike the fatal blow. The physician then had recourse to his prayers. "Alas, sir," cried he, "prolong my days, and God will prolong yours. Do not put me to death, lest God treat you in the same manner." The fisherman broke off his discourse here, to apply it to the genie. "Well, genie," said he, "you see that what passed betwixt the Grecian king and his physician Douban is acted just now by us." "The Grecian king," continued he, "instead of having regard to the prayers of the physician, who begged him to spare his life, cruelly replied, 'No, no, I must of necessity cut you off, otherwise you may assassinate with as much art as you cured me.' The physician, without bewailing himself for being so ill rewarded by the king, prepared for death. The executioner tied his hands, and was going to draw his scimitar. The courtiers who were present, being moved with compassion, begged the king to pardon him, assuring his majesty that he was not guilty of the crime laid to his charge, and that they would answer for his innocence, but the king was inflexible. The physician being on his knees, his eyes tied up, and ready to receive the fatal blow, addressed himself once more to the king. "Sir," said he, "since your majesty will not revoke the sentence of death, I beg, at least, that you would give me leave to return to my house, to give orders about my burial, to bid farewell to my family, to give alms, and to bequeath my books to those who are capable of making good use of them. I have one particularly I would present to your majesty. It is a very precious book, and worthy of being laid up carefully in your treasury." "What is it," demanded the king, "that makes it so valuable?" "Sir," replied the physician, It possesses many singular and curious properties, of which the chief is, that if your majesty will give yourself the trouble to open it at the 6th leaf, and read the 3rd line of the left page, my head, after being cut off, will answer all the questions you ask it. The king, being curious, deferred his death till next day, and sent him home under a strong guard. The physician, during that time, put his affairs in order, and the report being spread that an unheard-of prodigy was to happen after his death, the viziers, emirs, officers of the guard, and, in a word, the whole court, repaired next day to the hall of audience, that they might be witnesses of it. The physician Douban was brought in, and advancing to the foot of the throne, with a book in his hand, he called for a basin, and laid upon it the cover in which the book was wrapped. Then, presenting the book to the king, "Take this," said he, "and after my head is cut off, order that it be put into the basin upon that cover. As soon as it is placed there, the blood will stop. Then open the book, and my head will answer your questions. But permit me once more to implore your majesty's clemency. For God's sake, grant my request. I protest to you that I am innocent." "Your prayers," answered the king, "are in vain, and were it for nothing but to hear your head speak after your death, it is my will you should die." As he said this, he took the book out of the physician's hand, and ordered the executioner to do his duty. The head was so dexterously cut off that it fell into the basin, and was no sooner laid upon the cover of the book than the blood stopped, and to the great surprise of the king and all the spectators, it opened its eyes and said, "Sir, will your majesty be pleased to open the book?" The king proceeded to do so, but finding that the leaves adhered to each other, that he might turn them with more ease, he put his fingers to his mouth, and wetted it with spittle. He did thus until he came to the 6th leaf, and finding no writing on the place where he was desired to look for it, "Physician," said he, "there is nothing written." "Turn over some more leaves," replied the head. The king went on, putting always his finger to his mouth, until the poison with which each leaf was imbued, coming to have its effect, the prince found himself suddenly taken with an extraordinary fit. His eyesight failed, and he fell down at the foot of the throne in violent convulsions. When the physician Douban, or rather his head, saw that the poison had taken effect, and that the king had but a few moments to live, "Tyrant," it cried, "now you see how princes are treated who, abusing their authority, cut off innocent men. God punishes, soon or late, their injustice and cruelty." Scarcely had the head spoken these words, when the king fell down dead, and the head itself lost what life it had. As soon as the fisherman had concluded the history of the Greek king and his physician Douban, he made the application to the genie, whom he still kept shut up in the vessel. "If the Grecian king," said he, "had suffered the physician to live, God would have continued his life also. But he rejected his most humble prayers, and the case is the same with thee, O genie. Could I have prevailed with thee to grant me the favor I supplicated, I should now take pity on thee. But since, notwithstanding the extreme obligation thou wast under to me, for having set thee at liberty, thou didst persist in thy design to kill me, I am obliged, in my turn, to be equally hard-hearted to thee." "My good friend fisherman," replied the genie, "I conjure thee once more, not to be guilty of such cruelty. Consider that it is not good to avenge oneself, and that, on the other hand, it is commendable to do good for evil. Do not treat me as Imama formerly treated Ateka." "And what did Imama to Ateka?" inquired the fisherman. "Oh," says the genie, "if you have a mind to be informed, open the vessel. Do you think that I can be in a humor to relate stories in so strait a prison? I will tell you as many as you please, when you have let me out." "No," said the fisherman, "I will not let thee out. It is in vain to talk of it. I am just going to throw thee into the bottom of the sea." "Hear me one word more," cried the genie. "I promise to do thee no hurt, nay, far from that. I will show thee a way to become exceedingly rich." The hope of delivering himself from poverty prevailed with the fisherman. "I could listen to thee," said he, "were there any credit to be given to thy word. Swear to me by the great name of God that you will faithfully perform what you promise, and I will open the vessel. I do not believe you will dare to break such an oath." The genie swore to him, upon which the fisherman immediately took off the covering of the vessel. At that instant the smoke ascended, and the genie having resumed his form, the first thing he did was to kick the vessel into the sea. This action alarmed the fisherman. "Genie," said he, "will not you keep the oath you just now made? And must I say to you, as the physician Douban said to the Grecian king, 'Suffer me to live, and God will prolong your days'?" The genie laughed at the fisherman's fear, and answered, "No, fisherman, be not afraid. I only did it to divert myself, and to see if thou wouldst be alarmed at it. But to convince thee that I am in earnest, take thy nets and follow me." As he spoke these words, he walked before the fisherman, who, having taken up his nets, followed him, but with some distrust. They passed by the town and came to the top of a mountain, from whence they descended into a vast plain, which brought them to a lake that lay betwixt 4 hills. When they reached the side of the lake, the genie said to the fisherman, "Cast in thy nets and catch fish." The fisherman did not doubt of taking some, because he saw a great number in the water, but he was extremely surprised when he found they were of 4 colors, that is to say, white, red, blue, and yellow. He threw in his nets, and brought out one of each color. Having never seen the like before, he could not but admire them, and judging that he might get a considerable sum for them, he was very joyful. "Carry those fish," said the genie to him, "and present them to thy sultan. He will give thee more money for them. Thou mayest come every day to fish in this lake, but I give thee warning not to throw in thy nets above once a day, otherwise thou wilt repent." Having spoken thus, he struck his foot upon the ground, which opened, and after it had swallowed him up, closed again. The fisherman, being resolved to follow the genie's advice, forbore casting in his nets a second time, and returned to the town very well satisfied, and making 1,000 reflections upon his adventure. He went immediately to the Sultan's palace to offer his fish. The Sultan was much surprised when he saw the 4 fish which the fisherman presented. He took them up one after another, and viewed them with attention, and after having admired them a long time, "Take those fish," said he to his vizier, "and carry them to the cook, whom the Emperor of the Greeks has sent me. I cannot imagine but that they must be as good as they are beautiful." The vizier carried them as he was directed, and delivering them to the cook, said, "Here are 4 fish just brought to the Sultan. He orders you to dress them." He then returned to the Sultan his master, who ordered him to give the fisherman 400 pieces of gold of the coin of that country, which he did accordingly. The fisherman, who had never seen so much money, could scarcely believe his good fortune, but thought the whole must be a dream, until he found it otherwise, by being able to provide necessaries for his family with the produce of his fish. As soon as the Sultan's cook had gutted the fish, she put them upon the fire in a frying pan, with oil, and when she thought them fried enough on one side, she turned them upon the other, but, O monstrous prodigy! Scarcely were they turned, when the wall of the kitchen divided, and a young lady of wonderful beauty entered from the opening. She was clad in flowered satin, after the Egyptian manner, with pendants in her ears, a necklace of large pearls, and bracelets of gold set with rubies, with a rod in her hand. She moved towards the frying pan, to the great amazement of the cook, who continued fixed by the sight, and striking one of the fish with the end of the rod, said, "Fish, fish, are you in duty?" The fish having answered nothing, she repeated these words, and then the 4 fish lifted up their heads and replied, "Yes, yes. If you reckon, we reckon. If you pay your debts, we pay ours. If you fly, we overcome, and are content." As soon as they had finished these words, the lady overturned the frying pan, and returned into the open part of the wall, which closed immediately and became as it was before. The cook was greatly frightened at what had happened, and coming a little to herself, went to take up the fish that had fallen on the hearth, but found them blacker than coal, and not fit to be carried to the Sultan. This grievously troubled her, and she fell to weeping most bitterly. "Alas," said she, "what will become of me? If I tell the Sultan what I have seen, I am sure he will not believe me, but will be enraged against me." While she was thus bewailing herself, the Grand Vizier entered, and asked her if the fish were ready. She told him all that had occurred, which we may easily imagine astonished him, but without speaking a word of it to the Sultan, he invented an excuse that satisfied him, and sending immediately for the fisherman, bid him bring 4 more such fish, for a misfortune had befallen the others, so that they were not fit to be carried to the Sultan. The fisherman, without saying anything of what the genie had told him, in order to excuse himself from bringing them that day, told the vizier he had a great way to go for them, but would certainly bring them on the morrow. Accordingly the fisherman went away by night, and coming to the lake, threw in his nets betimes next morning, took 4 fish like the former, and brought them to the vizier at the hour appointed. The minister took them himself, carried them to the kitchen, and shutting himself up with the cook, she gutted them, and put them on the fire, as she had done the 4 others the day before. When they were fried on one side, and she had turned them upon the other, the kitchen wall again opened, and the same lady came in with the rod in her hand, struck one of the fish, spoke to it as before, and all 4 gave her the same answer. After the 4 fish had answered the young lady, she overturned the frying pan with her rod, and retired into the wall. The Grand Vizier, being witness to what had passed, "This is too wonderful and extraordinary," said he, "to be concealed from the Sultan. I will inform him of this prodigy." The Sultan, being much surprised, sent immediately for the fisherman, and said to him, "Friend, cannot you bring me 4 more such fish?" The fisherman replied, "If your majesty will be pleased to allow me 3 days, I will do it." Having obtained his time, he went to the lake immediately, and at the first throwing in of his net he caught 4 fish, and brought them directly to the Sultan, who was so much the more rejoiced as he did not expect them so soon, and ordered him 400 pieces of gold. As soon as the Sultan had the fish, he ordered them to be carried into his closet, with all that was necessary for frying them, and having shut himself up with the vizier, the minister gutted them, put them into the pan, and when they were fried on one side, turned them upon the other. Then the wall of the closet opened, but instead of the young lady there came out a black, in the habit of a slave, and of a gigantic stature, with a great green staff in his hand. He advanced towards the pan, and touching one of the fish with his staff, said with a terrible voice, "Fish, are you in your duty?" At these words the fish raised up their heads and answered, "Yes, yes, we are. If you reckon, we reckon. If you pay your debts, we pay ours. If you fly, we overcome and are content." The fish had no sooner finished these words than the black threw the pan into the middle of the closet, and reduced the fish to a coal. Having done this, he retired fiercely, and entering again into the aperture, it closed, and the wall appeared just as it did before. "After what I have seen," said the Sultan to the vizier, "it will not be possible for me to be easy. These fish, without doubt, signify something extraordinary." He sent for the fisherman, and when he came, said to him, "Fisherman, the fish you have brought us make me very uneasy. Where did you catch them?" "Sir," answered he, "I fished for them in a lake situated betwixt 4 hills, beyond the mountain that we see from hence." "Knowest thou not that lake?" said the Sultan to the vizier. "No," replied the vizier, "I never so much as heard of it, although I have for 60 years hunted beyond that mountain." The Sultan asked the fisherman how far the lake might be from the palace. The fisherman answered it was not above 3 hours' journey. Upon this assurance, the Sultan commanded all his court to take horse, and the fisherman served them for a guide. They all ascended the mountain, and at the foot of it they saw, to their great surprise, a vast plain that nobody had observed till then, and at last they came to the lake, which they found to be situated betwixt 4 hills, as the fisherman had described. The water was so transparent that they observed all the fish to be like those which the fisherman had brought to the palace. The Sultan stood upon the bank of the lake, and after beholding the fish with admiration, demanded of his courtiers if it were possible they had never seen this lake, which was within so short a distance of the town. They all answered that they had never so much as heard of it. "Since you all agree that you never heard of it, and as I am no less astonished than you are at this novelty, I am resolved not to return to my palace till I learn how this lake came here, and why all the fish in it are of 4 colors?" Having spoken thus, he ordered his court to encamp, and immediately his pavilion and the tents of his household were planted upon the banks of the lake. When night came, the Sultan retired under his pavilion, and spoke to the Grand Vizier thus: "Vizier, my mind is uneasy. This lake transported hither, the black that appeared to us in my closet, and the fish that we heard speak. All these things so much excite my curiosity, that I cannot resist my impatient desire to have it satisfied. To this end I am resolved to withdraw alone from the camp, and I order you to keep my absence secret. Stay in my pavilion, and tomorrow morning, when the emirs and courtiers come to attend my levee, send them away, and tell them that I am somewhat indisposed, and wish to be alone, and the following days tell them the same thing till I return." The Grand Vizier endeavoured to divert the Sultan from this design. He represented to him the danger to which he might be exposed, and that all his labour might perhaps be in vain, but it was to no purpose. The Sultan was resolved. He put on a suit fit for walking, and took his scimitar, and as soon as he found that all was quiet in the camp, went out alone, and passed over one of the hills without much difficulty. He found the descent still more easy, and when he came to the plain, walked on till the sun arose, and then he saw before him, at a considerable distance, a vast building. He rejoiced at the sight, in hopes of receiving there the information he sought. When he drew near, he found it was a magnificent palace, or rather a strong castle, of black polished marble, and covered with fine steel as smooth as glass. Being highly pleased that he had so speedily met with something worthy his curiosity, he stopped before the front of the castle and considered it with attention. He then advanced towards the gate, which had 2 leaves, one of them open. Though he might immediately have entered, yet he thought it best to knock. This he did at first softly, and waited for some time. But seeing no one, and supposing he had not been heard, he knocked harder the second time, and after that he knocked again and again. But no one yet appearing, he was exceedingly surprised, for he could not think that a castle in such repair was without inhabitants. "If there be no one in it," said he to himself, "I have nothing to fear, and if it be inhabited, I have wherewith to defend myself." At last he entered, and when he came within the porch he cried, "Is there no one here to receive a stranger, who comes in for some refreshment as he passes by?" He repeated the same words 2 or 3 times, but though he spoke very loud, he was not answered. The silence increased his astonishment. He came into a spacious court, and looked on every side for inhabitants, but discovered none. The Sultan entered the grand halls, which were hung with silk tapestry. The alcoves and sofas were covered with stuffs of Mecca, and the porches with the richest stuffs of India, mixed with gold and silver. He came afterwards into a superb saloon, in the middle of which was a fountain with a lion of massy gold at each angle. Water issued from the mouths of the 4 lions, and as it fell formed diamonds and pearls, resembling a jet d'eau, which, springing from the middle of the fountain, rose nearly to the top of a cupola painted in arabesque. The castle on 3 sides was encompassed by a garden, with parterres of flowers, shrubbery, and whatever could concur to embellish it, and to complete the beauty of the place, an infinite number of birds filled the air with their harmonious notes, and always remained there, nets being spread over the garden and fastened to the palace to confine them. The Sultan walked from apartment to apartment, where he found everything rich and magnificent. Being tired with walking, he sat down in a veranda or arcade closet, which had a view over the garden, reflecting what he had already seen, and then beheld, when suddenly he heard the voice of one complaining, in lamentable tones. He listened with attention, and heard distinctly these words: "O Fortune, thou who wouldst not suffer me longer to enjoy a happy lot, forbear to persecute me, and by a speedy death put an end to my sorrows. Alas, is it possible that I am still alive, after so many torments as I have suffered?" The Sultan rose up, advanced towards the place whence he heard the voice, and coming to the door of a great hall, opened it, and saw a handsome young man, richly habited, seated upon a throne raised a little above the ground. Melancholy was painted on his countenance, The Sultan drew near and saluted him. The young man returned his salutation by an inclination of his head, not being able to rise, at the same time saying, "My lord, I should rise to receive you, but am hindered by sad necessity, and therefore hope you will not be offended." "My lord," replied the Sultan, "I am much obliged to you for having so good an opinion of me. As to the reason of your not rising, whatever your apology be, I heartily accept it. Being drawn hither by your complaints, and afflicted by your grief, I come to offer you my help. Would to God that it lay in my power to ease you of your trouble. I would do my utmost to effect it. I flatter myself that you will relate to me the history of your misfortunes, but inform me first of the meaning of the lake near the palace, where the fish are of 4 colors, whose this castle is, how you came to be here, and why you are alone." Instead of answering these questions, the young man began to weep bitterly. "How inconstant is fortune!" cried he. "She takes pleasure to pull down those she has raised. Where are they who enjoy quietly the happiness which they hold of her, and whose day is always clear and serene?" The Sultan, moved with compassion to see him in such a condition, prayed him to relate the cause of his excessive grief. "Alas, my lord," replied the young man, "how is it possible but I should grieve, and my eyes be inexhaustible fountains of tears?" At these words, lifting up his robe, he showed the Sultan that he was a man only from the head to the girdle, and that the other half of his body was black marble. The Sultan was much surprised when he saw the deplorable condition of the young man. "That which you show me," said he, "while it fills me with horror, excites my curiosity, so that I am impatient to hear your history, which no doubt must be extraordinary, and I am persuaded that the lake and the fish make some part of it. Therefore I conjure you to relate it. You will find some comfort in so doing, since it is certain that the unfortunate find relief in making known their distresses." "I will not refuse your request," replied the young man, "though I cannot comply without renewing my grief. But I give you notice beforehand to prepare your ears, your mind, and even your eyes, for things which surpass all that the imagination can conceive." End of section 9.
Section 10 of the Arabian Nights Entertainments, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lucy Lafaro, New South Wales, Australia. The Arabian Nights Entertainments, Volume 1, by Anonymous. Translated by Dr. Jonathan Scott. Section 10. You must know that my father, named Mahmud, was king of this country. This is the kingdom of the Black Isles, which takes its name from the 4 small neighbouring mountains, for these mountains were formerly isles. The capital, where the king my father resided, was situated on the spot now occupied by the lake you have seen. The sequel of my history will inform you of those changes. The king my father died when he was 70 years of age. I had no sooner succeeded him than I married, and the lady I chose to share the royal dignity with me was my cousin. I had so much reason to be satisfied with her affection, and, on my part, loved her with so much tenderness that nothing could surpass the harmony and pleasure of our union. This lasted 5 years, at the end of which time I perceived the queen, my cousin, cease to delight in my attentions. One day after dinner, while she was at her bath, I found myself inclined to repose, and lay down upon a sofa. 2 of her ladies, who were then in my chamber, came and sat down, one at my head and the other at my feet, with fans in their hands to moderate the heat, and to prevent the flies from disturbing me. They thought I was asleep, and spoke in whispers, but as I only closed my eyes, I heard all their conversation. One of them said to the other, "Is not the queen wrong not to love so amiable a prince?" "Certainly," replied the other. "I do not understand the reason, neither can I conceive why she goes out every night and leaves him alone. Is it possible that he does not perceive it? Alas, said the first, how should he? She mixes every evening in his liquor the juice of a certain herb, which makes him sleep so sound all night that she has time to go where she pleases. And as day begins to appear, she comes and lies down by him again, and wakes him by the smell of something she puts under his nostrils. You may guess, my lord, how much I was surprised at this conversation, and with what sentiments it inspired me. Yet, whatever emotion it excited, I had sufficient self-command to dissemble and feigned to awake without having heard a word. The queen returned from the bath. We supped together, and she presented me with a cup full of such water as I was accustomed to drink. But instead of putting it to my mouth, I went to a window that was open, and threw out the water so quickly that she did not perceive it, and returned. We went to bed together, and soon after, believing that I was asleep, she got up with so little precaution that she said loud enough for me to hear her distinctly, "Sleep on, and may you never wake again." She dressed herself and went out of the chamber. As soon as the queen my wife was gone, I dressed myself in haste, took my scimitar, and followed her so quickly that I soon heard the sound of her feet before me, and then walked softly after her, for fear of being heard. She passed through several gates, which opened upon her pronouncing some magical words, and the last she opened was that of the garden, which she entered. I stopped at this gate, that she might not perceive me, as she passed along a parterre. Then, looking after her as far as the darkness of the night permitted, I saw her enter a little wood, whose walks were guarded by thick palisadoes. I went thither by another way, and concealing myself behind the palisadoes of a long walk, I saw her walking there with a man. I did not fail to lend the most attentive ear to their discourse, and heard her address herself thus to her gallant: "I do not deserve to be reproached by you for want of diligence. You well know the reason, but if all the proofs of affection I have already given you be not sufficient to convince you of my sincerity, I am ready to give you others more decisive. You need but command me. You know my power. I will, if you desire it, before the sun rise, convert this great city and this superb palace into frightful ruins, inhabited only by wolves, owls, and ravens. If you would have me transport all the stones of those walls so solidly built beyond Mount Caucasus, or the bounds of the habitable world, speak but the word, and all shall be changed." As the queen finished these words, she and her lover came to the end of the walk, turned to enter another, and passed before me. I had already drawn my scimitar, and her lover being next to me, I struck him on the neck, and brought him to the ground. I concluded I had killed him, and therefore retired speedily without making myself known to the queen, whom I chose to spare, because she was my kinswoman. The wound I had given her lover was mortal, but by her enchantments she preserved him in an existence in which he could not be said to be either dead or alive. As I crossed the garden to return to the palace, I heard the queen loudly lamenting, and judging by her cries how much she was grieved, I was pleased that I had spared her life. As soon as I had reached my apartment, I went to bed, and being satisfied with having punished the villain who had injured me, fell asleep, and when I awoke next morning, found the queen lying. I cannot tell you whether she slept or not, but I arose, went to my closet, and dressed myself. I afterwards held my council. At my return, the queen, clad in mourning, her hair dishevelled, and part of it torn off, presented herself before me, and said, "I come to beg your majesty not to be surprised to see me in this condition. My heavy affliction is occasioned by intelligence of 3 distressing events which I have just received." "Alas, what are they, madam?" said I. "The death of the queen my dear mother," she replied, "that of the king my father, killed in battle, and of one of my brothers, who has fallen down a precipice. I was not displeased that she used this to conceal the true cause of her grief, and I concluded she had not suspected me of being the author of her lover's death. "Madam," said I, "so far from blaming, I assure you I heartily commiserate your sorrow. I should feel surprised if you were insensible to such heavy calamities. Weep on, your tears are so many proofs of your tenderness, but I hope that time and reflection will moderate your grief." She retired into her apartment, where, giving herself wholly up to sorrow, she spent a whole year in mourning and lamentation. At the end of that period, she begged permission to erect a burying place for herself within the bounds of the palace, where she would continue, she told me, to the end of her days. I consented, and she built a stately edifice, crowned by a cupola, which may be seen from hence, and called it the Palace of Tears. When it was finished, she caused her lover to be conveyed thither, from the place to which she had caused him to be carried the night I wounded him. She had hitherto prevented his dying by potions which she had administered to him, and she continued to convey them to him herself every day after he came to the Palace of Tears. Yet, with all her enchantments, she could not cure him. He was not only unable to walk or support himself, but had also lost the use of his speech, and exhibited no sign of life except in his looks. Though the queen had no other consolation but to see him, and to say to him all that her senseless passion could inspire, yet every day she made him 2 long visits. I was well apprized of this, but pretended ignorance. One day my curiosity induced me to go to the Palace of Tears to observe how the princess employed herself, and from a place where she could not see me, I heard her thus address her lover: "I am afflicted to the highest degree to behold you in this condition. I am as sensible as yourself of the tormenting pain you endure, but, dear soul, I am continually speaking to you, and you do not answer me. How long will you remain silent? Speak only one word. Alas, the sweetest moments of my life are these I spend here in partaking of your grief. I cannot live at a distance from you, and would prefer the pleasure of having you always before me to the empire of the universe." At these words, which were several times interrupted by her sighs and sobs, I lost all patience, and discovering myself, came up to her and said, "Madam, you have wept enough. It is time to give over this sorrow, which dishonours both. You have too much forgotten what you owe to me and to yourself." "Sire," said she, "if you have any kindness or compassion for me left, I beseech you to put no restraint upon me. Allow me to indulge my grief, which it is impossible for time to assuage." When I perceived that my remonstrance, instead of restoring her to a sense of duty, served only to increase her anguish, I gave over and retired. She continued every day to visit her lover, and for 2 whole years abandoned herself to grief and despair. I went a second time to the Palace of Tears. While she was there, I concealed myself again, and heard her thus address her lover: "It is now 3 years since you spoke one word to me. You answer not the proofs I give you of my love by my sighs and lamentations. Is it from insensibility or contempt? O tomb, hast thou destroyed that excess of affection which he bare me? Hast thou closed those eyes that evinced so much love, and were all my delight? No, no, this I cannot think. Tell me rather by what miracle thou becamest the depositary of the rarest treasure the world ever contained." I must confess, my lord, I was enraged at these expressions, for, in truth, this beloved, this adored mortal was by no means what you would imagine him to have been. He was a black Indian, one of the original natives of this country. I was so enraged at the language addressed to him, that I discovered myself, and, apostrophizing the tomb in my turn, I cried, "O tomb, why dost not thou swallow up that monster so revolting to human nature? Or rather, why dost not thou swallow up both the lover and his mistress?" I had scarcely uttered these words when the queen, who sat by the black, rose up like a fury. "Miscreant," said she, "thou art the cause of my grief. Do not think I am ignorant of this. I have dissembled too long. It was thy barbarous hand that brought the objects of my fondness into this lamentable condition, and thou hast the cruelty to come and insult a despairing lover. Yes," said I in a rage, "it was I that chastised that monster according to his desert. I ought to have treated thee in the same manner. I now repent that I did not. Thou hast too long abused my goodness." As I spoke these words, I drew out my scimitar, and lifted up my hand to punish her. But regarding me steadfastly, she said with a jeering smile, "Moderate thy anger." At the same time she pronounced words I did not understand, and afterwards added, "By virtue of my enchantments, I command thee to become half marble and half man." Immediately, my lord, I became what you see, a dead man among the living, and a living man among the dead. After the cruel sorceress, unworthy of the name of queen, had metamorphosed me thus, and brought me into this hall, by another enchantment she destroyed my capital, which was very flourishing and populous, and annihilated the houses, the public places, and markets, and reduced the site of the whole to the lake and desert plain you have seen. The fishes of 4 colours in the lake are the 4 kinds of inhabitants of different religions which the city contained. The white are the Mussulmans, the red the Persians who worship fire, the blue the Christians, and the yellow the Jews. The 4 little hills were the 4 islands that gave name to this kingdom. I learned all this from the enchantress, who, to add to my affliction, related to me these effects of her rage. But this is not all. Her revenge not being satisfied with the destruction of my dominions and the metamorphosis of my person, she comes every day and gives me over my naked shoulders 100 lashes with the whip, until I am covered with blood. When she has finished this part of my punishment, she throws over me a coarse stuff of goat's hair, and over that this robe of brocade, not to honour, but to mock me. When he came to this part of the narrative, the young king could not restrain his tears, and the Sultan was himself so affected by the relation that he could not find utterance for any words of consolation. Shortly after, the young king, lifting up his eyes to heaven, exclaimed, "Mighty Creator of all things, I submit myself to thy judgments, and to the decrees of thy providence. I endure my calamities with patience, since it is thy will things should be as they are. But I hope thy infinite goodness will ultimately reward me." The Sultan, greatly moved by the recital of this affecting story, and anxious to avenge the sufferings of the unfortunate prince, said to him, "Inform me whither this perfidious sorceress retires, and where may be found her vile paramour, who is entombed before his death." "My lord," replied the prince, "her lover, as I have already told you, is lodged in the palace of Tears, in a superb tomb constructed in the form of a dome. This palace joins the castle on the side in which the gate is placed. As to the queen, I cannot tell you precisely whither she retires, but every day at sunrise she goes to visit her paramour, after having executed her bloody vengeance upon me, and you see I am not in a condition to defend myself. She carries to him the potion with which she has hitherto prevented his dying, and always complains of his never having spoken to her since he was wounded." "Prince," said the Sultan, "your condition can never be sufficiently deplored. No one can be more sensibly affected by your misfortunes than I am. Never did anything so extraordinary befall any man, and those who write your history will have the advantage of relating what surpasses all that has hitherto been recorded. One thing only is wanting, the revenge to which you are entitled, and I will omit nothing in my power to effect it." In his subsequent conversation with the young prince, the Sultan told him who he was, and for what purpose he had entered the castle, and afterwards informed him of a mode of revenge which he had devised. They agreed upon the measures they were to take for accomplishing their design, and deferred the execution of it till the following day. In the meantime, the night being far spent, the Sultan took some rest, but the young prince passed the night as usual without sleep, having never slept since he was enchanted, still indulging some hopes of being speedily delivered from his misery. Next morning the Sultan arose with the dawn, and prepared to execute his design. Hiding his upper garment, which might encumber him, he then proceeded to the Palace of Tears. He found it lighted up with an infinite number of flambeaux of white wax, and perfumed by a delicious scent issuing from several censers of fine gold of admirable workmanship. As soon as he perceived the bed where the black lay, he drew his scimitar, and without resistance deprived him of his wretched life, dragged his corpse into the court of the castle, and threw it into a well. After this he went and lay down in the black's bed, placed his scimitar under the covering, and waited to complete his design. The queen arrived shortly after. She first went into the chamber of her husband, the king of the Black Islands, stripped him, and with unexampled barbarity gave him 100 stripes. The unfortunate prince filled the palace with his lamentations, and conjured her in the most affecting tone to take pity on him, but the cruel wretch ceased not till she had given the usual number of blows. "You had no compassion on my lover," said she, "and you are to expect none from me." After the enchantress had given the king, her husband, 100 blows with the whip, she put on again his covering of goat's hair, and his brocade gown over all, and went afterwards to the Palace of Tears, and as she entered renewed her tears and lamentations. Then, approaching the bed where she thought her paramour lay, "What cruelty," cried she, "was it to disturb the satisfaction so tender and passionate a lover as I am, O cruel prince, who reproachest me that I am inhuman, when I make thee feel the effects of my resentment? Does not thy barbarity surpass my vengeance? Traitor, in attempting the life of the object which I adore, hast thou not robbed me of mine? Alas!" said she, addressing herself to the Sultan, conceiving him to be the black, "my son, my life, will you always be silent? Are you resolved to let me die without affording me the comfort of hearing again from your own lips that you love me? My soul, speak one word to me at least, I conjure you." The Sultan, as if he had awakened out of a deep sleep, and counterfeiting the pronunciation of the blacks, answered the queen with a grave tone, "There is no strength or power but in God alone, who is almighty." At these words the enchantress, who did not expect them, uttered a loud exclamation of joy. "My dear lord," cried she, "do not I deceive myself? Is it certain that I hear you, and that you speak to me?" "Unhappy woman," said the Sultan, "art thou worthy that I should answer thee?" "Alas!" replied the queen, "why do you reproach me thus?" "The cries," returned the Sultan, "the groans and tears of thy husband, whom thou treatest every day with so much indignity and barbarity, prevent my sleeping night or day. Hadst thou disenchanted him, should long since have been cured, and have recovered the use of my speech. This is the cause of my silence, of which you complain." "Well," said the enchantress, "to pacify you I am ready to execute your commands. Would you have me restore him?" "Yes," replied the Sultan, "make haste to set him at liberty, that I be no longer disturbed by his lamentations." The enchantress went immediately out of the Palace of Tears. she took a cup of water and pronounced some words over it, which caused it to boil as if it had been on the fire. She afterwards proceeded to the young king her husband, and threw the water upon him, saying, "If the Creator of all things did form thee as thou art at present, or if he be angry with thee, do not change, but if thou art in that condition merely by virtue of my enchantments, resume thy natural shape, and become what thou wast before." She had scarcely spoken these words when the prince, finding himself restored to his former condition, rose up and returned thanks to God. The enchantress then said to him, "Get thee from this castle, and never return on pain of death." The young king, yielding to necessity, went away from the enchantress without replying a word, and retired to a remote place, where he patiently awaited the event of the design which the Sultan had so happily begun. Meanwhile the enchantress returned to the Palace of Tears, and, supposing that she still spoke to the black, said, "Dear love, I have done what you required. Nothing now prevents your rising and giving me the satisfaction of which I have so long been deprived." The Sultan, still counterfeiting the pronunciation of the blacks, said, "What you have now done is by no means sufficient for my cure. You have only removed a part of the evil, you must cut it up by the root." "My lovely black," resumed the queen, "what do you mean by the root?" "Wretched woman," replied the Sultan, "understand you not that I allude to the town and its inhabitants, and the 4 islands destroyed by thy enchantments? The fish every night at midnight raise their heads out of the lake, and cry for vengeance against thee and me. This is the true cause of the delay of my cure. Go speedily, restore things to their former state, and at thy return I will give thee my hand, and thou shalt help me to arise." The enchantress, inspired with hope from these words, cried out in a transport of joy, "My heart, my soul, you shall soon be restored to your health, for I will immediately do as you command me." Accordingly she went that instant, and when she came to the brink of the lake, she took a little water in her hand, and sprinkling it, had no sooner pronounced some words over the fish and the lake, that the city was immediately restored. The fish became men, women, and children, Mohammedans, Christians, Persians, or Jews, freemen or slaves, as they were before, every one having recovered his natural form. The houses and shops were immediately filled with their inhabitants, who found all things as they were before the enchantment. The Sultan's numerous retinue, who found themselves encamped in the largest square, were astonished to see themselves in an instant in the middle of a large, handsome, well-peopled city. To return to the enchantress. As soon as she had effected this wonderful change, she returned with all expedition to the Palace of Tears, that she might receive her reward. "My dear lord," cried she, as she entered, "I have come to rejoice with you in the return of your health. I have done all that you required of me. Then pray rise and give me your hand." "Come near," said the Sultan, still counterfeiting the pronunciation of the blacks. She did so. "You are not near enough," he continued. "Approach nearer." She obeyed. He then rose up, and seizing her by the arm so suddenly that she had not time to discover him, he with a blow of his scimitar cut her in two, so that one half fell one way and the other another. This done, he left the body on the spot, and going out of the Palace of Tears, went to seek the young king of the Black Isles, who waited for him with great impatience. When he found him, "Prince," said he, embracing him, "rejoice, you have now nothing to fear. Your cruel enemy is dead." The young prince returned thanks to the Sultan in a manner that sufficiently expressed the sincerity of his gratitude, and in return wished him long life and happiness. "You may henceforward," said the Sultan, "dwell peaceably in your capital, unless you will accompany me to mine, which is near. You shall there be welcome, and have as much honour and respect shown you as if you were in your own kingdom." "Potent monarch, to whom I am so much indebted," replied the king, "you think then that you are near your capital?" "Yes," said the Sultan. I know it is not above 4 or 5 hours' journey." "It will take you a whole year to return," said the prince. "I do indeed believe that you came hither from your capital in the time you mention, because mine was enchanted, but since the enchantment is taken off, things are changed. However, this shall not prevent my following you, were it to the utmost corners of the earth. You are my deliverer, and that I may give you proofs of my acknowledging this during my whole life, I am willing to accompany you and to leave my kingdom without regret." The Sultan was extremely surprised to understand that he was so far from his dominions, and could not imagine how it could be. But the young king of the Black Islands convinced him beyond a possibility of doubt, that the Sultan replied, "It is no matter. The trouble of returning to my own country is sufficiently recompensed by the satisfaction of having obliged you, and by acquiring you for a son. For since you will do me the honour of accompanying me, as I have no child, I look upon you as such, and from this moment appoint you my heir and successor." The conversation between the Sultan and the king of the Black Islands concluded with most affectionate embraces, after which the young prince employed himself in making preparations for his journey, which were finished in 3 weeks, to the great regret of his court and subjects, who agreed to receive at his hands one of his nearest kindred for their monarch. At length the Sultan and the young prince began their journey, with 100 camels laden with inestimable riches from the treasury of the young king, followed by 50 handsome gentlemen on horseback, perfectly well mounted and dressed. They had a pleasant journey, and when the Sultan, who had sent couriers to give advice of his delay, and of the adventure which had occasioned it, approached his capital, the principal officers came to receive him, and to assure him that his long absence had occasioned no alteration in his empire. The inhabitants also came out in great crowds, receiving him with acclamations, and made public rejoicings for several days. The day after his arrival, the Sultan gave all his courtiers a very ample account of the circumstances which, contrary to his expectation, had detained him so long. He acquainted them with his having adopted the king of the 4 Black Islands, who was willing to leave a great kingdom to accompany and live with him, and in reward for their loyalty he made each of them presents according to their rank. As for the fisherman, as he was the first cause of the deliverance of the young prince, the Sultan gave him a plentiful fortune, which made him and his family happy the rest of their lives. End of section 10.
Section 11 of the Arabian Nights Entertainments, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Pruden. The Arabian Nights Entertainments, Volume 1, by Anonymous, translated by Dr. Jonathan Scott, Section 11. Story of the 3 calendars, sons of sultans, and of the 5 ladies of Baghdad. In the reign of Caliph Harun al-Rashid, there was at Baghdad a porter who, notwithstanding his mean and laborious business, was a fellow of wit and good humor. One morning, as he was at the place where he usually plied, with a great basket, waiting for employment, a handsome young lady covered with a great muslin veil accosted him and said with a pleasant air, "Hark you, porter, take your basket and follow me." The porter, charmed with these words pronounced in so agreeable a manner, took his basket immediately, set it on his head, and followed the lady, exclaiming, "O happy day! O day of good luck!" In a short time the lady stopped before a gate that was shut, and knocked. A Christian, with a venerable long white beard, opened it, and she put money into his hand without speaking. But the Christian, who knew what she wanted, went in, and in a little time brought a large jug of excellent wine. "Take this jug," said the lady to the porter, "and put it in your basket." This being done, she commanded him to follow her, and as she proceeded, the porter continued his exclamation, "O happy day! This is a day of agreeable surprise and joy." The lady stopped at a fruit shop where she bought several sorts of apples, apricots, peaches, quinces, lemons, citrons, oranges, myrtles, sweet basil, lilies, jessamine, and other flowers and fragrant plants. She bid the porter put all into his basket and follow her. As she went by a butcher's stall, she made him weigh her 25 pounds of his best meat, which she ordered the porter to put also into his basket. At another shop she took capers, tarragon, cucumber, sassafras, and other herbs preserved in vinegar. At another she bought pistachios, walnuts, filberts, almonds, kernels of pineapples, and such other fruits, and at another all sorts of confectionery. When the porter had put all these things into his basket, and perceived that it grew full, "My good lady," said he, "you ought to have given me notice that you had so much provision to carry, and then I would have brought a horse, or rather a camel, for the purpose. For if you buy ever so little more, I shall not be able to bear it." The lady laughed at the fellow's pleasant humor, and ordered him still to follow her. She then went to a druggist, where she furnished herself with all manner of sweet-scented waters, cloves, musk, pepper, ginger, and a great piece of ambergris, and several other Indian spices. This quite filled the porter's basket, and she ordered him to follow her. They walked till they came to a magnificent house, whose front was adorned with fine columns, and had a gate of ivory. There they stopped, and the lady knocked softly. While the young lady and the porter waited for the opening of the gate, the porter made 1,000 reflections. He wondered that such a fine lady should come abroad to buy provisions. He concluded that she could not be a slave, her air was too noble, and therefore he thought she must needs be a woman of quality. Just as he was about to ask her some questions upon this head, another lady came to open the gate, and appeared to him so beautiful that he was perfectly surprised, or rather so much struck with her charms, that he had nearly suffered his basket to fall, for he had never seen any beauty that equaled her. The lady who brought the porter with her perceived his disorder, and, knowing the cause, was greatly diverted, and took so much pleasure in watching his looks that she forgot the gate was opened. "Pray, sister," said the beautiful portress, "come in. What do you stay for? Do you not see this poor man so heavily laden that he is scarcely able to stand?" When she entered with the porter, the lady who had opened the gate shut it, and all three, having passed through a splendid vestibule, entered a spacious court, encompassed with an open gallery, which had a communication with several apartments of extraordinary magnificence. At the farther end of the court there was a platform richly furnished, with a throne of amber in the middle, supported by 4 columns of ebony enriched with diamonds and pearls of an extraordinary size, and covered with red satin embroidered with Indian gold of admirable workmanship. In the middle of the court there was a fountain, faced with white marble and full of clear water, which was copiously supplied out of the mouth of a lion of brass. The porter, though heavy laden, could not but admire the magnificence of this house, and the excellent order in which everything was placed. But what particularly captivated his attention was a third lady, who seemed to be more beautiful than the second, and was seated upon the throne just mentioned. She descended as soon as she saw the 2 others, and advanced towards them. He judged by the respect which the other ladies showed her that she was the chief, in which he was not mistaken. This lady was called Zobeide, she who opened the gate Safie, and she who went to buy the provisions was named Amin. Zobeide said to the 2 ladies, when she came to them, "Sisters, do you not see that this honest man is ready to sink under his burden? Why do you not ease him of it?" Then Amin and Safie took the basket, the one before and the other behind. Zobeide also assisted, and the 3 together set it on the ground, then emptied it, and when they had done, the beautiful Amin took out money and paid the porter liberally. The porter was well satisfied with the money he had received, but when he ought to have departed, he could not summon sufficient resolution for the purpose. He was chained to the spot by the pleasure of beholding 3 such beauties, who appeared to him equally charming, for Amin, having now laid aside her veil, proved to be as handsome as either of the others. What surprised him most was that he saw no man about the house, yet most of the provisions he had brought in, as the dry fruits and the several sorts of cakes and confections, were adapted chiefly for those who could drink and make merry. Zobeide thought at first that the porter stayed only to take breath, but perceiving that he remained too long, "What do you wait for?" she said. "Are you not sufficiently paid?" And turning to Amene, she continued, "Sister, give him something more, that he may depart satisfied." "Madam," replied the porter, "it is not that which detains me. I am already more than paid for my services. I am sensible that I act rudely in staying longer than I ought, but I hope you will see the goodness to pardon me when I tell you that I am astonished not to see a man with 3 ladies of such extraordinary beauty, and you know that a company of women without men is as melancholy as a company of men without women." To this he added several other pleasant things, to prove what he said, and did not forget the Baghdad proverb, that the table is not completely furnished, except there be 4 in company, and so concluded that since they were but 3, they wanted another. The ladies fell a-laughing at the porter's reasoning, after which Zobeide gravely addressed him. "Friend, you presume rather too much, and though you do not deserve that I should enter into any explanation with you, I have no objection to inform you that we are 3 sisters, who transact our affairs with so much secrecy that no one knows anything of them. We have but too much reason to be cautious of acquainting indiscreet persons with our counsel, and a good author that we have read says, 'Keep thy own secret, and do not reveal it to any one. He that makes his secret known is no longer its master. If thy own breast cannot keep thy counsel, how canst thou expect the breast of another to be more faithful?'" "My ladies," replied the porter, "by your very air, I judged at first that you were persons of extraordinary merit, and I conceive that I am not mistaken. Though fortune has not given me wealth enough to raise me above my mean profession, yet I have not omitted to cultivate my mind as much as I could by reading books of science and history. And allow me, I beseech you, to say that I have also read in another author a maxim which I have always happily followed. We conceal our secret from such persons only as are known to all the world to want discretion, and would abuse our confidence, but we hesitate not to discover it to the prudent, because we know that with them it is safe. A secret in my keeping is as secure as if it were locked up in a cabinet, a key of which is lost, and the door sealed up." Zobeide, perceiving that the porter was not deficient in wit, but thinking he wished to share in their festivity, answered him smiling, "You know that we have been making preparations to regale ourselves, and that, as you have seen, at a considerable expense. It is not just that you should now partake of the entertainment without contributing to the cost." The beautiful Safie seconded her sister, and said to the porter, "Friend, have you never heard the common saying, 'If you bring something with you, you shall carry something away, but if you bring nothing, you shall depart empty'?" The porter, notwithstanding his rhetoric, must in all probability have retired in confusion if Amene had not taken his part, and said to Zobeide and Safie, "My dear sisters, I conjure you to let him remain. I need not tell you that he will afford us some diversion. Of this you perceive he is capable. I assure you, had it not been for his readiness, his alacrity, and courage to follow me, I could not have done so much business in so short a time. Besides, were I to repeat to you all the obliging expressions he addressed to me by the way, you would not feel surprising at my taking his part." At these words of Amene, the porter was so transported with joy that he fell on his knees, kissed the ground at her feet, and raised himself up and said, "Most beautiful lady, you began my good fortune today, and now you complete it by this generous conduct. I cannot adequately express my acknowledgments. As to the rest, ladies," said he, addressing himself to all 3 sisters, "since you do me so great an honor, I do not think I will abuse it, or look upon myself as deserving of the distinction. No, I shall always look upon myself as one of your most humble slaves." When he had spoken these words, he would have returned the money had he received, but Zobeide ordered him to keep it. "What we have once given," said she, "to reward those who have served us, we never take back. My friend, in consenting to your staying with us, I must forewarn you that it is not the only condition we impose upon you, that you keep inviolable the secret we may entrust to you, but we also require you to attend to the strictest rules of good manners." During this address, the charming Amene put off the apparel she went abroad with, and fastened her robe to her girdle, that she might act with the greater freedom. She then brought in several sorts of meat, wine, and cups of gold. Soon after, the ladies took their places, and made the porter sit down by them, who was overjoyed to see himself seated with 3 such admirable beauties. As they had eaten a little, Amene took a cup, poured some wine into it, and drank first herself. She then filled the cup to her sisters, who drank in course as they sat, and at last she filled it the 4th time for the porter, who, as he received it, kissed Amene's hand, and before he drank sung a song to his purpose, that as the wind bears with it the sweet scents of the perfumed places over which it passes, so the wine he was going to drink, coming from her fair hands, received a more exquisite flavor than it naturally possessed. The song pleased the ladies much, and each of them afterwards sung one in her turn. In short, they were all very pleasant during the repast, which lasted a considerable time, and nothing was wanting that could serve to render it agreeable. The day drawing to a close, Safie spoke in the name of the 3 ladies, and said to the porter, "Arise, it is time for you to depart." But the porter, not willing to leave good company, cried, "Alas, ladies, whither do you command me to go in my present condition? What with drinking and your society, I am quite beside myself. I shall never find the way home. Allow me this night to recover myself in any place you please, but go when I will, I shall leave the best part of myself behind." Amene pleaded the 2nd time for the porter, saying, "Sisters, he is right. I am pleased with the request, he having already diverted us so well, and if you will take my advice, or if you love me as much as I think you do, let us keep him for the remainder of the night." "Sister," answered Zobeide, "we can refuse you nothing." And then turning to the porter said, "We are willing once more to grant your request, but upon this new condition, that whatever we do in your presence relating either to ourselves or anything else, you do not so much as open your mouth to ask the reason. For if you put any questions respecting what does not concern you, you may chance to hear what you will not like. Beware, therefore, and be not too inquisitive to pry into the motives of our actions." "Madam," replied the porter, "I promise to abide by this condition, that you shall have no cause to complain, and far less to punish my indiscretion. My tongue shall be immovable on this occasion, and my eye like a looking-glass, which retains nothing of the objects that is set before it." "To shew you," said Zobeide, with a serious countenance, "that what we demand of you is not a new thing among us, read what is written over our gate on the inside." The porter went and read these words, written in large characters of gold: "He who speaks of things that do not concern him shall hear things that will not please him." Returning again to the 3 sisters, "Ladies," said he, "I swear to you that you shall never hear me utter a word respecting what does not relate to me, or wherein you may have any concern." These preliminaries being settled, Amene brought in supper, and after she had lighted up the room with tapers made of aloe wood and ambergris, which yield a most agreeable perfume, as well as a delicate light, she sat down with her sisters and the porter. They began again to eat and drink, to sing and repeat verses. The ladies diverted themselves in intoxicating the porter, under pretext of making him drink to their healths, and that the repast was enlivened by reciprocal flashes of wit. When they were all in the best humor possible, they heard a knocking at the gate. When the ladies heard the knocking, they all 3 got up to open the gate, but Safie was the nimblest, which her sisters perceiving, they resumed their seats. Safie, returning, said, "Sisters, we have a very fine opportunity of passing a good part of the night pleasantly. If you agree with me, you will not suffer it to go by. There are 3 calendars at our gate, at least they appear to be such by their habit, but what will surprise you is, they are all 3 blind of the right eye, and have their heads, beards, and eyebrows shaved. They say they are but just come to Baghdad, where they never were before. It being night, and not knowing where to find a lodging, they happened to chance to knock at this gate, and pray us, for the love of heaven, to have compassion on them, and receive them into the house. They care not what place we put them in, provided they may be under shelter. They would be satisfied with a stable. They are young and handsome, and seem not to want spirit. But I cannot without laughing think of their amusing and uniform figure." Here Safie laughed so heartily that the 2 sisters and the porter could not refrain from laughing also. "My dear sisters," she said, Will you permit them to come in? It is impossible but that with such persons as I have described them to be, we shall finish the day better than we began it. They will afford us diversion enough and put us to no charge, because they desire shelter only for this night, and resolve to leave as soon as day appears." Zobeide and Amine made some difficulty to grant Safie's request, for reasons which she herself well knew. But being very desirous to obtain this favor, they could not refuse her. "Go then," said Zobeide, "and bring them in, but do not forget to acquaint them that they must not speak of anything which does not concern them, and cause them to read what is written over the gate." Safie ran out with joy, and in a little time returned with the 3 calendars. At their entrance they made a profound obeisance to the ladies, who rose up to receive them, and told them courteously that they were welcome, that they were glad of the opportunity to oblige them, and to contribute towards relieving the fatigues of their journey, and at last invited them to sit down with them. The magnificence of the place and the civility they received inspired the calendars with high respect for the ladies. But before they sat down, having by chance cast their eyes upon the porter, whom they saw clad almost like those devotees of whom they have continual disputes respecting several points of discipline, because they never shave their beards nor eyebrows, one of them said, "I believe we have got here one of our revolted Arabian brethren." The porter, having his head warm with wine, took offence, and with a fierce look, without stirring from his place, answered, "Sit you down, and do not meddle with what does not concern you. Have you not read the inscription over the gate? Do not pretend to make people live after your fashion, but follow others." "Honest man," said the calender, "do not put yourself in a passion. We should be sorry to give you the least occasion. On the contrary, we are ready to receive your commands." Upon which, to put an end to the dispute, the ladies interposed and pacified them. When the calenders were seated, the ladies served them with meat, and Safie, being highly pleased with them, did not let them want for wine. After the calenders had eaten and drunk liberally, they signified to the ladies that they wished to entertain them with a concert of music, if they had any instruments in the house, and would cause them to be brought. They willingly accepted the proposal, and fair Safie, going to fetch them, returned again in a moment, and presented them with a flute of her own country fashion, another of the Persian, and a tabor. Each man took the instrument he liked, and all 3 together began to play a tune. The ladies, who knew the words of a merry song that suited the air, joined the concert with their voices, but the words of the song made them now and then stop and fall into excessive laughter. In the height of this diversion, when the company were in the midst of their jollity, a knocking was heard at the gate. Safie left off singing, and went to see who it was. The Caliph Haroun al-Rashid was frequently in the habit of walking abroad in disguise by night, that he might discover if everything was quiet in the city, and see that no disorders were committed. This night the Caliph went out on his rambles, accompanied by Jafir, his grand vizier, and Mesrour, the chief of the eunuchs of his palace, all disguised in merchants' habits, and passing through the street where the 3 ladies dwelt, he heard the sound of music and fits of loud laughter, upon which he commanded the vizier to knock, as he wished to enter to ascertain the reason. The vizier in vain represented to him that the noise proceeded from some women who were merry-making, that without question their heads were warm with wine, and that it would not be proper he should expose himself to be affronted by them. Besides, it was not yet an unlawful hour, and therefore he ought not to disturb them in their mirth. "No matter," said the Caliph, "I command you to knock." Jafir complied. Safie opened the gate, and the vizier, perceiving by the light in her hand that she was an incomparable beauty, with a very low salutation, said, "We are 3 merchants of Mosul, who arrived here about 10 days ago with rich merchandise, which we have in a warehouse at a caravanserai, where we have also our lodging. We happened this evening to be with a merchant of this city, who invited us to his house, where we had a splendid entertainment, and the wine having put us in good humor, he sent us for a company of dancers. Night being come on, and the music and dancers making a great noise, the watch passing by caused the gate to be opened, and some of the company to be taken up, but we had the good fortune to escape by getting over the wall. Being strangers, and somewhat overcome with wine, we are afraid of meeting that or some other watch before we get home to our khan. Besides, before we can arrive there, the gates will be shut, and will not be opened till morning. Wherefore, hearing as we passed by this way the sound of music, we supposed you were not yet going to rest, and made bold to knock at your gate, to beg the favour of lodging ourselves in the house till morning. And if you think us worthy of your good company, we will endeavour to contribute to your diversion to the best of our power, to make some amends for the interruption we have given you. If not, we only beg the favour of staying this night in your vestibule. Whilst Jafir was speaking, Safie had time to observe the vizier and his two companions, who were said to be merchants like himself, and told them that she was not mistress of the house, but if they would have a minute's patience, she would return with an answer. Safie made the business known to her sisters, who considered for some time what to do, but being naturally of a good disposition, and having granted the same favour to the 3 calenders, they at last consented to let them in. The Caliph, his grand vizier, and the chief of the eunuchs, being introduced by the fair Safie, very courteously saluted the ladies and the calenders. The ladies returned their salutations, supposing them to be merchants. Zobeide, as the chief, addressed them with a grave and serious countenance, which was natural to her, and said, "You are welcome, but before I proceed farther, I hope you will not take it ill if we desire one favour of you." "Alas," said the vizier, "what favour? We can refuse nothing to such fair ladies." Zobeide continued, "It is that, while here, you would have eyes, but no tongues, that you question us not for the reason of anything you may see, and speak not of anything that does not concern you, lest you hear what will by no means please you." "Madam," replied the vizier, "you shall be obeyed. We are not censorious, nor impertinently curious. It is enough for us to notice affairs that concern us, without meddling with what does not belong to us." Upon this they all sat down, and the company being united, they drank to the health of the newcomers. While the vizier entertained the ladies in conversation, the Caliph could not forbear admiring their extraordinary beauty, graceful behaviour, pleasant humour, and ready wit. On the other hand, nothing struck him with more surprise than the calenders being all 3 blind of the right eye. He would gladly have learnt the cause of this singularity, but the condition so lately imposed upon himself and his companions would not allow him to speak. These circumstances, with the richness of the furniture, the exact order of everything, and the neatness of the house, made him think that they were in some enchanted place. Their conversation happening to turn upon diversions, and the different ways of making merry, the calenders arose and danced after their fashion, which augmented the good opinion the ladies had conceived of them, and procured them the esteem of the Caliph and his companions. When the 3 calenders had finished their dance, Zobeide arose, and, taking Amine by the hand, said, "Pray, sister, arise, for the company will not be offended if we use our freedom, and their presence need not hinder the performance of our customary exercise." Amine, understanding her sister's meaning, rose from her seat, carried away the dishes, the flasks, and cups, together with the instruments which the calenders had played upon. Safie was not idle, but swept the room, put everything again in its place, trimmed the lamps, and put fresh aloes and ambergris to them. This being done, she requested the 3 calenders to sit down upon the sofa at one side, and the Caliph and his companions on the other. Then, addressing herself to the porter, she said, "Get up and prepare yourself to assist us in what we are going to do. A man like you, who is one of the family, ought not to be idle." The porter, being somewhat recovered from his wine, arose immediately, and having tied the sleeve of his gown to his belt, answered, "Here am I, ready to obey your commands." "Very well," replied Safie, "stay till you are spoken to, and you shall not be idle long." A little time after, Amine came in with a chair, which she placed in the middle of the room, and then went towards a closet. Having opened the door, she beckoned to the porter, and said, "Come hither and assist me." He obeyed, and entered the closet, and returned immediately, leading 2 black bitches, each of them secured by a collar and chain. They appeared as if they had been severely whipped with rods, and he brought them to the middle of the apartment. Zobeide, rising from her seat between the calenders and the Caliph, moved very gravely towards the porter. "Come," she said, heaving a deep sigh, "let us perform our duty." She then tucked up her sleeves above her elbows, and receiving a rod from Safie, "Porter," she said, "deliver one of the bitches to my sister Amine, and bring the other to me." The porter did as he was commanded. Upon this, the bitch that he held in his hand began to howl, and turning towards Zobeide, held her head up in a supplicating posture. But Zobeide, having no regard to the sad countenance of the animal, which would have moved pity, nor to her cries that resounded through the house, whipped her with the rod till she was out of breath, and having spent her strength, threw down the rod, and taking the chain from the porter, lifted up the bitch by her paws, and looking upon her with a sad and pitiful countenance, they both wept. After which Zobeide, with her handkerchief, wiped the tears from the bitch's eyes, kissed her, returned the chain to the porter, desired him to carry her to the place whence he took her, and bring her the other. The porter led back the whipped bitch to the closet, and receiving the other from Amin, presented her to Zobeide, who requested him to hold her as he had done the first, took up the rod, and treated her after the same manner, and when she had wept over her, she dried her eyes, kissed her, and returned her to the porter. But Amin spared him the trouble of leading her back into the closet, and did it herself. The 3 calenders with the Caliph and his companions were extremely surprised at this exhibition, and could not comprehend why Zobeide, after having so furiously beaten those 2 bitches, that by the Mussulman religion are reckoned unclean animals, should weep with them, wipe off their tears, and kiss them. They muttered among themselves, and the Caliph, who, being more impatient than the rest, longed exceedingly to be informed of the cause of so strange a proceeding, could not forbear making signs to the vizier to ask the question. The vizier turned his head another way, but being pressed by repeated signs, he answered by others that it was not yet time for the Caliph to satisfy his curiosity. Zobeide, still some time in the middle of the room, where she had whipped the 2 bitches, to recover herself of her fatigue, and Safie called to her, "Dear sister, will you not be pleased to return to your place, that I may also act my part?" "Yes, sister," replied Zobeide, and then went and sat down upon the sofa, having the Caliph, Jafir, and Mesrour on her right side, and the 3 calenders with the porter on her left. After Zobeide had taken her seat, the whole company remained silent for some time. At last, Safie, sitting on the chair in the middle of the room, spoke to her sister Amin. "Dear sister, I conjure you to rise. You know what I would say." Amin rose and went to the other closet, near to that where the bitches were, and brought out a case covered with yellow satin, richly embroidered with gold and green silk. She went towards Safie and opened the case, from whence she took a lute, and presented it to her, and after some time spent in tuning it, Safie began to play, and accompanying the instrument with her voice, sang a song about the torments that absence creates to lovers, with so much sweetness that it charmed the Caliph and all the company. Having sung with much passion and action, she said to Amin, "Pray take it, sister, for my voice fails me. Oblige the company with a tune, and a song in my stead." "Very willingly," replied Amin, who, taking the lute from her sister, sat down in her place. Amin played and sung almost as long upon the same subject, but with so much vehemence, and was so much affected, or rather transported, by the words of the song, that her strength failed her as she finished. Zobeide, desirous of testifying her satisfaction, said, "Sister, you have done wonders, and we may easily see that you feel the grief you have expressed in so lively a manner." Amin was prevented from answering this civility, her heart being so sensibly touched at the moment that she was obliged, for air, to uncover her neck and bosom, which she did not appear so fair as might have been expected, but, on the contrary, were black and full of scars, which surprised and affected all the spectators. However, this gave her no ease, for she fell into a fit. When Zobeide and Safie had run to help her sister, one of the calenders could not forbear saying, "We had better have slept in the streets than have come hither to behold such spectacles." The Caliph, who heard this, came to him and the other calenders, and asked them what might be the meaning of all this. They answered, "We know no more than you do." "What?" said the Caliph, "are you not of the family? Can you not resolve us concerning the 2 black bitches and the lady that fainted away, who appears to have been so basely abused?" "Sir," said the calenders, "this is the first time of our being in this house. We came but a few minutes before you." This increased the Caliph's astonishment. "Probably," said he, "this man who is with you may know something of the matter." One of the calenders beckoned the porter to come near, and asked him whether he knew why those 2 black bitches had been whipped, and why the Amin's bosom was so scarred. "Sir," said the porter, "I can swear by heaven that if you know nothing of this, I know as little as you do. It is true, I live in this city, but I never was in this house until now, and if you are surprised to see me, I am as much so to find myself in your company. And that which increases my wonder is, that I have not seen one man with these ladies." The Caliph and his company, as well as the calenders, had supposed the porter to be one of the family, and hoped he would have been able to give them the information they sought. But finding he could not, and resolving to satisfy his curiosity, the Caliph said to the rest, "We are 7 men, and have but 3 women to deal with. Let us try if we can oblige them to explain what we have seen, and if they refuse by fair means, we are in a condition to compel them by force." The Grand Vizier Jaaffier objected to this, and shewed the Caliph what might be the consequence. Without discovering the prince to the calenders, he addressed him as he had been a merchant, and said, "Consider, I pray you, that our reputation is at stake. You know the conditions on which these ladies consented to receive us, and which we agreed to observe. What will they say if we break them? We shall be still more to blame if any mischief befall us, for it is not likely that they would have extorted such a promise from us without knowing themselves to be in a condition to punish us for its violation." Here the vizier took the Caliph aside and whispered to him, "The night will soon be at an end, and if your majesty will only be pleased to have so much patience, I will tomorrow bring these ladies before your throne, where you may be informed of all that you desire to know." Though this advice was very judicious, the Caliph rejected it, desired the vizier to hold his tongue, and said he would not wait so long, but would immediately have this curiosity satisfied. The next business was to settle who should carry the message. The Caliph endeavored to prevail with the calenders to speak first, but they excused themselves, and at last they agreed that the porter should be the man. As they were consulting how to word this fatal question, Zobeide returned from her sister Amine, who was recovered from her fit. She drew them near, and having overheard them speaking pretty loud, said, "Gentlemen, what is the subject of your conversation? What are you disputing about?" The porter answered immediately, "Madam, these gentlemen beseech you to inform them why you wept over your 2 bitches, as you had whipped them so severely, and how the bosom of that lady who lately fainted away came to be so full of scars. These are the questions I am ordered to ask in their name." At these words Zobeide put on a stern countenance, and turning towards the Caliph and the rest of the company, "Is it true, gentlemen," she said, "that you desired him to ask me these questions?" All of them, except the Vizier Jaaffier, who spoke not a word, answered, "Yes." On which she exclaimed, in a tone that sufficiently expressed her resentment, "Before we granted you the favor of receiving you into our house, and to prevent all occasion of trouble from you, because we are alone, we imposed the condition that you should not speak of anything that did not concern you, lest you might hear that which would not please you. And yet, after having received and entertained you, you make no scruple to break your promise. It is true that our uneasy temper has occasioned this, but that shall not excuse your rudeness." As she spoke these words, she gave 3 stamps with her foot, and clamping her hands as often together, cried, "Come quickly!" Upon this a door flew open, and 7 black slaves rushed in. Every one seized a man, threw him on the ground, and dragged him into the middle of the room, brandishing a scimitar over his head. We may easily conceive the Caliph then repented, but too late, that he had not taken the advice of his vizier, who, with Mesrour, the calenders, and porter, was from his ill-turned curiosity on the point of forfeiting his life. Before they would strike the fatal blow, one of the slaves said to Zobeide and her sisters, "High, mighty, and adorable mistresses, do you command us to strike off their heads?" "Stay," said Zobeide, "I must examine them first." The frightened porter interrupted her thus, "In the name of heaven, do not put me to death for another man's crime. I am innocent. They are to blame." "Alas," said he, weeping, "how pleasantly did we pass our time. Those blind calendars are the cause of this misfortune. There is no town in the world but suffers wherever these inauspicious fellows come. Madam, I beg you not to destroy the innocent with the guilty, and consider that it is more glorious to pardon such a wretch as I am, who have no way to help myself, than to sacrifice me to your resentment." Zobeide, notwithstanding her anger, could not but laugh within herself at the porter's lamentation, but without replying to him, she spoke a second time to the rest, "Answer me, and say who you are, otherwise you shall not live 1 moment longer. I cannot believe you to be honest men, or persons of authority or distinction in your own countries, for if you were, you would have been more modest and more respectful to us." The Caliph, naturally warm, was infinitely more indignant than the rest to find his life depending on the command of a woman. But He began to conceive some hopes when he found she wished to know who they all were, for he imagined she would not put him to death when informed of his quality. Therefore, with a low voice to the vizier, who was near him, to declare it speedily. But the vizier, more prudent, resolved to save his master's honor, and not let the world know the affront he had brought upon himself by his own imprudence, and therefore answered, "We have what we deserve." But if he had intended to speak as the Caliph commanded him, Zobeide would not have allowed him time, for having turned to the calenders and seeing them all blind with one eye, she asked if they were brothers. "No, madam, no otherwise than we are calendars, that is to say, as we observe the same rules." "Were you born blind of the right eye?" continued she. "No, madam," answered he, "I lost my eye in such a surprising adventure that it would be instructive to everybody were it in writing. After that misfortune I shaved my beard and eyebrows, and took the habit of the calendar, which I now wear." Zobeide asked the other two calendars the same question, and had the same answers. But the last who spoke added, "Madam, to show you that we are no common fellows, and that you may have some consideration for us, be pleased to know that we are all three sons of sultans, and though we never met together till this evening, yet we have had enough time to make that known to one another, and I assure you that the sultans from whom we derive our being were famous in the world." At this discourse Zobeide suppressed her anger, and said to the slaves, "Give them their liberty a while, but remain where you are. Those who tell us their history and the occasion of their coming do them no hurt. Let them go where they please, but do not spare those who refuse to give us that satisfaction." The three calendars, the Caliph, the Grand Vizier, Jaffier, and eunuch Mesrour, and the porter were all in the middle of the hall, seated upon a carpet in the presence of the three ladies, who reclined upon a sofa, and the slaves stood ready to do whatever their mistresses could command. The porter, understanding that he might extricate himself from danger by telling his history, spoke first, and said, "Madam, you know my history already, and the occasion of my coming hither, so that what I have to say will be short. My lady, your sister, called me this morning at a place where I plied as porter to see if anybody would employ me, that I might get bread. I followed her to a vintner's, then to a herb shop, then to one where oranges, lemons, and citrons were sold, then to a grocer's, next to a confectioner's, and a druggist's, with my basket upon my head as full as I was able to carry it. Then I came hither, where you had the goodness to suffer me to continue till now, a favor that I shall never forget. This, madam, is my history." When the porter had done, Zobeide said to him, "Depart, let us see you no more." "Madam," replied the porter, "I beg you to let me stay. It would not be just, after the rest have had the pleasure to hear my history, that I should not also have the satisfaction of hearing theirs." And, having spoken thus, he sat down at the end of the sofa, glad at heart to have escaped the danger that had frightened him so much. After him, one of the three calendars, directing his speech to Zobeide, as the principal of the three ladies, began thus. End of section 11. Recording by John Pruden of www.johnpruden.com. Section 12 of the Arabian Nights Entertainments, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Pruden. The Arabian Nights Entertainments, Volume 1. By Anonymous. Translated by Dr. Jonathan Scott. Section 12. The History of the First Calendar. Madam, in order to inform you how I lost my right eye, and while I was obliged to put myself into a calendar's habit, I must tell you that I am a sultan's son born. My father had a brother who reigned over a neighboring kingdom, and the prince, his son, and I were nearly of the same age. After I had learned my exercises, the sultan, my father, granted me such liberty as suited my dignity. I went regularly every year to see my uncle, at whose court I amused myself for a month or two, and then returned again to my father's. These journeys cemented a firm and intimate friendship between the prince, my cousin, and myself. The last time I saw him, he received me with greater demonstrations of tenderness than he had done at any time before, and resolving one day to give me a treat, he made great preparations for that purpose. We continued a long time at table, and after we had both supped, "Cousin," said he, "you will hardly be able to guess how I have been employed since your last departure from hence, about a year past. I have had a great many men at work to perfect a design I have formed. I have caused an edifice to be built, which is now finished, so as to be habitable. You will not be displeased if I shew it you. But first you are to promise me upon oath that you will keep my secret, according to the confidence I repose in you." The affection and familiarity that subsisted between us would not allow me to refuse him anything. I very readily took the oath required of me, upon which he said to me, "Stay here till I return. I will be with you in a moment." And accordingly he came with a lady in his hand of singular beauty and magnificently apparelled. He did not intimate who she was, neither did I think it would be polite to inquire. We sat down again with this lady at table, where we continued some time conversing upon indifferent subjects, and now and then filling a glass to each other's health. After which the prince said, "Cousin, we must lose no time, therefore pray oblige me by taking this lady along with you, and conducting her to such a place where you will see a tomb newly built in form of a dome. You will easily know it. The gate is open. Enter it together, and tarry till I come, which will be very speedily." Being true to my oath, I made no farther inquiry, but took the lady by the hand, and by the directions which the prince my cousin had given me, I brought her to this place. We were scarcely got thither when we saw the prince following us, carrying a pitcher of water, a hatchet, and a little bag of mortar. The hatchet served him to break down the empty sepulchre in the middle of the tomb. He took away the stones one after another and laid them in a corner. He then dug up the ground, where I saw a trap-door under the sepulchre, which he lifted up, and underneath perceived the head of a staircase leading into a vault. Then my cousin, speaking to the lady, said, "Madam, it is by this way that we are to go to the place I told you of." Upon which the lady advanced and went down, and the prince began to follow, but first turning to me said, "My dear cousin, I am infinitely obliged to you for the trouble you have taken. I thank you. Adieu." "Dear cousin," I cried, "what is the meaning of this?" "Be content," he replied. "You may return the way you came." I could get nothing farther from him, but was obliged to take my leave. As I returned to my uncle's palace, the vapours of the wine got up into my head. However, I reached my apartment and went to bed. Next morning, when I awoke, I began to reflect upon what had happened, and after recollecting all the circumstances of such a singular adventure, I fancied it was nothing but a dream. Full of these thoughts, I sent to inquire if the prince my cousin was ready to receive a visit from me. But when they brought back word that he did not lie in his own lodgings that night, that they knew not what was become of him, and were in much trouble in consequence, I conceived that the strange event of the tomb was too true. I was sensibly afflicted, and went to the public burying place, where there were several tombs like that which I had seen. I spent the day in viewing them one after another, but could not find that I sought for, and thus I spent 4 days successively in vain. You must know that all this while the Sultan my uncle was absent, and had been hunting for several days. I grew weary of waiting for him, and having prayed his ministers to make my apology at his return, left his palace and set out towards my father's court. I left the ministers of the Sultan my uncle in great trouble, surmising what was become of the prince, but because of my oath to keep his secret, I durst not tell them what I had seen. I arrived at my father's capital, where, contrary to custom, I found a numerous guard at the gate of the palace, who surrounded me as I entered. I asked the reason, and the commanding officer replied, "Prince, the army has proclaimed a grand vizier instead of your father, who is dead, and I take you prisoner in the name of the new Sultan." At these words the guards laid hold of me and carried me before the tyrant. I leave you to judge, madam, how much I was surprised and grieved. This rebel vizier had long entertained a mortal hatred against me for this reason. When I was stripling, I loved to shoot with a crossbow, and being one day upon the terrace of the palace with my bow, a bird happening to come by, I shot but missed him, and the ball, by misfortune, hit the vizier, who was taking the air upon the terrace of his own house, and put out one of his eyes. As soon as I understood this, I not only sent to make my excuse to him, but did it in person. Yet he never forgave me, and, as opportunity offered, made me sensible of his resentment. But now that he had me in his power, he expressed his feelings, for he came to me like a madman, and soon as he saw me, and thrusting his finger into my right eye, pulled it out, and thus I became blind of one eye. But the usurper's cruelty did not stop here. He ordered me to be shut up in a machine, and commanded the executioner to carry me into the country, to cut off my head, and leave me to be devoured by birds of prey. The executioner conveyed me thus, shut up into the country, in order to execute the barbarous sentence, but by my prayers and tears I moved the man's compassion. "Go," he said to me, "get you speedily out of the kingdom, and take heed of returning, or you will certainly meet your own ruin, and be the cause of mine." I thanked him for the favor he did me, and as soon as I was left alone, comforted myself for the loss of my eye, by considering that I had very narrowly escaped a much greater evil. Being in such a condition, I could not travel far at a time. I retired to remote places during the day, and traveled as far by night as my strength would allow me. At last I arrived at the dominions of the Sultan my uncle, and came to his capital. I gave him a long detail of the tragical cause of my return, and of the sad condition he saw me in. "Alas," cried he, "was it not enough for me to have lost my son, but must I have also news of the death of a brother I love so dearly, and see you reduced to this deplorable condition?" He told me how uneasy he was that he could hear nothing of his son, notwithstanding all the enquiry he could make. At these words the unfortunate father burst into tears, and was so much afflicted that, pitying his grief, it was impossible for me to keep the secret any longer, so that, notwithstanding my oath to the prince my cousin, I told the Sultan all I knew. His Majesty listened to me with some sort of comfort, and when I had done, "Nephew," said he, "what you tell me gives me some hope. I knew that my son ordered that tomb to be built, and I can guess pretty nearly the place, and with the idea you still have of it, I fancy we shall find it. But since he ordered it to be built privately, and you took your oath to keep his secret, I am of opinion that we ought to go in quest of it, without other attendants." But he had another reason for keeping the matter secret, which he did not then tell me, and an important one it was, as you will perceive by the sequel of my story. We disguised ourselves and went out by the door of the garden which opened into the fields, and soon found what we sought for. I knew the tomb, and was the more rejoiced because I had formerly sought it a long time in vain. We entered, and found the iron trap pulled down at the head of the staircase. We had great difficulty raising it, because the prince had fastened it inside with the water and mortar formerly mentioned, but at last we succeeded. The Sultan my uncle descended first, I followed, and then went down about 50 steps. When we came to the foot of the stairs, we found a sort of antechamber full of thick smoke and an ill scent, which obscured the lamp that gave a very faint light. From this antechamber we came into another, very large, supported by columns and lighted by several branched candlesticks. There was a cistern in the middle, and provisions of several sorts stood on one side of it. But we were much surprised not to see any person. Before us there appeared a high estrade, which was mounted by several steps, and upon this there was a large bed with curtains drawn. The Sultan went up, and opening the curtains perceived the prince, his son, and the lady in bed together, but burnt and changed to cinder. as if they had been thrown into a fire and taken out before they were consumed. But what surprised me most was that though this spectacle filled me with horror, the Sultan, my uncle, instead of testifying his sorrow to see the prince, his son, in such a condition, spat on his face and exclaimed with a disdainful air, "This is the punishment of this world, but that of the other will last to eternity." And not content with this, he pulled off his sandal and gave the corpse of his son a blow on the cheek. I cannot adequately express how much I was astonished when I saw the Sultan, my uncle, abuse his son thus after he was dead. "Sir," said I, "whatever grief this dismal sight has impressed upon me, I am forced to suspend it, to inquire of your majesty what crime the prince my cousin may have committed, that his corpse should deserve such indignant treatment." "Nephew," replied the Sultan, "I must tell you that my son, who is unworthy of that name, loved his sister from infancy, as she did him. I did not check their growing fondness, because I did not foresee its pernicious consequence. This tenderness increased as they grew in years, and to such a height that I dreaded the end of it. At last I applied such remedies as were in my power. I not only gave my son a severe reprimand in private, laying before him the horrible nature of the passion he entertained, and the eternal disgrace he would bring upon my family if he persisted, but I also represented the same to my daughter, and shut her up so close that she could have no conversation with her brother. But that unfortunate creature had swallowed so much of the poison that all the obstacles which by my prudence I could lay in the way served only to inflame her love. My son, being persuaded of his sister's constancy, on presence of building a tomb, caused this subterraneous habitation to be made, in hopes of finding one day or other an opportunity to possess himself of that objet, which was the cause of his flame, and to bring her hither. He took advantage of my absence to enter by force into the place of his sister's confinement, but this was a circumstance which my honor would not suffer me to make public. And after so damnable an action, he came and shut himself up with her in this place, which he has supplied, as you see, with all sorts of provisions that he might enjoy detestable pleasures, which ought to be the subject of horror to all the world. But God, who would not suffer such an abomination, has justly punished them both." At these words he melted into tears, and I joined mine with his. After a while, casting his eyes upon me, "Dear nephew," cried he, embracing me, "if I have lost that unworthy son, I shall happily find in you what will better supply his place." The reflections he made on the doleful end of the prince and princess, his daughter, made us both weep afresh. We ascended the stairs again and departed at last from that dismal place. We let down the trap-door and covered it with earth and such other materials as the tomb was built of, on purpose to hide as much to lay in our power so terrible an effect of the wrath of God. We had not been long returned to the palace unperceived by anyone, but we heard a confused noise of trumpets, drums, and other instruments of war. We soon understood by the thick cloud of dust which almost darkened the air that it was the arrival of a formidable army, and it proved to be the same vizier that had dethroned my father and usurped his place, who, with a vast number of troops, was come to possess himself of that also of the Sultan my uncle. My uncle, who then had only his usual guards about him, could not resist so numerous an army. They invested the city, and the gates being opened to them without any resistance, soon became masters of it, and broke into the palace, where my uncle defended himself and sold his life at a dear rate. I fought as valiantly for a while, but seeing we were forced to submit to a superior power, I thought on my retreat, which I had the good fortune to effect by some back ways, and got to one of the Sultan's servants, whose fidelity I could depend. Being thus surrounded with sorrows and persecuted fortune, I had recourse to a stratagem, which was the only means left me to save my life. I caused my beard and eyebrows to be shaved, and putting on a calendar's habit, I passed unknown by any out of the city, After that, by degrees, I found it easy to quit my uncle's kingdom by taking the by roads. I avoided passing through towns until I had reached the empire of the mighty governor of the Mussulmans, the glorious and renowned Caliph Harun al-Rashid, when I thought myself out of danger. And considering what I was to do, I resolved to come to Baghdad, intending to throw myself at the feet of that monarch whose generosity is renowned throughout the world. I shall move him to compassion, said I to myself, by the relation of my uncommon misfortunes, and without doubt he will take pity on a persecuted prince, and not suffer me to implore his assistance in vain. In short, after a journey of several months, I arrived yesterday at the gate of this city, into which I entered about the dusk of evening, and stopping a little while to consider which way I was to turn, another calender came up. He saluted me, and I him. "You appear," said I, "to be a stranger, as I am." "You are not mistaken," replied he. He had no sooner returned this answer than a third calender overtook us. He saluted us, and told us he was a stranger newly come to Baghdad, so that as brethren we joined together, resolving not to separate from one another. It was now late, and we knew not where to seek a lodging in the city, where we had never been before. But good fortune having brought us to your gate, we made bold to knock, when you received us with so much kindness that we are incapable of rendering suitable thanks. "This, madam," said he, "is, in obedience to your commands, the account I was to give how I lost my right eye, wherefore my beard and eyebrows are shaved, and how I came to be with you at this time." "It is enough," said Zobeide. "You may retire to what place you think fit." The calender begged the lady's permission to stay till he had heard the relations of his two comrades, whom I cannot, said he, leave with honor, and that he might also hear those of the three other persons in company. The story of the first calender seemed wonderful to the whole company, but especially to the Caliph, who, notwithstanding the slaves stood by with their scimitars drawn, could not forbear whispering to the vizier, "Many stories have I heard, but never any that equalled in surprising incident that of the calender." Whilst he was saying this, the second calender began, addressing himself to Zobeide. End of section 12. Recording by John Pruden of www.johnpruden.com.
Section 13 of the Arabian Nights Entertainments, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Reynard. The Arabian Nights Entertainments, Volume 1. By Anonymous. Translated by Dr. Jonathan Scott. Section 13. The Story of the Second Calender. Madam, to obey your commands, and to show you by what strange accident I became blind of the right eye, I must of necessity give you the account of my life. I was scarcely past my infancy, when the Sultan my father, for you must know that I am a prince by birth, perceived that I was endowed with good natural ability, and spared nothing proper for improving it. No sooner was I able to read and write, but I learned the Koran, from beginning to end by heart, that admirable book which contains the foundation, the precepts, and the rules of our religion. And that I might be thoroughly instructed in it, I read the works of the most approved divines, by whose commentaries it had been explained. I added to this study that of all the traditions collected from the mouth of our Prophet, by the great men that were contemporary with him. I was not satisfied with the knowledge of all that had any relation to our religion, but made also a particular search into our histories. I made myself perfect in polite learning, in the works of poets and versification. I applied myself to geography, chronology, and to speak the Arabian language in its purity, not forgetting in the meantime all such exercises as were proper for a prince to understand. But one thing which I was fond of, and succeeded in, was penmanship, wherein I surpassed all the celebrated scribes of our kingdom. Fame did me more honour than I deserved, for she not only spread the renown of my talents through all the dominions of the Sultan my father, but carried it as far as the empire of Hindustan, whose potent monarch, desirous to see me, sent an ambassador with rich presents. My father, who rejoiced at this embassy for several reasons, was persuaded that nothing could be more improving to a prince of my age than to travel and visit foreign courts, and he wished to gain the friendship of the Indian monarch. I departed with the ambassador, but with no great retinue. When we had travelled about a month, we discovered at a distance a cloud of dust, and under that we saw very soon 50 horsemen, well armed, who were robbers, advancing towards us at full speed. As we had 10 horses laden with baggage and presents to the Sultan of Hindustan, from my father, and my retinue was but small, you may easily judge that these robbers came boldly up to us, and not being in a posture to make any opposition, we told them that we were ambassadors, and hoped they would attempt nothing contrary to the respect due to such sacred characters, thinking by this means to save our equipage and our lives. But the robbers most insolently replied, "For what reason would you have us show us any respect to the Sultan your master? We are none of his subjects, nor are we upon his territories." Having spoken thus, they surrounded and fell upon us. I defended myself as long as I could, but finding myself wounded, and seeing the ambassador with his attendants and mine lying on the ground, I made use of what strength was yet remaining in my horse, who was also very much wounded, and rode away as fast as he could carry me; but he shortly after, from weariness and the loss of blood, fell down dead. I cleared myself from him unhurt, and finding that I was not pursued, judged the robbers were not willing to quit the booty they had obtained. Here you see me, alone, wounded, destitute of help, and in a strange country. I durst not take the high road, fearing I might fall again into the hands of these robbers. When I had bound up my wound, which was not dangerous, I walked on the rest of the day, and arrived at the foot of the mountain, where I perceived a passage into a cave. I went in, and stayed there that night with little satisfaction, after I had eaten some fruits that I had gathered by the way. I continued my journey for several days, following without finding any place of abode, but after a month's time I came to a large town, well inhabited and situated so much the more advantageously, as it was surrounded by several streams, so that it enjoyed perpetual spring. The pleasant objects which then presented themselves to my view afforded me some joy, and suspended for a time the sorrow with which I was overwhelmed. My face, hands, and feet were black and sunburnt, and by my long journey my boots were quite worn out, so that I was forced to walk barefooted, and besides, my clothes were all in rags. I entered the town to inform myself where I was, and addressed myself to a tailor that was at work in his shop, who, perceiving by my air that I was a person of more note than my outward appearance bespoke, made me sit down by him, and asked me who I was, from whence I came, and what had brought me thither. I did not conceal anything that had befallen me, nor made I any scruple to discover my quality. The tailor listened to me with attention, but after had done speaking, instead of giving me any consolation, he augmented my sorrow. "Take heed," said he, "how you discover to any person what you have related to me, for the prince of this country is the greatest enemy your father has, and he will certainly do you some mischief should he hear of your being in this city." I made no doubt of the tailor's sincerity when he named the prince, but since that enmity which is between my father and him has no relation to my adventures, I pass over it in silence. I returned the tailor thanks for his advice, expressed myself disposed to follow his counsel, and assured him that his favours should never be forgotten. He ordered something to be bought for me to eat, and offered me at the same time a lodging in his house, which I accepted. Some days after, finding me tolerably well recovered of the fatigue I had endured by a long and tedious journey, and reflecting that most princes of our religion applied themselves to some art or calling that might be serviceable to them upon occasion, he asked me if I had learned any whereby I might get a livelihood, and not be burdensome to others. I told him that I understood the laws, both divine and human, that I was a grammarian and poet, and above all, that I could write with great perfection. "By all this," said he, "you will not be able in this country to purchase yourself one morsel of bread. Nothing is of less use here than those sciences; but if you will be advised by me, dress yourself in a labourer's habit, and since you appear to be strong, and of a good constitution, you shall go into the next forest and cut firewood, which you may bring to the market to be sold, and I can assure you this employment will turn to so good an account that you may live by it without dependence upon any man, and by this means you will be in a condition to wait for the favourable minute when heaven shall think fit to dispel those clouds of misfortune that thwart your happiness, and oblige you to conceal your birth. I will take care to supply you with a rope and a hatchet." The fear of being known, and the necessity I was under of getting a livelihood, made me agree to this proposal, notwithstanding the meanness and hardships that attended it. The day following the tailor brought me a rope, a hatchet, and a short coat, and recommended me to some poor people who gained their bread after the same manner, that they might take me into their company. They conducted me to the wood, and the first day I brought in as much upon my head as procured me half a piece of gold, of the money of that country; for though the wood was not far distant from the town, yet it was very scarce, by reason that few would be at the trouble of fetching it for themselves. I gained a good sum of money in a short time, and repaid my tailor what he had advanced to me. I continued this way of living for a whole year. One day, having by chance penetrated further into the wood than usual, I happened to light on a pleasant spot, where I began to cut, and in pulling up the root of a tree, I espied an iron ring, fastened to a trap door of the same metal. I took away the earth that covered it, and having lifted it up, discovered a flight of stairs, which I descended with my axe in my hand. When I had reached the bottom, I found myself in a palace, and felt great consternation, on account of a great light which appeared as clear in it as if it had been above ground in the open air. I went forward along a gallery, supported by pillars of jasper, the base and capitals of messy gold; but seeing a lady of a noble and graceful air, extremely beautiful, coming towards me, my eyes were taken off from every other object. Being desirous to spare the lady the trouble of coming to me, I hastened to meet her, and as I was saluting her with a low obeisance, she asked me, "What are you, a man or a genie?" "A man, madam," said I have no correspondence with genies." "By what adventure," said she, fetching a deep sigh, "are you come hither? I have lived here 25 years, and you are the first man I have beheld in that time." Her great beauty, which had already smitten me, and the sweetness and civility wherewith she received me, emboldened me to say, "Madam, before I have the honour to satisfy your curiosity, give me leave to tell you that I am infinitely gratified with this unexpected meeting, which offers me an occasion of consolation in the midst of my affliction, and perhaps it may give me an opportunity of making you also more happy than you are." I related to her by what strange accident she beheld me, the son of a sultan, in such a condition as I appeared in her presence, and how fortune had directed that I should discover the entrance into that magnificent prison where I had found her, according to appearance, in an unpleasant situation. "Alas, prince," said she, sighing once more, "you have just cause to believe this rich and pompous prison cannot be otherwise than a most wearisome abode, the most charming place in the world being no way delightful when we are detained there contrary to our will. It is not possible but you have heard of the Sultan of the Isle of Ebene, so called from that precious wood which it produces in abundance. I am the princess, his daughter. The Sultan, my father, had chosen for me a husband, a prince who was my cousin, but on my wedding night, in the midst of the rejoicings of the court and capital, before I was conducted to my husband, a genie took me away. I fainted with alarm, and when I recovered, found myself in this place. I was long inconsolable, but time and necessity have accustomed me to see and receive the genie. 25 years I have continued in this place, where I must confess I have all that I can wish for necessary to life, and also everything that can satisfy a princess fond of dress and splendour. Every 10 days, continued the princess, the genie comes hither and remains with me one night, which he never exceeds, and the excuse he makes for it is that he is married to another wife, who would grow jealous if she should know his infidelity. Meanwhile, if I have occasion for him by day or night, as soon as I touch a talisman which is at the entrance to my chamber, the genie appears. It is now the 4th day since he was here, and I do not expect him before the end of 6 more, so, if you please, you may stay 5 days, and I will endeavour to entertain you according to your quality and merit." I thought myself too fortunate to have obtained so great a favour without asking, to refuse so obliging an offer. The princess made me go into a bath, the most commodious and the most sumptuous imaginable, and when I came forth, instead of my own clothes, I found another very costly suit, which I did not esteem so much for its richness as because it made me appear worthy to be in her company. We sat down on a sofa covered with rich tapestry, with cushions of the rarest Indian brocade, and some time after she covered a table with several dishes of delicate meats. We ate, and passed the remaining part of the day with much satisfaction, as also the evening together. The next day, as she contrived every means to please me, she brought in, at dinner, a bottle of old wine, the most excellent that ever was tasted, and out of complaisance drank some part of it with me. When my head grew warm with the agreeable liquor, "Fair princess," said I, "you have been too long thus buried alive. Follow me, enjoy the real day of which you have been so deprived so many years, and abandon this artificial though brilliant glare." "Prince," replied she with a smile, "leave this discourse. If you out of 10 days will grant me 9, and resign the last to the genie, the fairest day would be nothing in my esteem." "Princess," said I, "it is the fear of the genie that makes you speak thus. For my part, I value him so little, that I will break in pieces his talisman, with the conjuration that is written about it. Let him come, I will expect him, and how brave or redoubtable soever he be, I will make him feel the weight of my arm. I swear solemnly that I will extirpate all the genies in the world, and him first." The princess, who knew the consequence, conjured me not to touch the talisman, "for that would be the means," said she, of ruining both you and me. I know what belongs to genies better than you." The fumes of the wine did not suffer me to hearken to her reasons, but I gave the talisman a kick with my foot, and broke it in several places. The talisman was no sooner broken than the palace began to shake, and seemed ready to fall, with a hideous noise like thunder, accompanied with flashes of lightning and alternate darkness. This terrible noise in a moment dispelled the fumes of my wine, and made me sensible, but too late, of the folly I had committed. "Princess," cried I, "what means all this?" She answered without any concern for her own misfortune, "Alas, you are undone, if you do not fly immediately." I followed her advice, but my fears were so great that I forgot my hatchet and cords. I had scarcely reached the stairs by which I had descended, when the enchanted palace opened at once, and made a passage for the genie. He asked the princess in great anger, "What has happened to you, and why did you call me?" "A violent spasm," said the princess, "made me fetch this bottle which you see here, out of which I drank twice or thrice, and by mischance made a false step, and fell upon the talisman, which is broken, and that is all." At this answer the furious genie told her, "You are a false woman, and speak not the truth. How came that axe and those cords there?" "I never saw them till this moment," said the princess. "Your coming in such an impetuous manner has, it may be, forced them up in some place as you came along, and so brought them hither without your knowing it." The genie made no other answer but what was accompanied with reproaches and blows, of which I heard the noise. I could not endure to hear the pitiful cries of the princess so cruelly abused. I had already taken off the suit she had presented to me, and put on my own, which I had laid on the stairs the day before. When I came out of the bagnio, I made haste upstairs, the more distracted with sorrow and compassion, as I had been the cause of so great a misfortune, and by sacrificing the fairest princess on earth to the barbarity of a merciless genie, I was becoming the most criminal and ungrateful of mankind. "It is true," said I, "she has been a prisoner these 25 years, but, liberty excepted, she wanted nothing that could make her happy. My folly has put an end to her happiness, and brought upon her the cruelty of an unmerciful devil. I let down the trap door, covered it again with earth, and returned to the city with a burden of wood, which I bound up without knowing what I did, so great was my trouble and sorrow. My landlord, the tailor, was very much rejoiced to see me. "Your absence," said he, "has disquieted me much, as you had entrusted me with the secret of your birth, and I knew not what to think. I was afraid somebody had discovered you. God be praised for your return." I thanked him for his zeal and affection, but not a word durst I say of what had passed, nor of the reason why I came back without my hatchet and cords. I retired to my chamber, where I reproached myself 1,000 times for my excessive imprudence. Nothing, said I, could have paralleled the princess's good fortune and mine, had I forborne to break the talisman. While I was thus giving myself over to melancholy thoughts, the tailor came in and said, "An old man, whom I do not know, brings your hatchet and cords, which he found in his way, as he tells me, and says he understood from your comrades that you lodge here. Come out and speak to him, for he will deliver them to none but yourself." At these words I changed colour, and fell a trembling. While the tailor was asking me the reason, my chamber door opened, and the old man, having no patience to stay, appeared to us with my hatchet and cords. This was the genie, the ravisher of the fair princess of the Isle of Ebene, who had thus disguised himself after he had treated her with the utmost barbarity. "I am a genie," said he, speaking to me, "son of the daughter of Eblis, prince of genies. Is not this your hatchet? Are not these your cords?" After the genie had put the question to me, he gave me no time to answer, nor was it in my power, so much had his terrible aspect disordered me. He grasped me by the middle, dragged me out of the chamber, and mounting into the air, carried me up to the skies with such swiftness that I was not able to take notice of the way he conveyed me. He descended again in like manner to the earth, which on a sudden he caused to open with a stroke of his foot, and sunk down at once, when I found myself in the enchanted palace before the fair princess of the Isle of Ebene. But alas! what a spectacle was there! I saw what pierced me to the heart. This poor princess was quite naked, weltering in her blood, and laid upon the ground, more like one dead than alive, with her cheeks bathed in tears. "Perfidious wretch," said the genie to her, pointing at me, "is not this your gallant?" She cast her languishing eyes upon me, and answered mournfully, "I do not know him. I never saw him till this moment." "What!" said the genie, "he is the cause of thy being in the condition thou art justly in, and yet darest thou say thou dost not know him?" "If I do not know him," said the princess, "would you have me lie on purpose to ruin him?" "Oh then," said the genie, pulling out a scimitar and presenting it to the princess, "if you never saw him before, take this and cut off his head." "Alas!" replied the princess, "how is it possible that I should execute such an act? My strength is so far spent that I cannot lift up my arm, and if I could, how should I have the heart to take away the life of an innocent man, and one whom I do not know?" "This refusal," said the genie to the princess, "sufficiently informs me of your crime." Upon which, turning to me, "And thou," said he, "dost thou not know her?" I should have been the most ungrateful wretch, and most perfidious of all mankind, if I had not strewn myself as faithful to the princess as she had been to me, who had been the cause of her misfortunes. I therefore answered the genie, "How should I know her, when I never saw her till now?" "If it be so," said he, "take the scimitar and cut off her head. On this condition I will set thee at liberty, for then I shall be convinced that thou hast never seen her till this moment, as thou givest." "With all my heart," replied I, and took the scimitar in my hand. Do not think, madam, that I drew near to the fair princess of the Isle of Ebene to be the executioner of the genie's barbarity. I did it only to demonstrate by my behaviour, as much as possible, that as she had strewn her resolution to sacrifice her life for my sake, I should not refuse to sacrifice mine for hers. The princess, notwithstanding her pain and suffering, understood my meaning, which she signified by an obliging look, and made me understand her willingness to die for me, and that she was satisfied to see how ready I was also to die for her. Upon this I stepped back and threw the scimitar on the ground. "I should for ever," said I to the genie, "be hateful to all mankind, were I to be so base as to murder not only a person whom I do not know, but a lady like this, who is already on the point of expiring. Do with me what you please, since I am in your power, I cannot obey your barbarous commands." "I see," said the genie, "that you both outbrave me, and insult my jealousy, but both of you shall know by my treatment of you of what I am capable." At these words the monster took up the scimitar and cut off one of her hands, which left her only so much life as to give me a token with the other that she bade me ever adieu; for the blood she had lost before, and that which gushed out then, did not permit her to live above 1 or 2 moments after this barbarous cruelty, the sight of which threw me into a fit. When I was come to myself again, I expostulated with the genie, why he made me languish in expectation of death. Strike! cried I, for I am ready to receive the mortal blow, and expect it as the greatest favour you can show me. But instead of agreeing to that, behold, said he, how genies treat their wives who they suspect of unfaithfulness. She has received thee here, and were I certain that she had put any further affront upon me, I would put thee to death this minute. But I will content myself with transforming thee into a dog, ape, lion, or bird. Take thy choice of any of these, I will leave it to thyself. These words gave me some hopes of being able to appease him. O genie, said I, moderate your passion, and since you will not take away my life, give it me generously. I shall always remember your clemency, if you pardon me, as one of the best men in the world pardoned one of his neighbours that bore him a mortal hatred. The genie asked me what had passed between those two neighbours, and said he would have patience till he heard the story, which I related to him, and I believe, madam, you will not be displeased if I now repeat it. End of Section 13. Recording by Reynard.
Section 14 of the Arabian Nights Entertainments, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marta Arevalo, Guatemala City, Guatemala. The Arabian Nights Entertainments, Volume 1, by Anonymous. Translated by Dr. Jonathan Scott. Section 14. The Story of the Envious Man and Him that he envied. In a considerable town 2 persons dwelt in adjoining houses. One of them conceived such a violent hatred against the other, that the hated party resolved to remove to a distance, being persuaded that their being neighbours was the only cause of this animosity. For though he had done him several pieces of service, he found that his hatred was not diminished. He therefore sold his house, with what goods he had left, and retired to the capital city of a kingdom which was not far distant. Here he bought a little spot of ground, which lay about half a league from the city, where he had a convenient house, with a garden, and a pretty spacious court, wherein there was a deep well, which was not in use. The honest man, having made this purchase, put on a dervish's habit, intending to lead a retired life, and caused several cells to be made in the house, where in a short time he established a numerous society of dervishes. He soon came to be publicly known by his virtue, through which he acquired the esteem of many people, as well of the commonalty as of the chief of the city. In short, he was much honoured and courted by all ranks. People came from afar to recommend themselves to his prayers, and all who visited him published what blessings they received through his means. The great reputation of this honest man having spread to the town from where he had come, it touched the envious man so much to the quick, that he left his house and affairs with the resolution to ruin him. With this intent he went to the new convent of dervishes, of which his former neighbour was the head, who received him with all imaginable tokens of friendship. The envious man told him that he was come on purpose to communicate a business of importance, which he could not do but in private, and that nobody may hear us. Let us, said he, take a walk in your court, and seeing night begins to draw on, command your dervishes to retire to their cells. The chief of the dervishes did as he was required. When the envious man saw that he was alone with this good man, he began to tell him his errand, walking side by side in the court, till he saw his opportunity, and getting the good man near the brink of the well, he gave him a thrust, and pushed him into it, without being seen by anyone. Having done thus, he returned, got out at the gate of the convent without being known, and reached his own house well satisfied with his journey, being fully persuaded that the object of his hatred was no more. But he found himself mistaken. This old well was inhabited by fairies and genies, which happened luckily for the relief of the head of the convent, for they received and supported him, and carried him to the bottom, so that he got no hurt. He perceived that there was something extraordinary in his fall, which must otherwise have cost him his life, but he neither saw nor felt anything. He soon heard a voice, however, which said, "Do you know what honest man this is, to whom we have done this piece of service?" Another voice answered, "No." To which the first replied, "Then I will tell you. This man, out of charity, the purest ever known, left the town he lived in, and has established himself in this place, in hopes to cure one of his neighbours of the envy he had conceived against him. He had acquired such general esteem, that the envious man, not able to endure it, came hither on purpose to ruin him, and he would have accomplished his design, had it not been for the assistance we have given this honest man, whose reputation is so great, that the Sultan, who keeps his residence in the neighbouring city, has to pay him a visit tomorrow, to recommend the princess his daughter to his prayers." Another voice asked, "What need had the princess of the dervish's prayers?" To which the first answered, "You do not know, it seems, that she is possessed by Genie Maimoun, son of Dimdim, who has fallen in love with her. But I well know how this good head of the dervishes may cure her. The thing is very easy, and I will explain it to you. He has a black cat in his convent, with a white spot at the end of her tail, about the bigness of a small piece of Arabian money. Let him only pull 7 hairs out of the white spot, burn them, and smoke the princess's head with the fume. She will not only be immediately cured, but be so safely delivered from Maimoun, the son of Dimdim, that he will never dare to approach her again." The head of the dervishes remembered every word of the conversation between the fairies and the genies, who remained silent the remainder of the night. The next morning, as soon as daylight appeared, and he could discern the nature of his situation, the well being broken down in several places, he saw a hole, by which he crept out with ease. The other dervishes, who had been seeking for him, were rejoiced to see him. He gave them a brief account of the wickedness of the man whom he had given so kind a reception the day before, and retired into his cell. Shortly after, the black cat, which the fairies and genies had mentioned the night before, came to fawn upon her master, as she was accustomed to do. He took her up, and pulled 7 hairs from the white spot that was upon her tail, and laid them aside for his use when the occasion should serve. Soon after sunrise, the Sultan, who would leave no means untried that he thought of likely to restore the princess to perfect health, arrived at the gate of the convent. He commanded his guards to halt, whilst he, with his principal officers, went in. The dervishes received him with profound respect. The Sultan called their chief aside, and said, "Good sheikh, you may probably be already acquainted with the cause of my visit." "Yes, sir," replied he gravely. "If I do not mistake, it is the disease of the princess which procures me this unmerited honour." "That is the real case," replied the Sultan. "You will give me new life, if your prayers, as I hope they may, restore my daughter's health." "Sir," said the good man, "if your majesty will be pleased to let her come hither, I am in hopes, through God's assistance and favour, that she will be effectually cured." The prince, transported with joy, sent immediately for his daughter, who soon appeared with a numerous train of ladies and eunuchs, but veiled, so that her face was not seen. The chief of the dervishes caused a pall to be held over her head, and he had no sooner thrown the 7 hairs upon the burning coals, than the genie Maimoun, the son of Dimdim, uttered a great cry, and without being seen left the princess at liberty, upon which she took the veil from her face, and rose up to see where she was, saying, "Where am I, and who has brought me hither?" At these words the Sultan, overcome with excess of joy, embraced his daughter, and kissed her eyes. He also kissed the chief of the dervishes' hands, and said to his officers, "What reward does he deserve that has thus cured my daughter?" They all cried, "He deserves her in marriage." "That is what I've had in my thoughts," said the Sultan, "and I make him my son-in-law from this moment." Some time after, the prime vizier died, and the Sultan conferred the place on the dervish. The Sultan himself also died without heirs male, upon which the religious orders and the militia consulted together, and the good man was declared an acknowledged sultan by general consent. The honest dervish, having ascended the throne of his father-in-law, as he was one day in the midst of his courtiers on a march, espied the envious man among the crowd that stood as he passed along, and calling one of the viziers that attended him, whispered in his ear, "Go, bring me that man you see there, but take care you do not frighten him." The vizier obeyed, and when the envious man was brought into his presence, the sultan said, "Friend, I am extremely glad to see you." Upon which he called an officer. "Go immediately," said he, "and cause to be paid this man out of my treasury 100 pieces of gold. Let him have also 20 loads of the richest merchandise in my storehouses, and sufficient guard to conduct him to his house." After he had given this charge to the officer, he bade the envious man farewell, and proceeded on his march. When I had finished the recital of this story to the genie, the murderer of the princess of the Isle of Ebony, I made an application of it to himself. "O genie," said I, "this bountiful sultan was not satisfied with merely overlooking the design of the envious man to take away his life, but also treated him kindly, and sent him back loaded with the favours I have enumerated. In short, I employed all my eloquence to persuade him to imitate so good an example, and to grant me pardon, but it was impossible to move his compassion. All that I can do for thee," said he, "is to grant thee thy life, but do not flatter thyself that I will allow thee to return safe and well. I must let thee feel what I am able to do by my enchantments." So saying, he seized me violently, and carried me through the arched roof of the subterraneous palace, which opened to give him passage. He ascended with me into the air to such a height that the earth appeared like a little white cloud. He then descended again like lightning, and alighted upon the summit of a mountain. Here he took up a handful of earth, and pronouncing, or rather muttering, some words which I did not understand, threw it upon me. "Quit," said he, "the form of a man, and take that of an ape." He instantly disappeared, and left me alone, transformed into an ape, and overwhelmed with sorrow in a strange country, not knowing whether I was near or far from my father's dominions. I descended the mountain, and entered a plain level country, which took me a month to travel over, and then I came to the seaside. It happened at the time to be perfectly calm, and I espied a vessel about half a league from the shore. Unwilling to lose so good an opportunity, I broke off a large branch from a tree, carried it into the sea, and placed myself astride upon it, with a stick in each hand to serve me for oars. I launched out in this posture, and rowed towards the ship. When I had approached sufficiently near to be seen, I exhibited to the seamen and passengers on the deck an extraordinary spectacle, and all of them regarded me with astonishment. In the meantime I got on board, and laying hold of a rope, jumped upon the deck, but having lost my speech, I found myself in great perplexity, and indeed the risk I ran was not less than when I was at the mercy of the genie. The merchants, being both superstitious and scrupulous, thought if they received me on board I should be the occasion of some misfortune to them during their voyage. On this account one of them said, "I will destroy him with a blow of this handspike." Another, "I will shoot an arrow through his body." And a third, "Let us throw him into the sea." Some of them would not have failed to carry his threat into execution, had I not gone to the captain, thrown myself at his feet, and taken hold of his skirt in a supplicating posture. This action, together with the tears which he saw gush from my eyes, moved his compassion. He took me under his protection, threatened to be revenged on any one that would do me the least hurt, and loaded me with 1,000 caresses. On my part, though I had no power to speak, I showed by my gestures every mark of gratitude in my power. The wind that succeeded the calm was not strong, but favourable. It continued to blow in the same direction for 50 days, and brought us safe to the port of a city, well peopled and of great trade, the capital of a powerful state, where we came to anchor. Our vessel was instantly surrounded with an infinite number of boats full of people, who came to congratulate their friends on their safe arrival, or to inquire for those they had left behind them in the country from whence they had come, or out of curiosity to see a ship that had performed so long a voyage. Amongst the rest, some officers came on board, desiring in the name of the Sultan to speak with the merchants. The merchants appearing, one of the officers told them, "The Sultan our master hath commanded us to acquaint you that he rejoices in your safe arrival, and beseeches each of you to take the trouble to write a few lines upon this roll. That you may understand the design of this request, you must know that we had a prime vizier, who besides possessing great abilities for the management of public affairs, could write in the highest perfection. This minister a few days since died. The event has greatly affected the Sultan, and since he can never behold his writing without admiration, he has made a solemn vow not to give the place to any one who cannot write equally well. Many have presented specimens of their skill, but to this day no one in the empire has been judged worthy to supply the vizier's place." Those of the merchants who thought they could write well enough to aspire to this high dignity wrote one after another what they thought fit. After they had done, I advanced, and took the roll out of the gentleman's hand, but all the people, especially the merchants, cried out, that I would tear it, or throw it into the sea, till they saw how properly I held the roll, and made a sign that I would write in my turn. Their apprehensions then changed into wonder. However, as they had never seen an ape that could write, and could not be persuaded that I was more ingenious than others of my kind, they wished to take the roll out of my hand. But the captain took my part once more. "Let him alone," said he. "Allow him to write. If he only scribbles the paper, I promise you that I will immediately punish him. If, on the contrary, he writes well, as I hope he will, because I never saw an ape so clever and ingenious, and so quick of apprehension, I declare that I will adopt him as my son." Perceiving that no one opposed my design, I took the pen, and wrote 6 sorts of hands used among the Arabians, and each specimen contained an extemporary distich or quatrain in praise of the Sultan. My writing not only excelled that of the merchants, but was such as they had not before seen in that country. When I had done, the officers took the roll, and carried it to the Sultan. The Sultan took little notice of any of the writings except mine, which pleased him so much that he said to the officers, "Take the finest horse in my stable, with the richest trappings, and robe of the most sumptuous brocade, to put on the person who wrote the 6 hands, and bring him thither." At this command the officers could not forbear laughing. The Sultan was incensed at their rudeness, and would have punished them had they not explained. "Sir," said they, "we humbly beg your Majesty's pardon. These hands were not written by a man, but by an ape." "What do you say?" exclaimed the Sultan. "Those admirable characters, are they not written by the hands of a man?" "No, sir," replied the officers. "We assure your Majesty that it was an ape who wrote them in our presence." The Sultan was too much surprised at this account not to desire a sight of me, and therefore said, "Do what I command you, and bring me speedily that wonderful ape." The officers returned to the vessel, and showed the captain their order, who answered, "The Sultan's command must be obeyed." Whereupon they clothed me with the rich brocade robe, and carried me ashore, where they set me on horseback, whilst the Sultan waited for me at his palace with a great number of courtiers, whom he gathered together to do me the more honour. The procession commenced. The harbour, the streets, the public places, windows, terraces, palaces, and houses, were filled with an infinite number of people of all ranks, who flocked from every part of the city to see me, for the rumour was spread in a moment that the Sultan had chosen an ape to be his grand vizier, and after having served for a spectacle to the people, who could not forbear to express their surprise by redoubling their shouts and cries, I arrived at the Sultan's palace. I found the prince on his throne in the midst of the grandees. I made my obeisance 3 times very low, and at last kneeled and kissed the ground before him, and afterwards took my seat in the posture of an ape. The whole assembly viewed me with admiration, and could not comprehend how it was possible that an ape should so well understand how to pay the Sultan his due respect, and he himself was more astonished than any. In short, the usual ceremony of the audience would have been complete, could I have added speech to my behaviour, but apes never speak, and the advantage I had of having been a man did not now yield me that privilege. The Sultan dismissed his courtiers, and none remained by him but the chief of the eunuchs, a little young slave, and myself. He went from his chamber of audience into his own apartment, where he ordered dinner to be brought. As he sat at the table he made me a sign to approach and eat with them. To show my obedience I kissed the ground, arose, and placed myself at the table, and ate with discretion and moderation. Before the table was cleared I espied a standish, which I made a sign to have brought me. Having got it, I wrote upon a large peach some verses expressive of my acknowledgment to the Sultan, who, having read them after I had presented the peach to him, was still more astonished. When the things were removed, they brought him a particular liquor, of which he caused them to give me a glass. I drank, and wrote upon the glass some new verses, which explained the state I was reduced to after many sufferings. The Sultan read these likewise, and said, "A man that was capable of doing so much would be above the greatest of his species." The Sultan caused to be brought him a chessboard, and asked me by a sign if I understood that game, and would play with him. I kissed the ground, and laying my hand upon my head, signified that I was ready to receive that honour. He won the first game, but I won the second and third, and perceiving he was somewhat displeased at my success, I made a quatrain to satisfy him, in which I told him that two potent armies had been fighting furiously all day, but that they concluded a peace towards the evening, and passed the remaining part of the night very amicably together upon the field of battle. So many circumstances appearing to the Sultan beyond whatever had either been seen or known of the cleverness or sense of apes, he determined not to be the only witness of these prodigies himself, but having a daughter, called the Lady of Beauty, on whom the chief of the eunuchs then present waited. "Go," said the Sultan to him, "and bid your lady come hither. I am desirous she should share my pleasure." The eunuch went, and immediately brought the princess, who had her face uncovered. But she had no sooner come into the room than she put her veil on, and said to the Sultan, "Sir, your Majesty must needs have forgotten yourself. I am surprised that your Majesty has sent for me to appear among men." "How, daughter?" said the Sultan. "You do not know what you say. There is no one here but the little slave, the eunuch your governor, and myself, who have the liberty to see your face, and yet you lower your veil, and blame me for having sent for you." "Sir," said the princess, "your Majesty shall soon understand that I am not in the wrong. That seeming ape is a young prince, son of a powerful sultan, and has been metamorphosed into an ape by enchantment. A genie, son of the daughter of Elvis, has maliciously done him this wrong, after having cruelly taken away the life of the princess of the Isle of Ebony." The Sultan, astonished at this declaration, turned towards me, and speaking no more by signs, but in plain words, asked me if what his daughter had said was true. Finding I could not speak, I put my hand to my head to signify that what the princess spoke was correct. Upon this the Sultan said again to his daughter, "How do you know that this prince has been transformed by enchantments into an ape?" "Sir," replied the Lady of Beauty, "your Majesty may remember that when I was past my infancy I had an old lady who waited on me. She was a most expert magician, and taught me 70 rules of magic, by virtue of which I can, in the twinkling of an eye, transport your capital into the midst of the sea, or beyond Mount Caucasus. By this science I know all enchanted persons at first sight. I know who they are, and by whom they have been enchanted. Therefore do not be surprised if I should forthwith relieve this prince, in spite of the enchantments, from that which prevents his appearing in your sight in his natural form." "Daughter," said the Sultan, "I did not believe you have understood so much." "Sir," replied the princess, "these things are curious and worth knowing, but I think I ought not to boast of them." "Since it is so," said the Sultan, "you can dispel the prince's enchantment." "Yes, sir," said the princess, "I can restore him to his original shape." "Do it then," said the Sultan. "You cannot do me a greater pleasure, for I will have him to be my vizier, and he shall marry you." "Sir," said the princess, "I am ready to obey you in all that you should be pleased to command me." The princess, the Lady of Beauty, went into her apartment, and brought thence a knife, which had some Hebrew words engraven on the blade. She made the Sultan the master of the eunuchs, the little slave and myself descend into a private court of the palace, and there left us under a gallery that went round it. She placed herself in the middle of the court, where she made a great circle, and within it she wrote several words in Arabian characters, some of them ancient. When she had finished and prepared the circle as she saw fit, she placed herself in the centre of it, where she began incantations, and repeated verses of the Koran. The air grew insensibly dark, as if it had been night, and the whole world were about to be dissolved. We found ourselves struck with a consternation, and our fear increased when we saw the genie, the son of the daughter of Eblis, appear suddenly in the shape of a lion of a gigantic size. As soon as the princess perceived this monster, "Dog," said she, "instead of creeping before me, dare you present yourself in this shape, thinking to frighten me?" "And thou," replied the lion, "art thou not afraid to break the treaty which has solemnly made and confirmed between us by oath, not to wrong or do another any injury?" "Wretch," replied the princess, "I justly may reproach thee with having done so." The lion answered fiercely, "Thou shalt quickly have thy reward for the trouble thou hast given me." With that he opened his monstrous jaws, and sprang forward to devour her, but she, being on her guard, stepped back, got time to pull out one of her hairs, and by pronouncing 3 or 4 words, changed it into a sharp sword, with which she cut the lion in 2 through the middle. The 2 parts of the lion disappeared, while the head changed into a large scorpion. Immediately the princess turned herself into a serpent, and fought the scorpion, who, finding himself worsted, took the shape of an eagle, and flew away. But the serpent at the same time took also the shape of an eagle, that was black and much stronger, and pursued him, so that we lost sight of them both. Some time after they had disappeared, the ground opened before us, and out of it came forth a black and white cat, with their hair standing on end, and mewing in a frightful manner. A black wolf followed close after her, and gave her no time to rest. The cat, being thus hard pressed, changed into a worm, and being near a pomegranate, accidentally fallen from a tree on the side of a canal which was deep, but not broad, pierced the pomegranate in an instant, and hid itself, but the pomegranate swelled immediately, and became as big as a gourd, which, mounting up to the roof of the gallery, rolled there for some time backward and forward, and then fell down again on to the court, and broke into several pieces. The wolf had in the meanwhile transformed itself into a cock, and now fell to picking up the seeds of the pomegranate one after another, but finding no more he came towards us with his wings spread, making a great noise, as if he would ask us whether there were any more seed. There was one lying on the brink of the canal, which the cock perceiving as he went back, ran speedily thither, but just as he was going to pick it up, the seed rolled into the river, and turned into a little fish. The cock leaped into the river, turned into a pike, and pursued the small fish. They continued both under water above 2 hours, and we knew not what was become of them, but suddenly we heard terrible cries, which made us tremble, and a little while after we saw the genie and the princess all in flames. They threw flashes of fire out of their mouths at each other, till they came to a close combat. Then the 2 fires increased, with a thick burning smoke which mounted so high that we had reason to apprehend it would set the place on fire. But we very soon had a more pressing occasion of fear, for the genie, having got loose from the princess, came to the gallery where we stood, and blew flames of fire upon us. We must all have perished had not the princess, running to our assistance, forced him to retire, and defend himself against her. Yet, notwithstanding all her exertions, she could not hinder the Sultan's beard from being burnt, and his face scorched, the chief of the eunuchs from being stifled, and a spark from entering my right eye and making it blind. The Sultan and I expected but death, when we heard a cry of "Victory! Victory!" and instantly the princess appeared in her natural shape, but the genie was reduced to a heap of ashes. The princess approached us, and hastily called for a cup full of water, which the young slave, who had received no hurt, brought her. She took it, and after pronouncing some words over it, threw it upon me, saying, "If thou art become an ape by enchantment, change thy shape, and take that of a man which thou hadst before. These words were hardly uttered when I again became a man, in every respect as I was before my transformation, excepting the loss of my eye. I was prepared to return the princess my thanks, but she prevented me by addressing herself to her father. Sir, I have gained the victory over the genie, as your majesty may see, but it is a victory that costs me dear. I have but a few minutes to live, and you will not have the satisfaction to make me the match you intended. The fire has pierced me during the terrible combat, and I find it is gradually consuming me. This would not have happened had I perceived the last of the pomegranate seed, and swallowed it, as I did the others when I was changed into a cock. The genie had fled thither as to his last entrenchment, and upon that the success of the combat depended, which would have been successful, and without danger to me. This oversight obliged me to have recourse to fire, and to fight with those mighty arms as I did between heaven and earth in your presence, for in spite of all this redoubtable art and experience, I made the genie know that I understood more than he. I have conquered and reduced him to ashes, but I cannot escape death, which is approaching. The Sultan suffered the princess, the Lady of Beauty, to go on with the recital of her combat, and when she had done, addressed her in a tone that sufficiently testified his grief. "My daughter," said he, "you see in what condition your father is. Alas, I wonder that I am yet alive. Your governor, the eunuch, is dead, and the prince whom you have delivered from his enchantment has lost one of his eyes." He could say no more, for his tears, sighs, and sobs deprived him of the power of utterance. Suddenly the princess exclaimed, "I burn! I burn!" She found that the fire had at last seized upon her vital parts, which made her still cry, "I burn!" until death had put an end to her intolerable pains. The effect of that fire was so extraordinary that in a few moments she was wholly reduced to ashes, as the genie had been. I cannot tell you, madam, how much I was grieved at so dismal a spectacle. I had rather all my life have continued an ape or a dog, than to have seen my benefactress thus miserably perish. The Sultan, being afflicted all that can be imagined, cried piteously, and beat himself on his head and breast, until being quite overcome with grief, he fainted away, which made me fear for his life. In the meantime, the eunuchs and the officers came running at the Sultan's lamentations, and with much difficulty brought him to himself. It was not necessary that the prince or myself should relate the circumstances of the adventure, to convince them of the affliction it had occasioned us. The 2 heaps of ashes, to which the princess and the genie had been reduced, were a sufficient demonstration. The Sultan was hardly able to stand, but was under the necessity of being supported to his apartment. When the knowledge of this tragical event had spread through the palace and the city, all the people bewailed the misfortune of the princess, the Lady of Beauty, and commiserated the Sultan's affliction. Public mourning was observed for 7 days, and many ceremonies were performed. The ashes of the genie were thrown into the air, but those of the princess were collected into a precious urn, to be preserved, and the urn was deposited in a superb mausoleum, constructed for that purpose on the spot where the princess had been consumed. The grief of the Sultan for the loss of his daughter confined him to his chamber for a whole month. Before he had fully recovered his strength, he sent for me. "Prince," said he, "attend to the commands I now give you. Your life must answer if you do not carry them to execution." I assured him of exalt obedience, upon which he went on thus: "I have constantly lived in perfect felicity, but by your arrival all the happiness I possess has vanished. My daughter is dead, her governor is no more, and it is only through a miracle that I am myself yet alive. You are the cause of all these misfortunes, under which it is impossible that I should be comforted. Depart hence, therefore, in peace, without further delay, for I must myself perish if you remain any longer. I am persuaded that your presence brings misfortune with it. Depart, and take care never to appear again in my dominions. No consideration whatever shall hinder me from making you repent your temerity, should you violate my injunction." I was going to speak, but he prevented me by words full of anger, and I was obliged to quit the palace, rejected, banished, an outcast from the world. Before I left the city I went into a bagnio, Here I caused my beard and eyebrows to be shaved, and put on a calender's habit. I began my journey not so much deploring my own miseries, as the death of the 2 fair princesses of which I have been the occasion. I passed through many countries without making myself known. At last I resolved to come to Bagdad, in hopes of getting myself introduced to the commander of the faithful, to move his compassion by relating to him my unfortunate adventures. I arrived this evening, and the first man I met was this calender, our brother, who spoke before me. You know the remaining part, madam, and the cause of my having the honour to be here." When the second calender had concluded his story, Zobeide, to whom he had addressed his speech, said, "It is well, you are at liberty." But instead of departing, he also petitioned the lady to show him the same favour vouchsafed to the first calender, and went and sat down by him. End of section 14.
Section 15 of the Arabian Nights Entertainments, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sandra Zera. The Arabian Nights Entertainments, Volume 1, by Anonymous, translated by Dr. Jonathan Scott. Section 15. The History of the Third Calendar. My story, most honourable lady, very much differs from what you have already heard. The 2 princes who have spoken before me have each lost an eye by the pure effects of their destiny, but mine I lost through my own fault, and by hastening to seek my own misfortune, as you shall hear by the sequel of the story. My name is Agib, and I am the son of a sultan who was called Cassib. After his death I took possession of his dominions, and continued in the city where he had resided. It is situated on the sea-coast, has one of the finest and safest harbours in the world, and arsenal capable of fitting out for sea 150 men of war, besides merchantmen and light vessels. My kingdom is composed of several fine provinces upon the mainland, besides a number of valuable islands, which lie almost in sight of my capital. My first object was to visit the provinces. I afterwards caused my whole fleet to be fitted out, and went to my islands to gain the hearts of my subjects by my presence, and to confirm them in their loyalty. These voyages gave me some taste for navigation, in which I took so much pleasure that I resolved to make some discoveries beyond my own territories, to which end I caused 10 ships to be fitted out, embarked, and set sail. Our voyage was very pleasant for 40 days successively, but on the 41st night the wind became contrary, and withal so boisterous that we were near being lost. About the break of day the storm abated, the clouds dispersed, and the weather became fair. We reached an island, where we remained 2 days to take in fresh provisions, and then put off again to sea. After 10 days' sail we were in hopes of seeing land, for the tempest we had experienced had so much abated my curiosity, that I gave orders to steer back to my own coast, but I perceived at the same time that my pilot knew not where we were. Upon the 10th day a seaman being sent to look out for land from the masthead, gave notice that on starboard and larboard he could see nothing but sky and sea, but that right ahead he perceived a great blackness. The pilot changed colour at this account, and throwing his turban on the deck with one hand, and beating his breast with the other, cried, "Oh, sir, we are all lost! Not one of us can escape, and with all my skill it is not in my power to effect our deliverance." Having spoken thus, he lamented like a man who foresaw unavoidable ruin. His despondence threw the whole ship's crew into consternation. I asked him what reason he had thus to despair. He exclaimed, "The tempest has brought us so far out of our course, that tomorrow upon noon we shall be near the Black Mountain, or mine of adamant, which at this very minute draws all your fleet towards it, by virtue of the iron in your ships,
and when we approach within a certain distance, the attraction of the adamant will have such force, that all the nails will be drawn out of the sides and bottoms of the ships, and fastened to the mountain, so that your vessels will fall to pieces and sink. This mountain, continued the pilot, is inaccessible. On the summit there is a dome of fine brass, supported by pillars of the same metal, and on the top of that dome stands a horse, likewise of brass, with a rider on his back, who has a plate or lid fixed to his breast, upon which some talismanic characters are engraved. Sir, the tradition is, that this statue is the chief cause why so many ships and men have been lost and sunk in this place, and that it will ever continue to be fatal to all those who have the misfortune to approach, until it shall be thrown down. The pilot, having finished his discourse, began to weep afresh, and all the rest of the ship's company did the same. I had no other thought but that my days were there to terminate. In the meantime every one began to provide for his own safety, and to that end took all imaginable precaution, and being uncertain of the event, they all made one another their heirs, by virtue of a will, for the benefit of those that should happen to be saved. The next morning we distinctly perceived the Black Mountain. About noon we were so near that we found what the pilot had foretold to be true, for all the nails and iron in the ships flew towards the mountain, where they fixed by the violence of the attraction with a horrible noise. The ships split asunder, and their cargoes sank into the sea. All my people were drowned, but God had mercy on me, and permitted me to save myself by means of a plank, which the wind drove ashore just at the foot of the mountain. I did not receive the least hurt, and my good fortune brought me to a landing place, where there were steps that led up to the summit of the mountain. At the side of these steps, for there was not a space of ground either on the right or the left whereon a man could set his foot, I gave thanks to God, and recommended myself to his holy protection, as I began to ascend the steps, which were so narrow that had the wind raged it would have thrown me into the sea. But, at last, I reached the top without accident. I went into the dome, and kneeling on the ground, gave God thanks for his mercies. I passed the night under the dome. In my sleep an old grave man appeared to me, and said, "Hearken, Agib, as soon as thou art awake, dig up the ground under the feet. Thou wilt find a bow of brass and 3 arrows of lead, that are made under certain constellations to deliver mankind from the many calamities that threaten them. Shoot the 3 arrows at the statue, and the rider will fall into the sea, but the horse will fall by the side. Thou must bury it in the place where thou findest the bow and arrows. This being done, the sea will swell and rise to the foot of the dome. When it has come so high, thou wilt perceive a boat with one man holding an oar in each hand. This man is also of metal, but different from that thou hast thrown down. Step on board, but without mentioning the name of the God, and let him conduct thee. He will in 10 days' time bring thee into another sea, where thou shalt find an opportunity to return to the country, provided, as I have told thee, thou dost not mention the name of God during the whole voyage." This was the substance of the old man's discourse. When I woke, I felt much comforted by the vision, and did not fail to observe everything that he had commanded me. I took the bow and arrows out of the ground, shot at the horseman, and with the 3rd arrow I overthrew him. He fell into the sea, and the horse fell by my side. I buried it in the place whence I took the bow and arrows. In the meantime the sea swelled and rose up by degrees. When it came as high as the foot of the dome upon the top of this mountain, I saw afar off a boat rowing towards me, and I returned God thanks that everything succeeded according to my dream. At last the boat made land, and I perceived the man was made of metal, as I have dreamed. I stepped aboard, and took great heed not to pronounce the name of God, neither spoke I one word. I sat down, and the man of metal began to row off from the mountain. He rowed without ceasing till the 9th day, when I saw some islands, which gave me hopes that I should escape all the danger that I feared. The excess of my joy made me forget what I was forbidden. "Blessed be God," said I, "God be praised." I had no sooner spoken these words than the boat sank with the man of metal, leaving me upon the surface. I swam the remaining part of the day towards the land which appeared nearest. A very dark night succeeded, and not knowing where I was, I swam at random. My strength at last began to fail, and I despaired of being able to save myself. But the wind began to blow hard, and a wave vast as a mountain threw me on a flat, where it left me and retreated. I made haste ashore, fearing another wave might wash me back. The first thing I did was to strip, wring the water out of my clothes, and lay them on the dry sand, which was still warm from the heat of the day. Next morning the sun dried my clothes, I put them on, and went forward to discover what sort of country I was in. I had not walked far before I found I was upon a desert, though a very pleasant island, as it displayed several sorts of trees and wild shrubs bearing fruit. But I perceived it was far from the continent, which much diminished the joy I felt at having escaped the danger of the seas. Nevertheless, I recommended myself to God, and prayed him to dispose of me according to his will. Immediately after, I saw a vessel coming from the mainland, before the wind, directly toward the island. I doubted not but they were coming to anchor there, and being uncertain what sort of people they might be, whether friends or foes, I thought it not safe to be seen. I got up into a very thick tree, from whence I might safely view them. The vessel came into a little creek, where 10 slaves landed, carrying a spade and other instruments for digging up the ground. They went towards the middle of the island, where I saw them stop, and dig for a considerable time, after which I thought I perceived them lift up a trapdoor. They returned again to the vessel, and unloaded several sorts of provisions and furniture, which they carried to the place where they had been digging. They then descended, which made me suppose it led to a subterraneous dwelling. I saw them once more go to the ship, and returned soon after with an old man, who led in his hand a handsome lad of about 14 or 15 years of age. They all descended when the trapdoor had been opened. After they had again come up, they let down the trapdoor, covered it over with earth, and returned to the creek where the ship lay, but I saw not the young man in their company. This made me believe that he had stayed behind in the subterraneous place, a circumstance which exceedingly surprised me. The old man and the slaves went on board, and getting the vessel under weigh, steered their course towards the mainland. When I perceived they had proceeded to such a distance that I could not be seen by them, I came down from the tree, and went directly to the place where I had seen the ground broken. I removed the earth by degrees, till I came to a stone that was 2 or 3 feet square. I lifted it up, and found that it covered the head of a flight of stairs, which were also of stone. I descended, and at the bottom found myself in a large room, furnished with a carpet, a couch covered with tapestry and cushions of rich stuff, upon which the young man sat, with a fan in his hand. These things, together with fruits and flower pots standing about him, I saw by the light of 2 wax tapers. The young man, when he perceived me, was considerably alarmed, but to quiet his apprehensions, I said to him as I entered, "Whoever you are, sir, do not fear. A sultan, and the son of a sultan, as I am, is not capable of doing you any injury. On the contrary, it is probable that your good destiny may have brought me hither to deliver you out of this tomb, where it seems you have been buried alive, for reasons to me unknown. But what surprises me, for you must know that I have been witness to all that hath passed since your coming to this island, is that you suffered yourself to be entombed in this place without any resistance." The young man felt assured at these words, and with a smiling countenance requested me to take a seat by him. When I had complied, he said, "Prince, I am to acquaint you with what will surprise you by its singularity. My father is a merchant jeweller, who, by his industry and professional skill, has acquired a considerable property. He has many slaves, and also agents, whom he employs as supercargoes in his own ships, to maintain his correspondence at the several courts, which he furnishes with precious stones. He had been long married without having issue, when it was intimated to him in a dream that he should have a son, though his life would be but short, at which he was much concerned when he awoke. Some days after, my mother acquainted him that she was with child, and what she supposed to be the time of her conception agreed exactly with the day of his dream. At the end of 9 months she was brought to bed of me, which occasioned great joy in the family. My father, who had observed the very moment of my birth, consulted astrologers about my nativity, and was answered, "Your son shall live happily till the age of 15, when his life will be exposed to a danger which he will hardly be able to escape. But if his good destiny preserve him beyond that time, he will live to a great age. It will be," said they, "when the statue of brass that stands upon the summit of the mountain of adamant shall be thrown into the sea by Prince Agib, son of King Cassib, and, as the stars prognosticate, your son will be killed 50 days afterwards by that prince." My father took all imaginable care of my education until this year, which is the 15th of my age. He had notice given him yesterday that the statue of brass had been thrown into the sea about 10 days ago. This news alarmed him much. Upon the prediction the astrologers, he thought by all means possible to falsify my horoscope, and to preserve my life. He took the precaution to form this subterranean habitation to hide me in, till the expiration of the 50 days after the throwing down of the statue, and therefore, as it is 10 days since this happened, he came hastily hither to conceal me, and promised at the end of 40 days to return and fetch me away. For my own part I am sanguine in my hopes, and cannot believe that Prince Agib will seek for me in a place underground, in the midst of a desert island. While the jeweller's son was relating this story, I laughed at the astrologers who had foretold that I should take away his life, for I thought myself so far from being likely to verify their prediction, that he had scarcely done speaking when I told him with great joy, "Dear sir, trust in the goodness of God, and fear nothing. Consider it as a debt you had to pay, but that you are acquitted of it from this hour. I rejoice that after my shipwreck I came so fortunately hither to defend you against all who would attempt your life. I will not leave you till the 40 days have expired, of which the foolish astrologers have made you apprehensive, and in the meanwhile I will do you all the service in my power, after which, with leave of your father and yourself, I shall have the benefit of getting to the mainland in your vessel. And when I am returned into my kingdom, I will remember the obligation I owe you, and endeavour to demonstrate my gratitude by suitable acknowledgments." This discourse encouraged the jeweller's son, and inspired him with confidence. I took care not to inform him I was the very Agib whom he dreaded, lest I should alarm his fears, and used every precaution not to give him any cause to suspect who I was. We passed the time in various conversation till night came on. I found the young man of ready wit, and partook with him of his provisions, of which he had enough to have lasted beyond the 40 days, though he had had more guests than myself. After supper we conversed for some time, and at last retired to bed. The next morning, when he arose, I held the basin of water to him. I also provided dinner, and at the proper time placed it on the table. After we had dined, I invented a play for our amusement, not only for that day, but for those that followed. I prepared supper after the same manner as I had done the dinner, and having supped, we retired to bed as before. We had sufficient time to contrast mutual friendship and esteem for each other. I found he loved me, and I on my part regarded him with so much affection that I often said to myself, "Those astrologers who predicted to his father that his son should die by my hand were impostors, for it is not possible that I could commit so base a crime." In short, madam, we spent 39 days in the pleasantest manner possible in this subterraneous abode. The 14th day appeared, and in the morning, when the young man awoke, he said to me with a transport of joy that he could not restrain, "Prince, this is the 40th day, and I am not dead, thanks to God and your good company. My father will not fail to make you very shortly every acknowledgment of his gratitude for your attentions, and will furnish you with every necessary accommodation for your return to your kingdom. But," continued he, "while we are waiting his arrival, I beg you will provide me some warm water in that portable bath, that I may wash my body and change my dress, to receive my father with the more respect." I set the water on the fire, and when it was hot poured it into the movable bath. The youth went in, and I both washed and rubbed him. At last he came out, and laid himself down in his bed that I had prepared. After he had slept a while, he woke, and said, "Dear prince, pray do me the favour to fetch me a melon and some sugar, that I may eat some to refresh me." Out of several melons that remained I took the best, and laid it on a plate, and as I could not find a knife to cut it with, I asked the young man if he knew where there was one. "There is one," said he, "upon this cornice over my head." I accordingly saw it there, and made so much haste to reach it, that, while I had it in my hand, my foot being entangled in the carpet, I fell most unhappily upon the young man, and the knife pierced his heart. At this spectacle I cried out with agony. I beat my head, my face, and breast, I tore my clothes, I threw myself on the ground with unspeakable sorrow and grief. "Alas!" I exclaimed, "there were only some hours wanting to have put him out of that danger from which he sought sanctuary here. And when I thought the danger past, then I became his murderer, and verified the prediction. But, O Lord," said I, lifting up my face and my hands to heaven, "I entreat thee pardon, and if I be guilty of his death, let me not live any longer." After this misfortune I would have embraced death without any reluctance, had it presented itself to me. But what we wish, whether it be good or evil, will not always happen accordingly to our desire. Nevertheless, considering that all my tears and sorrows would not restore the young man to life, and, the 40 days being expired, I might be surprised by his father, I quitted the subterranean dwelling, let down the great stone upon the entrance, and covered it with earth. I had scarcely done, when, casting my eyes upon the sea towards the mainland, I perceived the vessel coming to fetch away the young man. I began then to consider what I had best do. I said to myself, "If I am seen by the old man, he will certainly seize me, and perhaps cause me to be massacred by his slaves when he has discovered that his son is killed. All that I can allege to justify myself will not convince him of my innocence. It is better then to withdraw, while it is in my power, than to expose myself to his resentment." There happened to be near a large tree, thick with leaves, which I ascended in hopes of concealment, and was no sooner fixed in a place where I could not be perceived, than I saw the vessel come to the creek where she lay the first time. The old man with his slaves landed immediately, and advanced towards the subterranean dwelling with a countenance that shewed some hope. But when they saw the earth had been newly removed, they changed colour, particularly the old man. They lifted up the stone and went down. They called the young man by his name, but he not answering, their fears increased. They proceeded to seek him, and at length found him laying upon the bed with the knife in his heart, for I had not power to take it out. At this sight they cried out lamentably, which increased my sorrow. The old man fell down in a swoon. The slaves, to give him air, brought him up in their arms, and laid him at the foot of the tree where I was concealed. But notwithstanding all the pains they took to recover him, the unfortunate father continued a long while insensible, and made them more than once despair of his life. But at last he came to himself. The slaves then brought up his son's corpse, dressed in his best apparel, and when they had made a grave, they buried it. The old man, supported by 2 slaves, and his face covered with tears, threw the first earth upon the body, after which the slaves filled up the grave. This being done, all the furniture was brought up, and, with the remaining provisions, put on board the vessel. The old man, overcome with sorrow, and not being able to stand, was laid upon a litter, and carried to the ship which stood out to sea, and in a short time was out of sight. After the old man and his slaves were gone, I was left alone upon the island. I lay that night in the subterranean dwelling which they had shut up, and when the day came I walked round the island, and stopped in such places as I thought most proper for repose. I led this wearisome life for a whole month. At the expiration of this time I perceived that the sea had receded, that the island had increased in dimensions. The mainland too seemed to be drawing nearer. In fact, the water sank so low that there remained between me and the continent but a small stream, which I crossed, and the water did not reach above the middle of my leg. I walked so long a way upon the slime and sand that I was very weary. At last I got upon more firm ground, and when I had proceeded some distance from the sea, I saw a good way before me something that resembled a great fire, which afforded me some comfort. For, I said to myself, I shall find here some persons, it not being possible that this fire should kindle of itself. As I drew nearer, however, I found my error, and discovered that what I had taken for a fire was a castle of red copper, which the beams of the sun made to appear at a distance like flames. I stopped in the neighbourhood of the castle, and sat down to admire its noble structure, and to rest myself. Before I had taken such a view of this magnificent building as it deserved, I saw 10 handsome young men coming along, as if they had been taking a walk, but what surprised me was, that they were all blind of the right eye. They were accompanied by an old man, who was very tall and of a venerable aspect. I could not suppress my astonishment at the sight of so many half-blind men in company, and every one deprived of the same eye. As I was conjecturing by what adventure these men could come together, they approached, and seemed glad to see me. After the first salutations, they inquired what had brought me thither. I told them my story would be somewhat tedious, but if they would take the trouble to sit down, I would satisfy their curiosity. They did so, and I related to them all that had happened to me since I had left my kingdom, which filled them with astonishment. After I had concluded my account, the young gentlemen prayed me to accompany them into the castle. I accepted their offer, and we passed through a great many halls, antechambers, bedchambers, and closets, very well furnished, and came at last into a spacious hall, where there were 10 small blue sofas set around, separate from one another, on which they sat by day and slept at night. In the middle of the circle stood an 11th sofa, not so high as the rest, but of the same colour, upon which the old man before mentioned sat down, and the young gentleman occupied the other 10. But as each sofa could only contain one man, one of the young men said to me, "Comrades, sit down upon that carpet in the middle of the room, and do not inquire into anything that concerns us, nor the reason why we are all blind of the right eye. Be content with what you see, and let not your curiosity extend any farther." The old man, having sat a short time, arose and went out, but he returned in a minute or two, brought in supper, distributed to each man separately his proportion, and likewise brought me mine, which I ate apart as the rest did, and when supper was almost ended, he presented to each of us a cup of wine. They thought my story so extraordinary, that they made me repeat it after supper, and it furnished conversation for a good part of the night. One of the gentlemen, observing that it was late, said to the old man, "You do not bring us that with which we may acquit ourselves of our duty." At these words the old man arose, and went into a closet, and brought out thence upon his head 10 basins, one after another, all covered with blue stuff. He placed one before every gentleman, together with a light. They uncovered their basins, which contained ashes, coal dust, and lampblack. They mixed all together, and rubbed and bedaubed their faces with it in such a manner as to make themselves look very frightful. After having thus blackened themselves, they wept and lamented, beating their heads and breasts, and crying continually, "This is the fruit of our idleness and debauches." They continued this strange employment nearly the whole of the night, and when they left off, the old man brought them water, with which they washed their faces and hands. They changed all their clothes which were spoiled, and put on others, so that they exhibited no appearance of what they had been doing. You may judge how uneasy I felt all this time. I wished 1,000 times to break the silence which had been imposed upon me, and ask questions, nor was it possible for me to sleep that night. The next day, soon after we had arisen, we went out to walk, and then I said to them, "Gentlemen, I declare to you that I must renounce the law which you prescribed to me last night, for I cannot observe it. You are men of sense, you have convinced me that you do not want understanding, yet I have seen you do such actions as none but madmen could be capable of. Whatever misfortune befalls me, I cannot forbear asking why you bedaubed your faces with black? How it has happened that each of you has but one eye? Some singular circumstance must certainly be the cause, therefore I conjure you to satisfy my curiosity." To these pressing instances they answered only that it was no business of mine to make such inquiries, and that I should do well to hold my peace. We passed that day in conversation upon indifferent subjects, and when night was come and every man had supped, the old man brought in the blue basins, and the young gentlemen, as before, bedaubed their faces, wept and beat themselves, crying, "This is the fruit of our idleness and debauches," and continued the same actions the following night. At last, not being able to resist my curiosity, I earnestly prayed them to satisfy me, or to shew me how to return to my own kingdom, for it was impossible for me to keep them company any longer, and to see every night such an odd exhibition without being permitted to know the reason. Section 15.
Section 16, Part B of the Arabian Nights Entertainments, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lucy LaFaro, New South Wales, Australia. The Arabian Nights Entertainments, Volume 1, by Anonymous. Translated by Dr. Jonathan Scott. Section 16, Part B. One of the gentlemen answered on behalf of the rest, "Do not wonder at our conduit in regard to yourself, and that hitherto we have not granted your request. It is out of kindness, to save you the pain of being reduced to the same condition with ourselves. If you have a mind to try our unfortunate destiny, you need but speak, and we will give you the satisfaction you desire." I told them I was resolved on it, let what would be the consequence. "Once more," said the gentleman, "we advise you to restrain your curiosity. It will cost you the loss of your right eye." "No matter," I replied. "Be assured that if such a misfortune befall me, I will not impute it to you, but to myself." He farther represented to me that when I had lost an eye, I must not hope to remain with them, if I were so disposed, because their number was complete, and no addition could be made to it. I told them that it would be a great satisfaction to me never to part from such agreeable gentlemen, but if there were a necessity for it, I was ready to submit, and let it cost me what it would. I begged them to grant my request. The 10 gentlemen, perceiving that I was so fixed in my resolution, took a sheep, killed it, and after they had taken off the skin, presented me with a knife, telling me it would be useful to me on an occasion which they would soon explain. "We must sew you in this skin," said they, "and then leave you, upon which a bird of a monstrous size, called a roc, will appear in the air, and, taking you for a sheep, will pounce upon you, and soar with you to the sky. But let not that alarm you. He will descend with you again, and lay you on top of a mountain. When you find yourself on the ground, cut the skin with your knife and throw it off. As soon as the roc sees you, he will fly away for fear, and leave you at liberty. Do not stay, but walk on till you come to a spacious castle, covered with plates of gold, large emeralds, and other precious stones. Go up to the gate, which always stands open, and walk in. We have each of us been in that castle, but will tell you nothing of what we saw, or what befell us there, you will learn by your own experience. All that we can inform you is that it has cost each of us our right eye. And the penance which you have been witness to is what we are obliged to observe in consequence of having been there. The history of each of us is so full of extraordinary adventures that a large volume would not contain them, but we cannot explain ourselves farther. When the gentleman had thus spoken, I wrapped myself in the sheep's skin, held fast the knife which was given to me, and after the young gentlemen had been at the trouble to sew the skin about me, they retired into the hall and left me alone. The roc they spoke of soon arrived. He pounced upon me, took me in his talons like a sheep, and carried me up the summit of the mountain. When I found myself on the ground, I cut the skin with the knife, and throwing it off, the roc at the side of me flew away. This roc is a white bird of a monstrous size. His strength is such that he can lift up elephants from the plains and carry them to the tops of mountains, where he feeds upon them. Being impatient to reach the castle, I lost no time, but made so much haste that I got thither in half a day's journey, and I must say that I found it surpassed the description they had given me of its magnificence. The gate being open, I entered a square court, so large that there were round it 99 gates of wood of sanders and aloes, and one of gold, without reckoning those of several superb staircases that led to apartments above, besides many more which I could not see. The 100 doors I spoke of opened into gardens or storehouses full of riches, or into apartments which contained many things wonderful to be seen. I saw a door standing open just before me, through which I entered into a large hall. Here I found 40 young ladies of such perfect beauty as imagination could not surpass. They were all most sumptuously apparelled. As soon as they saw me, they arose, and without waiting my salutations, said to me, with demonstrations of joy, "Noble sir, you are welcome." And one thus addressed me in the name of the rest: "We have long been in expectation of such a gentleman as you. Your mien assures us that you are master of all the good qualities we can desire, and we hope you will not find our company disagreeable or unworthy of yours." They obliged me, notwithstanding all the opposition I could make, to sit down on a seat that was higher than their own, and when I expressed my uneasiness, "That is your place," said they. "You are at present our lord, master, and judge, and we are your slaves, ready to obey your commands." Nothing, madam, so much astonished me as the solicitude and eagerness of those fair ladies to do me all possible service. One brought hot water to wash my feet, a second poured sweet scented water on my hands. Others brought me all kinds of necessaries and change of apparel. Others again brought in a magnificent collation, and the rest came with glasses in their hands to fill me delicious wines, all in good order, and in the most charming manner possible. I ate and drank, after which the ladies placed themselves about me, and desired an account of my travels. I gave them a full relation of my adventures, which lasted till night came on. When I had finished my narrative to the 40 ladies, some of them who sat nearest me stayed to keep me company, whilst the rest, seeing it was dark, rose to fetch tapers. They brought a prodigious number, which by the wonderful light they emitted exhibited the resemblance of day, and they disposed them with so much taste as to produce the most beautiful effect possible. Other ladies covered a table with dry fruits, sweetmeats, and everything proper to relish the liquor. A sideboard was set out with several sorts of wine and other liquors. Some of the ladies brought in musical instruments, and when everything was ready, they invited me to sit down to supper. The ladies sat down with me, and we continued a long while at our repast. They that were to play upon the instruments and sing arose, and formed a most charming concert. The others began a kind of ball, and danced two and two, couple after couple, with admirable grace. It was past midnight ere these amusements ended. At length one of the ladies said to me, "You are doubtless wearied by the journey you have taken today. It is time for you to retire to rest. Your lodging is prepared. But before you depart, choose which one of us you would like best to be your bedfellow." I answered that I knew not how to make my own choice, as they were all equally beautiful, witty, and worthy of my respects and service, and that I would not be guilty of so much incivility as to prefer one before another. The lady who had spoken to me before answered, "We are very well satisfied of your civility, and find it is your fear to create jealousy among us that occasions your diffidence. But let not this hinder you. We assure you that the good fortune of her whom you choose shall cause no feeling of the kind, for we are agreed among ourselves, that every one of us shall in her turn have the same honour, and when 40 days are past, to begin again. Therefore make your selection, and lose no time to take the repose you need." I was obliged to yield to their entreaties, and offered my hand to the lady who spoke, and who in turn gave me hers. We were conducted to a sumptuous apartment, where they left us, and then every one retired to her own chamber. I was scarcely dressed next morning, when the other 39 ladies came into my chamber, all in different dresses from those they had worn the day before. They bade me good morrow, and inquired after my health, after which they conveyed me to a bath, where they washed me themselves, and, whether I would or no, served me with everything I needed, and then I came out of the bath. They made me put on another suit much richer than the former. We passed the whole day almost constantly at table, and when it was bedtime, they prayed me again to make choice of one of them for my companion. In short, madam, not to weary you with repetitions, I must tell you that I continued a whole year among those 40 ladies, and received them into my bed one after another. And during all the time of this voluptuous life, we met not with the least kind of trouble. When the year was expired, I was greatly surprised that these 40 ladies, instead of appearing with their usual cheerfulness to ask me how I did, entered my chamber one morning all in tears. They embraced me with great tenderness one after another, saying, "Adieu, dear prince, adieu, for we must leave you." Their tears affected, I prayed them to tell me the reason of their grief, and of the separation they spoke of. "Fair ladies, let me know," said I, "if it be in my power to comfort you, or if my assistance can be any way useful to you." Instead of returning a direct answer, "Would," said they, "we had never seen or known you. Several gentlemen have honoured us with their company before you, but never one of them had that comeliness, that sweetness, that pleasantness of humour, and that merit which you possess. We know not how to live without you." After they had spoken these words, they began to weep bitterly. "My dear ladies," said I, "have the kindness not to keep me any longer in suspense. Tell me the cause of your sorrow." "Alas!" said they, "what but the necessity of parting from you could thus afflict us? Perhaps we shall never see you more, but if it be your wish, we should, and if you possess sufficient self-command for the purpose, it is not impossible but that we may again enjoy the pleasure of your company." "Ladies," I replied, "I understand not what you mean. Pray explain yourselves more clearly." "Well," said one of them, "to satisfy you, we must acquaint you that we are all princesses, daughters of kings. We live here together in the manner you have seen, but at the end of every year we are obliged to be absent 40 days upon indispensable duties, which we are not permitted to reveal, and afterwards we return again to this castle. Yesterday was the last of the year. Today we must leave you, and this circumstance is the cause of our grief. Before we depart, we will leave you the keys of everything, especially those of the 100 doors, where you will find enough to satisfy your curiosity and to relieve your solitude during our absence. But for your benefit and our own personal interests, we recommend you to forbear opening the golden door, for if you do, we shall never see you again, and the apprehension of this augments our grief. We hope, nevertheless, that you will attend to our advice. Your own peace and the happiness of your life depends upon your compliance. Therefore take heed. If you suffer yourself to be swayed by a foolish curiosity, you will do yourself a considerable injury. We conjure you to avoid the indiscretion, and to give us the satisfaction finding you here again at the end of 40 days. We would willingly take the key of the golden door with us, but that it would be an affront to a prince like you to question your discretion and firmness. This speech of the fair princess's grieved me extremely. I omitted not to declare how much their absence would afflict me. I thanked them for their good advice, assuring them that I would follow it, and expressed my willingness to perform what was much more difficult, to secure the happiness of passing the rest of my days with ladies of such beauty and accomplishments. We separated with much tenderness, and after I had embraced them all, they departed, and I remained alone in the castle. The agreeableness of their company, their hospitality, their musical entertainments, and other amusements, had so much absorbed my attention during the whole year, that I neither had time nor desire to see the wonders contained in this enchanted palace. I did not even notice 1,000 curious objects that every day offered themselves to my view. So much was I charmed by the beauty of those ladies, and the pleasure they seemed to take in promoting my gratification. Their departure sensibly afflicted me, and though their absence was to be only 40 days, it seemed to me an age to live without them. I determined not to forget the important advice they had given me, not to open the golden door. But as I was permitted to satisfy my curiosity in everything else, I took the first of the keys of the other doors, which were hung in regular order. I opened the first door and entered an orchard, which I believed the universe could not equal. I could not imagine anything to surpass it, except that which our religion promises us after death. The symmetry, the neatness, the admirable order of the trees, the abundance and diversity of unknown fruits, their freshness and beauty delighted my senses. Nor must I omit to inform you that this delicious orchard was watered in a very particular manner. There were channels so artificially and proportionately dug that they carried water in considerable quantities to the roots of such trees as required much moisture. Others conveyed it in smaller quantities to those whose fruits were already formed. Some carried still less to those whose fruits were swelling, and others carried only so much as was just requisite to water those which had their fruits come to perfection, and only wanted to be ripened. They far exceeded in size the ordinary fruits of our gardens. Lastly, those channels that watered the trees whose fruit was ripe had no more moisture than just what would preserve them from withering. I should never have tired in examining and admiring so delightful a place, nor have left it had I not conceived a still higher idea of the other things which I had not seen. I went out at last with my mind filled with the wonders I had viewed. I shut the door and opened the next. Instead of an orchard, I found here a flower garden, which was no less extraordinary in its kind. It contained a spacious plot, not watered so profusely as the former, but with greater niceness, furnishing no more water than just what each flower required. The roses, jessamines, violets, daffodils, hyacinths, anemones, tulips, pinks, lilies, and an infinite number of flowers which do not grow in other places, but at certain times were there flourishing all at once, and nothing could be more delicious than the fragrant smell which they emitted. I opened the third door, and found a large aviary paved with marble of several fine and uncommon colours. The trellis work was made of sandalwood and wood of aloes. It contained a vast number of nightingales, goldfinches, canary birds, larks, and other rare singing birds, which I had never heard of, and the vessels that held their seed and water were of the most precious jasper or agate. Besides, this aviary was so exceedingly neat that, considering its extent, I judged there must be not less than 100 persons to keep it clean. But all this while not one appeared, either here or in the gardens I had before examined, and yet I could not perceive a weed or anything superfluous or offensive to sight. The sun went down, and I retired, charmed with the chirping notes of the multitude of birds, who then began to perch upon such places as suited them, or repose during the night. I went to my chamber, resolving on the following days to open all the rest of the doors excepting that of gold. The next day I opened the fourth. If what I had seen before was capable of exciting my surprise, what I now beheld transported me into perfect ecstasy. I entered a large court surrounded with buildings of an admirable structure, the description of which I will omit, to avoid prolixity. This building had 40 doors, all open, and through each of them was an entrance into a treasury. Several of these treasuries contained as much wealth as the largest kingdoms. The first was stored with heaps of pearls, and, what is almost incredible, the number of those stones which are most precious, and as large as pigeons' eggs, exceeded the number of those of the ordinary size. In the second treasury there were diamonds, carbuncles, and rubies; in the third, emeralds; in the fourth, ingots of gold; in the fifth, money; in the sixth, ingots of silver; and in the two following, money. The rest contained amethysts, chrysolites, topazes, opals, turquoises, and hyacinths, with all the other stones known to us, without mentioning agate, jasper, cornelian, and coral, of which there was a storehouse filled, not only with branches, but whole trees. Filled with astonishment and admiration at the view of all these riches, I exclaimed, if all the treasures of the kings of the universe were gathered together in one place, they could not equal the value of these. How fortunate am I to possess all this wealth, with so many admirable princesses! I will not tire you, madam, with a detail of all the other objects of curiosity and value which I discovered on the following day. I shall only say that 39 days afforded me but just as much time as was necessary to open 91 doors, and to admire all that presented itself to my view, so that there was only the 100th door left, which I was forbidden to open. The 40th day after the departure of those charming princesses arrived, and had I but retained so much self-command as I ought to have had, I should have been this day the happiest of all mankind, whereas now I am the most unfortunate. They were to return the next day, and the pleasure of seeing them again ought to have restrained my curiosity, but through my weakness, which I shall ever repent, I yielded to the temptations of the evil spirit, who allowed me no rest till I had involved myself in the misfortunes I have since suffered. I opened that fatal door, but before I had moved my foot to enter, a smell pleasant enough, but too powerful for my senses, made me faint away. However, I soon recovered, but instead of taking warning from this incident to close the door, and restrain my curiosity, after waiting some time for the external air to correct the effluvia of the place, I entered, and felt myself no longer incommoded. I found myself in a spacious vaulted apartment, the pavement of which was strewed with saffron. It was illuminated by several large tapers, which emitted the perfume of aloes and ambergris, and were placed in candlesticks of solid gold. This light was augmented by gold and silver lamps, burning perfumed oils of various kinds. Among the many objects that attracted my attention was a black horse, of the most perfect symmetry and beauty that ever was beheld. I approached in order the better to observe him, and found he had on a saddle and bridle of massive gold, curiously wrought. One part of his manger was filled with clean barley and sesame, and the other with rose water. I laid hold of his bridle, and led him out to view him by daylight. I mounted, and endeavoured to make him move, but finding he did not stir, I struck him with a switch I had taken up in his magnificent stable. He had no sooner felt the blow than he began to neigh in a most horrible manner, and extending his wings, which I had not before perceived, flew up with me into the air. My thoughts were fully in keeping my seat, and considering the fear that had seized me, I sat well. At length he directed his course towards the earth, and lighted upon the terrace of a castle, and without giving me time to dismount, shook me out of the saddle with such force as to throw me behind him, and with the end of his tail he struck out my eye. Thus it was I became blind of one eye. I then recollected the predictions of the 10 young gentlemen. The horse again took wing, and soon disappeared. I got up much vexed at the misfortune I had brought upon myself. I walked upon the terrace, covering my eye with one of my hands, for it pained me exceedingly, and then descended and entered into a hall. I soon discovered by the 10 sofas in a circle, and the 11th in the middle, lower than the rest, that I was in the castle whence I had been carried by the roc. The 10 young gentlemen were not in the hall when I entered, but came in soon after, attended by the old man. They seemed not at all surprised to see me, nor at the loss of my eye, but said, "We are sorry that we cannot congratulate you on your return, as we could wish, but we are not the cause of your misfortune." "I should do you wrong," I replied. "I lay it to your charge. I have only myself to accuse. If," they said, "it be a subject of consolation to the afflicted to know that others share their sufferings, you have in us this alleviation of your misfortune. All that has happened to you we have also endured. We each of us tasted the same pleasures during a year, and we had still continued to enjoy them, had we not opened the golden door when the princesses were absent. You have been no wiser than we, and have incurred the same punishment. We would gladly receive you into our company, to join us in the penance to which we are bound, and the duration of which we know not, but we have already stated to you the reasons that render this impossible. Depart, therefore, and proceed to the court of Bagdad, where you will meet with the person who is to decide your destiny." After they had explained to me the road I was to travel, I departed. On the road I caused my beard and eyebrows to be shaven, and assumed a calender's habit. I have had a long journey, but at last I arrived this evening, and met these my brother calenders at the gate, being strangers as well as myself. We were mutually surprised at one another, to see that we were all blind of the same eye, but we had not leisure to converse long on the subject of our misfortunes. We have only had time enough to bring us hither, to implore those favours which you have been generously pleased to grant us. The third calender having finished this relation of his adventures, Zobeide addressed him and his fellow calenders thus: "Go wherever you think proper. You are at liberty." But one of them answered, "Madam, we beg you to pardon our curiosity, and permit us to hear the stories of those gentlemen who have not yet spoken." Then the lady turned to the caliph, the vizier Shahryar, and Mesrour, and said to them, "It is now your turn to relate your adventures, therefore speak." The grand vizier, who had all along been the spokesman, answered Zobeide, Madam, in order to obey you, we need only repeat what we have already said. We are merchants of Mosul, come to Bagdad to sell our merchandise, which lies in the khan where we lodge. We dined today with several other persons of our condition, at a merchant's house of this city, who, after he had treated us with choice dainties and excellent wines, sent for men and women dancers and musicians. The great noise we made brought in the watch, who arrested some of the company, and we had the good fortune to escape. But it being already late, and the door of our khan shut up, we knew not whither to retire. We chanced, as we passed along this street, to hear mirth at your house, which made us determine to knock at your gate. This is all the account that we can give you, in obedience to your commands." Zobeide, having heard this statement, seemed to hesitate what to say, which the calenders, perceiving, prayed her to grant the same favour to the three Mosul merchants as she had done to them. "Well then," said she, "you shall all be equally obliged to me. I pardon you all, provided you immediately depart." Zobeide having given this command in a tone that signified she would be obeyed, the caliph, the vizier Mesrour, the three calenders, and the porter departed without saying one word, for the presence of the 7 slaves with their weapons awed them into silence. As soon as they had quitted the house, and the gate was closed after them, the caliph said to the calenders, without making himself known, "You gentlemen, who are newly come to town, which way do you design to go, since it is not yet day?" "It is this," they replied, "that it perplexes us." "Follow us," resumed the caliph, "and we will convey you out of danger." He then whispered to the vizier, "Take them along with you, and tomorrow morning bring them to me. I will cause their history to be put in writing, for it deserves a place in the annals of my reign." The vizier Jaaffier took the 3 calenders along with him. The porter went to his quarters, and the caliph and the Mesrour returned to the palace. The caliph went to bed, but could not sleep, being perplexed by the extraordinary things he had seen and heard. But above all, he was most concerned to know the history of Zobeide, what reason she could have to be so severe to the 2 black bitches, and why Amene had her bosom so scarred. Day began to appear. Whilst he was thinking upon these things, he arose and went to his council chamber and sat upon his throne. The grand vizier entered soon after, and paid his respects as usual. "Vizier," said the caliph, "the affairs that we have to consider at present are not very pressing. That of the 3 ladies and the 2 black bitches is the most urgent. My mind cannot rest till I am thoroughly satisfied in all those matters that have so much surprised me. Go, bring those ladies and the calenders at the same time. Make haste, and remember that I impatiently expect your return." The vizier, who knew his master's quick and fiery temper, hastened to obey, and went to the ladies, to whom he communicated in a civil way the orders with which he was charged, to bring them before the caliph, without taking any notice of what had passed the night before at their house. The ladies put on their veils, and went with the vizier. As he passed his own house, he took along with him the 3 calenders, who in the interval had learnt that they had seen and spoken with the caliph, without knowing him. The vizier conducted them to the palace with so much expedition that the caliph was much pleased. This prince, that he might observe proper decorum before the officers of his court, who were then present, ordered that the ladies should be placed behind the hangings of the door which led to his own chamber, and placed the 3 calenders near his person, who, by their respectful behaviour, sufficiently evinced that they were not ignorant before whom they had the honour to appear. When the ladies were thus disposed of, the caliph turned towards them and said, "When I acquaint you that I was last night in your house, disguised in a merchant's habit, you may probably be alarmed, lest you may have given me offence. You may perhaps believe that I have sent for you for no other purpose than to shew some marks of my resentment. But be not afraid, you may rest assured that I have forgotten all that has passed, and am well satisfied with your conduct. I wish that all the ladies of Bagdad had as much discretion as you evinced before me. I shall always remember the moderation with which you acted, after the rudeness of which you were guilty. I was then a merchant of Mosul, but am at present Haroon al Rashid, the 5th Caliph of the glorious house of Abbas, and hold the place of our great Prophet. I have only sent for you to know who you are, and to ask for what reason one of you, after severely whipping the 2 black bitches, wept with them. And I am no less curious to know why another of you has her bosom so full of scars. Though the Caliph pronounced these words distinctly, the 3 ladies heard him well enough, yet the vizier out of ceremony repeated them. Zobeide, after the Caliph by his address had encouraged her, began thus. End of section 16, part B.
The Arabian Nights Entertainment, Volume 1. Translated by Dr. Jonathan Scott. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 17. The Story of Zubaydah. Commander of the Faithful, the relation which I am about to give your Majesty is singularly extraordinary. The 2 black bitches and myself are sisters, by the same father and mother, and I shall acquaint you by what strange accident they came to be metamorphosed. The 2 ladies, who lived with me, and are now here, are also my sisters by my father's side, but by another mother. She that has the scars upon her breast is named Amene. The name of the other is Safi, and my own Zubaydah. After our father's death, the property that he left was equally divided among us, and, as soon as these 2 sisters received their portions, they left me to live with their mother. My other 2 sisters and myself stayed with our mother, who was then alive, and who, when she afterwards died, left each of us 1,000 sequins. As soon as we had received our portion, the eldest 2, for I am the youngest, married, and left me alone. Some time after, my eldest sister's husband sold all that he had, and with that money, and my sister's portion, they went both into Africa, where her husband, by riotous living and debauchery, spent all, and finding himself reduced to poverty, found a pretext for divorcing my sister and putting her away. She returned to this city, and having suffered incredible hardships by the way, came to me in so lamentable a condition that it would have moved the hardest of hearts to compassion to behold her. I received her with every possible tenderness, and inquiring into the cause of her distress, she told me with tears how inhumanly her husband had behaved towards her. Her misfortunes affected me, and I mingled my tears with hers. I took her to a bath, clothed her with my own apparel, and thus addressed her: "Sister, you are the elder, and I esteem you as my mother. During your absence, God has blessed the portion that fell to my share, and the employment I follow of breeding silkworms. Assure yourself there is nothing I have but is at your service, and as much at your disposal as my own." We lived very comfortably together for some months. As we were one day conversing about our 3rd sister, and wondering we received no intelligence of her, she came in as bad condition as the eldest. Her husband had treated her after the same manner, and I received her likewise with the same affection as I had done the former. Some time after, my 2 sisters, on the pretence that they would not be chargeable to me, told me they intended to marry again. I observed that if putting me to expense was the only reason, they might lay those thoughts aside, and be welcome to remain, for what I had would be sufficient to maintain us, all three, in a manner answerable to our condition. But, I added, I rather believe you wish to marry again. I shall feel much surprised if such be the case, after the experience you have had of the little satisfaction there is in wedlock. Is it possible you dare venture a second time? You know how rare it is to meet with a husband perfectly virtuous and deserving. Believe what I say, and let us live together as comfortably as we can. All my persuasion was in vain. They were resolved to marry, and soon accomplished their wishes. But after some months were past, they returned again, and begged my pardon 1,000 times for not following my advice. You are our youngest sister, they said, but abundantly more wise than we. If you will vouchsafe to receive us once more into your house, and account us your slaves, we shall never commit a similar fault again. My answer was, Dear sisters, I have not altered my mind with respect to you since we last parted. Come in again, and take part of what I have. Upon this I embraced them, and we lived together as before. We continued thus a whole year in perfect love and harmony. Seeing that God had increased my small stock, I projected a voyage, to embark some of it in a commercial speculation. To this end, I went with my 2 sisters to Basra, where I bought a ship ready fitted for sea, and laden her with such merchandise as I had carried from Baghdad. We set sail with a fair wind, and soon cleared the Persian Gulf. When we had reached the open sea, we steered our course to the Indies, and the 20th day saw land. It was a very high mountain, at the bottom of which we perceived a great town. Having a fresh gale, we soon reached the harbour and cast anchor. I had not patience to wait till my sisters were dressed to go along with me, but went ashore alone in a boat, making directly to the gate of the town. I saw there a great number of men upon guard, some sitting, others standing, with sticks in their hands, and they had all such dreadful countenances that I was greatly alarmed. But perceiving they remained stationary, and did not so much as move their eyes, I took courage, and went nearer, when I found that they were all turned into stones. I entered the town, and passed through several streets, where, at different intervals, stood men in various attitudes, but all motionless and petrified. In the quarter inhabited by the merchants, I found most of the shops shut, and in such as were open, I likewise found the people petrified. Having reached a vast square, in the heart of the city, I perceived a large folding gate, covered with plates of gold, which stood open. A curtain of silk stuff seemed to be drawn before it. A lamp hung over the entrance. After I had surveyed the building, I made no doubt but it was the palace of the prince who reigned over that country, and being much astonished that I had met with no living creature, I approached in hopes to find some. I lifted the curtain, and was surprised at beholding no one but the guards in the vestibule, all petrified, some standing, some sitting, and some lying. I came to a large court, where I saw before me a stately building, the windows of which were enclosed in gates of messy gold. I concluded it to be the queen's apartments. I entered, and in a large hall I found several black eunuchs turned into stone. I went from thence into a room richly furnished, where I perceived a lady in the same situation. I knew it to be the queen by the crown of gold on her head, and a necklace of pearls about her neck, each of them as large as a nut. I approached her, to have a nearer view of it, and never beheld finer objects. I stood some time admiring the riches and magnificence of the room, but above all, the carpet, the cushions, and the sofas, were all ornamented with Indian stuff of gold, and representations of men and beasts in silver, admirably executed. I quitted the chamber where the petrified queen was, and passed through several other apartments and closets richly furnished, and at last came into a large room, where there was a throne of massive gold, raised several steps above the floor, and enriched with large enchased emeralds, and upon the throne there was a bed of rich stuff embroidered with pearls. What surprised me most was a sparkling light which came from above the bed. Being curious to know whence it proceeded, I ascended the steps, and lifting up my head, saw a diamond as large as the egg of an ostrich lying upon a low stool. It was so pure that I could not find the least blemish in it, and it sparkled with so much brilliancy that when I saw it by daylight I could not endure its lustre. At the head of the bed there stood on each side a lighted flambeau, but for what I could not comprehend. However, it made me imagine that there was some living creature in this place, for I could not believe that the torches continued thus burning of themselves. Several other rarities detained my curiosity in this room, which was inestimable in value, were it only for the diamond I mentioned. The doors being all open, or but half shut, I surveyed some other apartments, that were as beautiful as those that I had already seen. I looked into the offices and storerooms, which were full of riches. In short, the wonders that everywhere appeared so wholly engrossed my attention, that I forgot my ship and my sisters, and thought of nothing but gratifying my curiosity. In the meantime night came on, which reminded me that it was time to retire. I proposed to return the way I had entered, but I could not find it. I lost myself among the apartments, and perceiving I was come back again to the large room, where the throne, the couch, the large diamond, and the torches stood, I resolved to take my night's lodging there, and to depart the next morning early, to get aboard my ship. I laid myself down upon a couch, not without some dread to be alone in a desolate place, and this fear hindered my sleep. About midnight I heard a voice that was of a man reading the Koran, after the same manner and in the same tone as it is read in our mosques. Being extremely glad to hear it, I immediately arose, and taking a torch in my hand, passed from one chamber to another on that side from whence the sound proceeded. I came to the closet door, and stood still, not doubting that it came from thence. I set down my torch upon the ground, and looking through the window, found it to be an oratory. It had, as we have in our mosques, a niche to direct us whither we are to turn to say our prayers. There were also lamps hung up, and 2 candlesticks with large tapers of white wax burning. I saw a little carpet laid down like those we have to kneel upon when we say our prayers, and a comely young man sat on this carpet, reading with great devotion the Koran, which lay before him on a desk. At this sight I was transported with admiration. I wondered how it came to pass that he should be the only living creature in a town where all the people were turned to stones, and I did not doubt but there was something in the circumstances very extraordinary. The door being only half shut, I opened it, went in, and standing upright before the niche, I repeated this prayer aloud: "Praise be to God, who has favoured us with a happy voyage, and may he be graciously pleased to protect us in the same manner, until we arrive again in our country. Hear me, O Lord, and grant my request." The young man turned his eyes towards me, and said, "My good lady, pray let me know who you are, and what has brought you to this desolate city, and in return I will tell you who I am, what has happened to me, and why the inhabitants of this city are reduced to the state you see them in, and why I alone am safe in the midst of such a terrible disaster." I told him in a few words whence I had come, what had made me undertake the voyage, and how I safely arrived at the port after 20 days' sailing. When I had done, I prayed him to perform his promise, and told him how much I was struck by the frightful desolation which I had seen in the city. "Lady," said the young man, "have patience for a moment." At these words he shut the Koran, put it in a rich case, and laid it in the niche. I took the opportunity to observe him, and perceiving in him so much good nature and beauty, I felt emotions I had never known before. He made me sit down by him, and before he began his discourse, I could not forbear saying, with an air that discovered the sentiments I felt, "Admirable sir, dear object of my soul, I can scarcely have patience to wait for an account of all these wonderful objects that I have seen since I came into your city, and my curiosity cannot be satisfied too soon. Therefore, pray, sir, let me know by what miracle you alone are left alive among so many persons who have died in so strange a manner." "Madam," said the young man, "by the prayer you just now addressed to him, you have given me to understand that you have a knowledge of the true God. I will acquaint you with the most remarkable effect of his greatness and power. You must know that this city was the metropolis of a mighty kingdom, over which the Sultan my father reigned. That prince, his whole court, the inhabitants of the city, and all his other subjects, were magi, worshippers of fire and of Nardoun, the ancient king of the giants who rebelled against God. But though I was born of an idolatrous father and mother, I had the good fortune in my youth to have a governess who was a good Moslem. 'Dear prince,' would she ofttimes say, 'there is but one true God. Take heed that you do not acknowledge and adore any other.' She taught me to read Arabic, and the book she gave me to study was the Koran. As soon as I was capable of understanding it, she explained to me all the passages of this excellent book, and infused piety into my mind, unknown to my father or any other person. She happened to die, but not before she had perfectly instructed me in all that was necessary to convince me of the truth of the Moslem religion. After her death, I persisted with constancy in the belief of its divinity, and I abhor the false god Nardoun, and the adoration of fire. About 3 years and some months ago, a thundering voice was suddenly sounded so distinctly through the whole city that nobody could miss hearing it. The words were these: "Inhabitants, abandon the worship of Nardoun and of fire, and worship the only God who shows mercy." This voice was heard 3 years successively, but no one was converted. On the last day of that year, at 4 o'clock in the morning, all the inhabitants were changed in an instant into stone, every one in the condition and posture they happened to be in. The Sultan, my father, shared the same fate, for he was metamorphosed into a black stone, as he is to be seen in this palace, and the Queen, my mother, had the like destiny. I am the only person who did not suffer under that heavy judgment, and ever since I have continued to serve God with more fervency than before. I am persuaded, dear lady, that he has sent you hither for my comfort, for which I render him infinite thanks, for I must own that this solitary life is extremely irksome." All these expressions, and particularly the last, greatly increased my love for him. "Prince," said I, "there is no doubt but Providence has brought me into your port, to afford you an opportunity to withdraw from this dismal place. The ship I came in may serve in some measure to convince you that I am in some esteem in Bagdad, where I have considerable property, and I dare engage to promise you sanctuary there, until the mighty commander of the faithful, vice-regent to our Prophet, whom you acknowledge, show you the honour that is due to your merit. This renowned prince lives at Bagdad, and as soon as he is informed of your arrival in his capital, you will find that it is not in vain to implore his assistance. It is impossible you can stay any longer in a city where all the objects you must behold renew your grief. My vessel is at your service, where you may absolutely command as you see fit." He accepted the offer, and we conversed the remainder of the night concerning our embarkation. As soon as it was day we left the palace. We went aboard my ship, where we found my sisters, the captains, and the slaves, all much troubled by my absence. After I had presented my sisters to the prince, I told them what had hindered my return the day before, how I had met with the young prince, his story, and the cause of the desolation of so fine a city. The seamen were taken up several days in unlading the merchandise I had brought with me, and embarking in its stead all the precious things in the palace, such as jewels, gold, and money. We left the furniture and goods, which consisted of an infinite quantity of plate, etc., because our vessel would not carry it, for it would have required several vessels more to convey to Bagdad all the riches that we might have chosen to take with us. After we had laden the vessel with what we thought most desirable, we took such provisions and water aboard as were necessary for our voyage, for we still had a great deal of those provisions left that we had taken in at Basra. At last we set sail with a wind as favourable as we could wish. The young prince, my sisters, and myself enjoyed ourselves for some time very agreeably. But alas! this good understanding did not last long, for my sisters grew jealous of the friendship between the prince and myself, and maliciously asked me one day what we should do with him when we came to Bagdad. I perceived immediately that they put this question on purpose to discover my inclinations. Therefore, resolving to put it off with a jest, I answered, "I will take him for my husband," and upon that, turning myself to the prince, said, "Sir, I humbly beg of you to give your consent, for as soon as we come to Bagdad, I desire to offer you my person to be your slave, to do all the service that is in my power, and to resign myself wholly to your commands." The prince replied, "I know not, madam, whether you be in jest or no, but for my part, I seriously declare before these ladies your sisters, that from this moment I heartily accept your offer, not with any intention to have you as my slave, but as my lady and mistress. Nor will I pretend to have any power over your actions." At these words my sisters changed colour, and I could perceive afterwards that they did not love me as before. We entered the Persian Gulf, and had come within a short distance of Basra, where I hoped, considering the fair wind, we might have arrived the day following, when in the night, while I was asleep, my sisters watched their opportunity and threw me overboard. They did the same to the prince, who was drowned. I floated some minutes on the water, and by good fortune, or rather miracle, I felt ground. I went towards a dark spot, that, by what I could discern, seemed to be land, and proved to be a flat on the coast, which, when day appeared, I found to be a desert island lying about 20 miles from Basra. I soon dried my clothes in the sun, and as I walked along I found several kinds of fruit, and likewise fresh water, which gave me some hopes of preserving my life. I had just laid myself down to rest in the shade, when I perceived a very large winged serpent coming towards me with an irregular waving motion, and hanging out its tongue, which induced me to conclude it had received some injury. I instantly arose, and perceived that it was pursued by a larger serpent, which had hold of its tail, and was endeavouring to devour it. This perilous situation of the first serpent excited my pity, and instead of retreating, I assumed courage to take up a stone that lay near me, and throw it with all my strength at the other, which I hit upon the head and killed. The other, finding itself at liberty, took wing and flew away. I looked after it for some time till it disappeared. I then sought another shady spot for repose, and fell asleep. Judge what was my surprise when I awoke, to see standing by me a black woman of lively and agreeable features, who held in her hand 2 bitches of the same colour, fastened together. I sat up, and asked her who she was. "I am," said she, "the serpent who you lately delivered from my mortal enemy." I did not know in what better way I could requite the important services you have rendered me than by what I have just done. The treachery of your sisters was well known to me, and to avenge your wrongs, as soon as I was liberated by your generous assistance, I called together several of my companions, fairies like myself, conveyed into your storehouses at Bagdad all the lading of your vessel, and afterwards sunk it. These 2 black bitches are your sisters, whom I have transformed into this shape. But this punishment will not suffice, and my will is that you treat them hereafter in the way I shall desirest." As soon as she had spoken, the fairy took me under one of her arms, and the 2 bitches under the other, and conveyed us to my house in Bagdad, where I found in my storehouses all the riches with which my vessel had been laden. Before she left me, she delivered to me the 2 bitches, and said, "If you would not be changed into a similar form, I command you, in the name of him that governs the sea, to give each of your sisters every night 100 lashes with a rod, as punishment of the crime they have committed against yourself and the young prince whom they have drowned." I was forced to promise obedience. Since that time I have whipped them every night, though with regret, whereof your majesty has been a witness. My tears testify with how much sorrow and reluctance I perform my painful duty, and in this your majesty may see I am more to be pitied than blamed. If there be anything else relating to myself that you desire us to know, my sister Amene will give you full information in the relation of her story. After the Caliph had heard Zubaydah with much astonishment, he desired his grand vizier to request Amene to acquaint him wherefore her breast was disfigured with so many scars. Amene addressed herself to the Caliph, and began her story after this manner. End of section 17.
Section 18 of the Arabian Nights Entertainment, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anne Cheng. The Arabian Nights Entertainment, Volume 1, by Anonymous. Translated by Dr. Jonathan Scott. Section 18. The Story of Amene. Commander of the Faithful, to avoid repeating what your Majesty has already heard in my sister's story, I shall only add that after my mother had taken a house for herself to live in, during her widowhood, she gave me in marriage, with the portion my father left me, to a gentleman who had one of the best estates in the city. I had scarcely been a year married when I became a widow, and was left in possession of all my husband's property, which amounted to 90,000 sequins. The interest of this money was sufficient to maintain me very honourably. When the first 6 months of my mourning was over, I caused to be made for me 10 different dresses, of such magnificence that each came to 1,000 sequins, and at the end of the year I began to wear them. One day, while I was alone engaged in my domestic affairs, I was told that a lady desired to speak to me. I gave orders that she should be admitted. She was a person advanced in years. She saluted me by kissing the ground, and said to me, kneeling, "Dear lady, excuse the freedom I take to trouble you. The confidence I have in your charity makes me thus bold. I must acquaint your ladyship that I have an orphan daughter, who is to be married this day. She and I are both strangers, and have no acquaintance in this town, which much perplexes me, for we wish the numerous family with whom we are going to ally ourselves to think we are not altogether unknown and without credit. Therefore, most beautiful lady, if you would vouchsafe to honour the wedding with your presence, we shall be infinitely obliged, because the ladies of our country, when informed that a lady of your rank has shown us this respect, will then know that we are not regarded here as unworthy and despised persons. But alas, madam, if you refuse this request, how great will be our mortification! We know not where else to apply." This poor woman's address, which she spoke with tears, moved my compassion. "Good woman," said I, "do not afflict yourself. I will grant you the favour you desire. Tell me whither I must go, and I will meet you as soon as I am dressed." The old woman was so transported with joy at my answer, that she kissed my feet before I had time to prevent her. "My compassionate lady," said she, rising, "God will reward the kindness you have showed to your servants, and make your heart as joyful as you have made theirs. You need not at present trouble yourself. It will be time enough for you to go when I call for you in the evening." So farewell, madam, till I have the honour to see you again." As soon as she was gone, I took the suit I liked best, with a necklace of large pearls, bracelets, pendants for my ears, and rings set with the finest and most sparkling diamonds, for my mind presaged what would befall me. When the night closed in, the old woman called upon me, with a countenance full of joy. She kissed my hands, and said, "My dear lady, the relations of my son-in-law, who are the principal ladies of the city, are now met together. You may come when you please. I am ready to conduct you." We immediately set out. She walked before me, and I was followed by a number of my women and slaves, properly dressed for the occasion. We stopped in a wide street, newly swept and watered, at a spacious gate with a lamp, by the light of which I read this inscription in golden letters over the entrance: "This is the everlasting abode of pleasure and joy." The old woman knocked, and the gate was opened immediately. I was conducted towards the lower end of the court, into a large hall, where I was received by a young lady of admirable beauty. She drew near, and after having embraced me, made me sit down by her upon a sofa, on which was raised a throne of precious wood set with diamonds. "Madam," said she, "you were brought hither to assist at a wedding, but I hope it will be a different wedding from what you expected. I have a brother, one of the handsomest men in the world. He has fallen so much in love with the fame of your beauty, that his fate depends wholly upon you, and he will be the unhappiest of men if you do not take pity on him. He knows your quality, and I can assure you he is in no respect unworthy of your alliance. If my prayers, madam, can prevail, I shall join them with his, and humbly beg you will not refuse the proposal of being his wife. After the death of my husband I had not thought of marrying again, but I had no power to refuse the solicitation of so charming a lady. As soon as I had given consent by my silence, accompanied with a blush, the young lady clapped her hands, and immediately a closet door opened, out of which came a young man of a majestic air, and so graceful a behaviour, that I thought myself happy to have made so great a conquest. He sat down by me, and I found from his conversation that his merits far exceeded the eulogium of his sister. When she perceived that we were satisfied with one another, she clapped her hands a second time, and out came a cauzee, who wrote our contract of marriage, signed it himself, and caused it to be attested by 4 witnesses he brought along with him. The only condition that my new husband imposed upon me was that I should not be seen by nor speak to any other man but himself, and he vowed to me that if I complied in this respect I should have no reason to complain of him. Our marriage was concluded and finished after this manner, so I became the principal actress in a wedding to which I had only been invited as a guest. About a month after our marriage, having occasion for some stuffs, I asked my husband's permission to go out to buy them, which he granted, and I took with me the old woman of whom I spoke before, she being one of the family, and 2 of my own female slaves. When we came to the street where the merchants reside, the old woman said, "Dear mistress, since you want silk stuffs, I must take you to a young merchant of my acquaintance, who has a great variety, and that you may not fatigue yourself by running from shop to shop, I can assure you that you will find in his what no other can furnish." I was easily persuaded, and we entered a shop belonging to a young merchant who was tolerably handsome. I sat down, and bade the old woman desire him to show me the finest silk stuffs he had. The woman desired me to speak myself, but I told her it was one of the articles of my marriage contract not to speak to any man but my husband, which I ought to keep. The merchant showed me several stuffs, of which one pleased me better than the rest, but I bade her ask the price. He answered the old woman, "I will not sell it for gold or money, but I will make her a present of it, if she will give me leave to kiss her cheek." I ordered the old woman to tell him that he was very rude to propose such a freedom, but instead of obeying me, she said, "What the merchant desires of you is no such great matter. You need not speak, but only present him with your cheek." The stuff pleased me so much that I was foolish enough to take her advice. The old woman and my slaves stood up, that nobody might see, and I put up my veil. But instead of kissing me, the merchant bit me so violently as to draw blood. The pain and my surprise were so great that I fell down in a swoon, and continued insensible so long that the merchant had time to escape. When I came to myself, I found my cheek covered with blood. The old woman and my slaves took care to cover it with my veil, that the people who came about us could not perceive it, but supposed I had only had a fainting fit. The old woman who accompanied me, being extremely troubled at this accident, endeavoured to comfort me. "My dear mistress," said she, "I beg your pardon, for I am the cause of this misfortune, having brought you to this merchant, because he is my countryman, but I never thought he would be guilty of such a villainous action. But do not grieve, let us hasten home. I will apply a remedy that shall in 3 days so perfectly cure you that not the least mark shall be visible." The fit had made me so weak that I was scarcely able to walk, but at last I got home, where I again fainted as I went into my chamber. Meanwhile the old woman applied her remedy. I came to myself and went to bed. My husband came to me at night, and seeing my head bound up, asked me the reason. I told him I had a headache, which I hoped would have satisfied him, but he took a candle and saw my cheek was hurt. "How comes this wound?" said he. Though I did not consider myself as guilty of any great offence, yet I could not think of owning the truth. Besides, to make such an avowal to a husband I considered as somewhat indecorous. I therefore said that as I was going under his permission to purchase some silk stuff, a porter carrying a load of wood came so near to me in a narrow street that one of the sticks grazed my cheek, but had not done me much hurt. This account put my husband into a violent passion. "This act," said he, "shall not go unpunished. I will tomorrow order the lieutenant of the police to seize all those brutes of porters, and cause them to be hanged." Fearful of occasioning the death of so many innocent persons, I said, "Sir, I should be sorry so great a piece of injustice should be committed. Pray refrain, for I should deem myself unpardonable were I to be the cause of so much mischief." "Then tell me sincerely," said he, "how came you by this wound?" I answered, that it was occasioned by the inadvertency of a broom seller upon an ass, who coming behind me while he was looking another way, his ass came against me with so much violence that I fell down and hurt my cheek upon some glass. "If that is the case," said my husband, "tomorrow morning before sunrise the Grand Vizier Jaaffier shall be informed of this insolence, and cause all the broom sellers to be put to death." "For the love of God, sir," said I, "let me beg of you to pardon them, for they are not guilty." "How, madam?" he demanded. "What then am I to believe? Speak, for I am resolved to know the truth from your own mouth." "Sir," I replied, "I was taken with a giddiness and fell down, and that is the whole matter." At these words my husband lost all patience. "I have," said he, "too long listened to your falsehoods." As he spoke he clapped his hands, and in came 3 slaves. "Pull her out of bed," said he, "and lay her in the middle of the floor." The slaves obeyed, one holding me by the head, another by the feet. He commanded the third to fetch a scimitar, and when he had brought it, "Strike," said he, "cut her in 2, and then throw her into the Tigris. This is the punishment I inflict on those to whom I have given my heart when they falsify their promise." When he saw that the slave hesitated to obey him, "Why do you not strike?" said he. "What do you wait for?" "Madam," said the slave then, "you are near the last moment of your life. Consider if you have anything to dispose of before you die." I begged permission to speak one word, which was granted me. I lifted up my head, and casting an affectionate look on my husband, said, "Alas! to what a condition am I reduced! Must I then die in the prime of my youth?" I could say no more, for my tears and sighs choked my utterance. My husband was not at all moved, but on the contrary went on to reproach me, and it would have been in vain to attempt a reply. I had recourse to entreaties and prayers, but he had no regard to them, and commanded the slaves to proceed to execution. The old woman, who had been his nurse, came in just at that moment, fell down upon her knees, and endeavoured to appease his wrath. "My son," said she, "since I have been your nurse and brought you up, let me beg the favour of you to grant me her life. Consider that he who kills shall be killed, and that you will stain your reputation, and forfeit the esteem of mankind. What will the world say of such sanguinary violence?" She spoke these words in such an affecting manner, accompanied with tears, that she prevailed upon him at last to abandon his purpose. "Well then," he said to his nurse, "for your sake I will spare her life, but she shall bear about her person some marks to make her remember her offence." When he had thus spoken, one of the slaves, by his order, gave me upon my sides and breast so many blows with a little cane that he tore away both skin and flesh, which threw me into a swoon. In this state he caused the same slaves, the executioners of his fury, to carry me into a house, where the old woman took care of me. I kept my bed 4 months. At last I recovered. The scars, which, contrary to my wish, you saw yesterday, have remained ever since. As soon as I was able to walk and go abroad, I resolved to retire to the house which was left to me by my first husband, but I could not find the site whereon it had stood. My second husband, in the heat of his resentment, was not satisfied with the demolition of that, but caused every other house in the same street to be razed to the ground. I believed such an act of violence was never heard of before, but against whom could I complain? The perpetrator had taken good care to conceal himself, but suppose I had discovered him, is it not easily seen that his conduct must have proceeded from absolute power? How then could I dare to complain? Being left thus destitute and helpless, I had recourse to my dear sister Zobeide, whose adventures your Majesty has just heard. To her I made known my misfortune. She received me with her accustomed goodness, and advised me to bear my ambition patience. "This is the way of the world," said she, "which either robs us of our property, our friends, or our lovers, and sometimes of all together." In confirmation of her remark, she at the same time gave me an account of the loss of the young prince, occasioned by the jealousy of her 2 sisters. She told me also by what accident they were transformed into bitches, and in the last place, after 1,000 testimonials of her love towards me, she introduced me to my youngest sister, who had likewise taken sanctuary with her after the death of her mother. Having returned our grateful acknowledgments to God for having thus brought us together, we resolved to preserve our freedom, and never again to separate. We have now long enjoyed this tranquil life. As it was my business to manage the affairs of the house, I always took pleasure in going myself to purchase what we wanted. I happened to go abroad yesterday for this purpose, and the things I bought I caused to be carried home by a porter, who, proving to be a sensible and jocose fellow, we kept with us for a little diversion. 3 calenders happened to come to our door as it began to grow dark, and prayed us to give them shelter till the next morning. We admitted them upon certain conditions which they agreed to observe, and after we had made them sit at table with us, they in their own way entertained us with a concert of music. At this time we heard knocking at our gate. This proceeded from 3 merchants of Moussul, men of good appearance, who begged the same favour which the calenders had obtained before. We consented upon the same conditions, but neither of them kept their promise. Though we had power as well as justice on our side to punish them, yet we contented ourselves with demanding from them the history of their lives, and afterwards confined our revenge to dismissing them, after they had done, and denying them the asylum they requested. The Caliph was well pleased to be thus informed of what he desired to know, and publicly expressed his admiration of what he had heard. The Caliph, having satisfied his curiosity, thought himself obliged to show his generosity to the Calender princes, and also to give the 3 ladies some proof of his bounty. He himself, without making use of his minister, the Grand Vizier, spoke to Zobeide. "Madam, did not this fairy that showed herself to you in the shape of a serpent, and imposed such a rigorous command upon you, tell you where her place of abode was? Or rather, did she not promise to see you, and restore those bitches to their natural shape?" "Commander of the Faithful," answered Zobeide, "I forgot to tell your Majesty that the fairy left me with a bundle of hair, saying that her presence would one day be of use to me, and then, if I only burnt 2 tufts of this hair, she would be with me in a moment, though she were beyond Mount Caucasus." "Madam," demanded the Caliph, "where is the bundle of hair?" She answered, "Ever since that time I have been so careful of it, that I always carry it about me." Upon which she pulled it out, opened the case which contained it, and showed it to him. "Well then," said the Caliph, "let us bring the fairy hither." You could not call her in a better time, for I long to see her." Zobeide having consented, fire was brought in, and she threw the whole bundle of hair into it. The palace at that instant began to shake, and the fairy appeared before the Caliph in the form of a lady very richly dressed. "Commander of the Faithful," said she to the prince, "you see I am ready to receive your commands. The lady who gave me this call by your order did me essential service. To evince my gratitude, I revenged her of her sister's inhumanity by changing them to bitches, but if your majesty commands me, I will restore them to their former shape." "Generous fairy," replied the Caliph, "you cannot do me a greater pleasure. Vouchsafe them that favour, and I will find some means to comfort them for their hard penance. But besides, I have another boon to ask in favour of that lady who has had such cruel usage from an unknown husband. As you undoubtedly know all things, oblige me with the name of this barbarous wretch, who could not be contented to exercise his outrageous and unmanly cruelty upon her person, but has also most unjustly taken from her all her substance." "To oblige your majesty," answered the fairy, "I will restore the two bitches to their former state, and I will so cure the lady of her scars that it shall never appear she was so beaten, and I will also tell you who it was that abused her." The Caliph sent for the two bitches from Zobeide's house, and when they came, a glass of water was brought to the fairy by her desire. She pronounced over it some words which nobody understood. Then throwing some part of it upon Amene, and the rest upon the bitches, the latter became two ladies of surprising beauty, and the scars that were upon Amene disappeared. After which the fairy said to the Caliph, "Commander of the Faithful, I must now discover to you the unknown husband you inquire after. He is very nearly related to yourself, for it is Prince Amin, your eldest son, who, falling passionately in love with this lady from the fame of her beauty, by stratagem had her brought to his house, where he married her. As to the blows he caused to be given her, he is in some measure excusable, for the lady his spouse had been a little too easy, and the excuses she had made were calculated to lead him to believe she was more faulty than she really was. This is all I can say to satisfy your curiosity." At these words she saluted the Caliph and vanished. The prince, being filled with admiration, and having much satisfaction in the changes that had happened through his means, acted in such a manner as will perpetuate his memory to all ages. First he sent for his son Amin, told him that he was informed of his secret marriage, and how he had ill-treated Amene upon a very slight cause. Upon this the prince did not wait for his father's commands, but received her again immediately. After which the Caliph declared that he would give his own heart and hand to Zobeide, and offered the other three sisters to the Calenders, sons of sultans, who accepted them for their brides with much joy. The Caliph assigned each of them a magnificent palace in the city of Bagdad, promoted them to the highest dignities of his empire, and admitted them to his councils. The chief Kazi of Bagdad being called, with witnesses, wrote the contracts of marriage, and the Caliph, in promoting by his patronage the happiness of many persons who had suffered such incredible calamities, drew 1,000 blessings upon himself. End of section 18.
Section 19 of the Arabian Nights Entertainments, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lucy Lafaro, New South Wales, Australia. The Arabian Nights Entertainments, Volume 1, by Anonymous. Translated by Jonathan Scott. Section 19. The Story of Sinbad the Voyager. In the reign of the same Caliph Harun al-Rashid, whom I have already mentioned, there lived at Bagdad a poor porter called Sinbad. One day, when the weather was excessively hot, he was employed to carry a heavy burden from one end of the town to the other. Being much fatigued, and having still a great way to go, he came into a street where a refreshing breeze blew on his face, and the pavement was sprinkled with rose water. As he could not desire a better place to rest and recruit himself, he took off his load and sat upon it, near a large mansion. He was much pleased that he stopped in this place, for the agreeable smell of wood of aloes and of pastils that came from the house, mixing with the scent of the rosewater, completely perfumed and embalmed the air. Besides, he heard from within a concert of instrumental music, accompanied with the harmonious notes of nightingales and other birds peculiar to the climate. This charming melody, and the smell of several sorts of savoury dishes, made the porter conclude there was a feast with great rejoicings within. His business seldom leading him that way, he knew not to whom the mansion belonged, but to satisfy his curiosity he went to some of the servants, whom he saw standing at the gate in magnificent apparel, and asked the name of the proprietor. "How," replied one of them, "do you live in Bagdad, and not know that this is the house of Sinbad the sailor, that famous voyager who has sailed round the world?" The porter, who had heard of this Sinbad's riches, could not but envy a man whose condition he thought to be as happy as his own was deplorable; and his mind being fretted with these reflections, he lifted up his eyes to heaven, and said aloud enough to be heard, "Almighty Creator of all things, consider the difference between Sinbad and me. I am every day exposed to fatigues and calamities, and can scarcely get coarse barley bread for myself and my family, whilst happy Sinbad profusely expends immense riches, and leads a life of continual pleasure. What has he done to obtain from thee a lot so agreeable, and what have I done to deserve one so wretched?" Having finished his expostulation, he struck his foot against the ground, like a man absorbed in grief and despair. Whilst the porter was thus indulging his melancholy, a servant came out of the house, and taking him by the arm, bade him follow him, for Sinbad, his master, wanted to speak to him. "Sir, your majesty may easily imagine that the repining Hindbad was not a little surprised at this compliment, for, considering what he had said, he was afraid Sinbad had sent for him to punish him. Therefore he would have excused himself, alleging that he could not leave his burden in the middle of the street, but Sinbad's servants assured him they would look to it, and were so urgent with him that he was obliged to yield. The servants brought him into a great hall, where a number of people sat round a table, covered with all sorts of savoury dishes. At the supper end sat a comely venerable gentleman, with a long white beard, and behind him stood a number of officers and domestics, all ready to attend his pleasure. This personage was Sinbad. The porter, whose fear was increased at the sight of so many people, and of a banquet so sumptuous, saluted the company trembling. Sinbad bade him draw near, and seating him at his right hand, served him himself, and gave him excellent wine, of which there was abundance upon the sideboard. When the repast was over, Sinbad addressed his conversation to Hindbad, and calling him brother, according to the manner of the Arabians, when they are familiar one with another, enquired his name and employment. "My lord," answered he, "my name is Hindbad." "I am very glad to see you," replied Sinbad, "and I dare say the same on behalf of all the company, but I wish to hear from your own mouth what it was you lately said in the street." Sinbad had himself heard the porter complain through the window, and this it was that induced him to have him brought in. At this request Hindbad hung down his head in confusion, and replied, "My lord, I confess that my fatigue put me out of humour, and occasioned me to utter some indiscreet words, which I beg you to pardon." "Do not think I am so unjust," resumed Sinbad, "as to resent such a complaint. I consider your condition, and instead of upbraiding, commiserate you. but I must rectify your error concerning myself. You think no doubt that I have acquired without labour and trouble the ease and indulgence which I now enjoy, but do not mistake. I did not attain to this happy condition without enduring for several years more trouble of body and mind than can well be imagined. Yes, gentlemen," he added, speaking to the whole company, "I can assure you my troubles were so extraordinary that they were calculated to discourage the most covetous from undertaking such voyages as I did, to acquire riches. Perhaps you have never heard a distinct account of my wonderful adventures, and the dangers I encountered in my 7 voyages, and since I have this opportunity, I will give you a faithful account of them, not doubting but it will be acceptable." As Sinbad wished to relate his adventures chiefly on the porter's account, he ordered his burden to be carried to the place of its destination, and then proceeded. End of section 19. Section 20 of the Arabian Nights Entertainments, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lucy LaFaro, New South Wales, Australia. The Arabian Nights Entertainments, Volume 1, by Anonymous. Translated by Dr. Jonathan Scott. Section 20. I inherited from my father considerable property, the greater part of which I squandered in my youth in dissipation. But I perceived my error, and reflected that riches were perishable, and quickly consumed by such ill managers as myself. I farther considered that by my irregular way of living, I wretchedly misspent my time, which is, of all things, the most valuable. I remembered the saying of the great Solomon, which I had frequently heard from my father, that death is more tolerable than poverty. Struck by these reflections, I collected the remains of my fortune, and sold all my effects by public auction. Then I entered into a contract with some merchants, who traded by sea. I took the advice of such as I thought most capable of assisting me, and resolving to improve what money I had, I went to Bussorah, and embarked with several merchants on board a ship which we had jointly fitted out. We set sail, and steered our course towards the Indies through the Persian Gulf, which is formed by the coasts of Arabia Felix on the right, and those of Persia on the left, and, according to common opinion, is 70 leagues wide at the broadest place. The Eastern Sea, as well as that of the Indies, is very spacious. It is bounded on one side by the coast of Abyssinia, and is 4,500 leagues in length of the Isles of Vakvak. At first I was troubled with the seasickness, but speedily recovered my health, and was not afterward subject to that complaint. In our voyage we touched at several islands, where we sold or exchanged our goods. One day, whilst under sail, we were becalmed near a small island, but little elevated above the level of the water, and resembling a green meadow. The captain ordered his sails to be furled, and permitted such persons as were so inclined to land. Of this number I was one. But while we were enjoying ourselves in eating and drinking, and recovering ourselves from the fatigue of the sea, the island of a sudden trembled, and shook us terribly. The trembling of the island was perceived on board the ship, and we were called upon to re-embark speedily, or we should all be lost, for what we took for an island proved to be the back of a sea monster. The nimblest got into the sloop, others betook themselves to swimming, but for myself I was still upon the back of the creature when he dived into the sea, and I had time only to catch hold of a piece of wood that we had brought out of the ship to make a fire. Meanwhile, the captain, having received those on board who were in the sloop, and taken up some of those that swam, resolved to improve the favourable gale that had just risen, and hoisting his sails, pursued his voyage, so that it was impossible for me to recover the ship. Thus I was exposed to the mercy of the waves. I struggled for my life all the rest of the day and the following night. By this time I found my strength gone, and despaired of saving my life, when happily a wave threw me against an island. The bank was high and rugged, so that I could scarcely have got up, had it not been for some roots of trees, which fortune seemed to have preserved in this place for my safety. Having reached the land, I lay down upon the ground half dead, until the sun appeared. Then, though I was very feeble, both from hard labour and want of food, I crept along to find some herbs fit to eat, and had the good luck not only to procure some, but likewise to discover a spring of excellent water, which contributed much to recover me. After this I advanced farther into the island, and at last reached a fine plain, where at a great distance I perceived a horse feeding. I went towards it, fluctuating between hope and fear, for I knew not whether in advancing I was more likely to endanger or preserve my life. As I approached, I perceived it to be a very fine mare, tied to a stake. Whilst I was admiring its beauty, I heard from beneath the voice of a man, who immediately appeared, and asked me who I was. I related to him my adventure, after which, taking me by the hand, he led me into a cave, where there were several other people, no less amazed to see me than I was to see them. I partook of some provisions which they offered me. I then asked them what they did in such a desert place, to which they answered, that they were grooms belonging to Maharaja, sovereign of the island, that every year, at the same season, they brought thither the king's mares, and fastened them as I had seen, until they were covered by a sea-horse, who afterwards endeavoured to destroy the mares, but was prevented by their noise, and obliged to return to the sea. The mares, when in foal, were taken back, and the horses thus produced were kept for the king's use, and called sea-horses. They added that they were to return home on the tomorrow, and had I been 1 day later, I must have perished, because the inhabited part of the island was a great distance, and it would have been impossible for me to have got thither without a guide. While they entertained me thus, the horse came out of the sea, as they had told me, covered the mare, and afterwards would have devoured her. But upon a great noise made by the grooms, he left her, and plunged into the sea. Next morning they returned with their mares to the capital of the island, took me with them, and presented me to the Maharaja. He asked me who I was, and by what adventure I had come into his dominions. After I had satisfied him, he told me he was much concerned for my misfortune, and at the same time ordered that I should want nothing, which commands his officers were so generous and careful as to see exactly fulfilled. Being a merchant, I frequented men of my own profession, and particularly enquired for those who were strangers, that perchance I might hear news from Bagdad, or find an opportunity to return, for the Maharaja's capital is situated on the sea coast, and has a fine harbour, where ships arrive daily from the different quarters of the world. I frequented also the society of the learned Indians, and took delight to hear them converse, but withal I took care to make my court regularly to the Maharaja, and conversed with the governors and petty kings, his tributaries, that were about him. They put 1,000 questions respecting my country, and I, being willing to inform myself as to their laws and customs, asked them concerning everything which I thought worth knowing. There belongs to this king an island named Cassel. They assured me that every night a noise of drums was heard there, whence the mariners fancied that it was the residence of Degial. I determined to visit this wonderful place, and in my way thither saw fishes of 100 and 200 cubits long. That occasioned more fear than hurt, for they are so timorous that they will fly upon the rattling of 2 sticks or boards. I saw likewise other fish about a cubit in length, that had heads like owls. As I was one day at the port after my return, a ship arrived, and as soon as she cast anchor, they began to unload her, and the merchants on board ordered their goods to be carried into the custom house. As I cast my eye upon some labels, and looked to the name, I found my own, and perceived the bales to be the same that I had embarked at Bussorah. I also knew the captain, but being persuaded that he believed me to be drowned, I went and asked him whose bales these were. He replied that they belonged to a merchant at Bagdad called Sinbad, who came to sea with him, but one day, being near an island, as was supposed, he went ashore with several other passengers upon this island, which was only a monstrous fish that lay asleep upon the surface of the water. But as soon as he felt the heat of the fire they had kindled upon his back, to dress some victuals, began to move, and dived under water. Most of the persons who were upon him perished, and among them the unfortunate Sinbad, whose bales belonged to him, and I am resolved to trade with them until I meet with some of his family, to whom I may return the profit. I am that Sinbad, said I, whom you thought to be dead, and those bales are mine. When the captain heard me speak thus, "Heavens!" he exclaimed, "who can we trust in these times? There is no faith left among men. I saw Sinbad perish with my own eyes, as did also the passengers on board, and yet you tell me that you are that Sinbad? What impudence is this? To look on you, one would take you to be a man of probity, and yet you tell a horrible falsehood in order to possess yourself of what does not belong to you." "Have patience," replied I. "Do me the favour to hear what I have to say." "Very well," said he, "speak, I am ready to hear you." Then I told him how I had escaped, and by what adventure I met with the grooms of Maharaja, who had brought me to his court. His confidence began to abate upon this declaration, and he was at length persuaded that I was no cheat, for there came people from his ship who knew me, paid me great compliments, and expressed much joy at seeing me alive. At last he recollected me himself, and embracing me, "Heaven be praised," said he, "for your happy escape. I cannot express the joy it affords me. There are your goods, take and do with them as you please." I thanked him, acknowledged his probity, and in requital offered him part of my goods as a present, which he generously refused. I took out what was most valuable in my bales, and presented them to the Maharaja, who, knowing my misfortune, asked me how I came by such rarities. I acquainted him with the circumstances of their recovery. He was pleased at my good luck, accepted my present, and in return gave me one much more considerable. Upon this I took leave of him, and went aboard the same ship, after I had exchanged my goods for the commodities of that country. I carried with me wood of aloes, sandal, camphor, nutmegs, cloves, pepper, and ginger. We passed by several islands, and at last arrived at Bussorah, from whence I came to this city, with the value of 100,000 sequins. My family and I received one another with all the transports of sincere affection. I bought slaves of both sexes, and a landed estate, and built a magnificent house. Thus I settled myself, resolving to forget the miseries I had suffered, and to enjoy the pleasures of life. Sinbad stopped here, and ordered the musicians to proceed with their concert, which the story had interrupted. The company continued enjoying themselves till evening, and it was time to retire, when Sinbad sent for a purse of 100 sequins, and giving it to the porter, said, "Take this, Hindbad, return to your home, and come back tomorrow to hear more of my adventures." The porter went away, astonished at the honour done and the present made him. The account of his adventure proved very agreeable to his wife and children, who did not fail to return thanks to God for what Providence had sent him by the hand of Sinbad. Hindbad put on his best apparel next day, and returned to the bountiful traveller, who received him with a pleasant air and welcomed him heartily. When all the guests had arrived, dinner was served, and continued a long time. When it was ended, Sinbad, addressing himself to the company, said, "Gentlemen, be pleased to listen to the adventures of my second voyage. They deserve your attention even more than those of the first." Upon which every one held his peace, and Sinbad proceeded. End of section 20.